Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mr. Aster by Raylin Marks, narrated by Christian Black and Lori West. Introduction. Sebastian. Since my wife passed away 1 year and 3 months ago, I'd all but turned into a corpse as well. My life had always been consumed by working to one day take over my family's legacy and ensure the money would pass down to future generations, as was my ancestors' desire when they built the Aster family dynasty. Until I lost Melissa, I saw no other purpose in life than to grow the family's wealth. But now, I couldn't manage to see any purpose in life. Melissa and I had been paired because of our family's wealth and statuses. We were a powerful couple amongst our peers, and my parents couldn't have been prouder that we were a match made in 1%er heaven. Melissa was picture perfect, the classiest socialite you could ever find, and every man in my world was vying for her affection before we got together. The way she walked into every room with an air of ownership had always filled me with pride. Though Melissa was renowned for being a bitch, it was only because my late wife demanded to be shown the respect she deserved. She worked hard in the business that her family had acquired, Blahnik Jewels. She was a perfectionist when it came to gemstones, and she had a brilliant mind for it. Her family owned the jewelry store, which had been passed down through generations until it reached her parents. Of course, Melissa was set to take over the business with my help, but her life was cut short. Now, I had great difficulty bringing myself to look at the damn ledgers to see how the store was doing these days. I was lost, bitter, and angry, and I needed the new opportunity my father had just thrown at me. I needed to keep busy before I lost my mind entirely. "So," I said, having read the financials of the failing Burke Wines winery, "what the hell am I supposed to do with this mess?" I was not a man anyone wanted to be around these days, and I was thankful for the nanny that Melissa had hired before my 2-year-old daughter Charlotte was born. Callie York was an angel. She was a warm, grandmotherly woman who was raising Charlotte on her own since I couldn't manage to keep it together. I would snap out of my grieving one day, and when I did, my daughter would welcome me back with open arms, right? For Charlotte's sake, I hoped I got my shit together before it was time for her to go to boarding school. Maybe sending your child away to school sounded harsh to people who didn't understand the Aster family legacy, but it's how I was raised, how her mother was raised, and how thousands in our social circles were raised. It's what was expected. "You're moving to California," my father ordered. "You'll spend your first month in Napa Valley getting acquainted with the Burke family now that the acquisition is complete. You know about James Mitchell, the CEO of Mitchell & Associates, and I'm certain you are familiar with Spencer Monroe." "I know too well who those men are," I said, rolling my eyes as if everyone in our world didn't know precisely who these men were and how enviable their business acumen was. "Spencer Monroe is the president of Mitchell & Associates and a longtime acquaintance of mine. What does it have to do with me?" "Monroe will be running all the financials, as we have acquired this vineyard with Mitchell & Associates as joint partners. I'm the one who handles the financials of our vineyards in France, so why would you allow anyone but me to handle the financials of a vineyard we just bought?" "Because I don't trust you," the silver-haired man said, his somber gaze meeting my harsh one. "You're not the same as you were before Melissa's passing. You've changed. You are vacant and living this shadow version of yourself. I have done this joint acquisition to prove that the Aster family means no harm to any of the West Coast families we might have offended after the situation with your brother John, and his demands to live life as he deems fit." "I've changed?" I scoffed, continuing to hold my father's dark stare. "You and Mother have shown nothing but weakness to keep the family name from being bruised by John's decisions. And you say I've changed? You'll do well to find your place in my presence, son," he said. "You're lucky I've allowed you this reprieve." The hypocrisy of my parents pretending I was the only one behaving abnormally was almost enough to make me scream. My parents' behavior was so out of character that I could hardly recognize them. After John found love with a woman who is miles beneath his status and completely abandoned his family duties, my parents turned soft. Bending over backward to prove that the Aster family means no harm was a statement I never thought my father would utter, and it disgusted me. We were Asters. We didn't apologize to anyone. This whole West Coast venture they were on to bring a name like ours to that wretched part of the country was beyond me. We were established East Coasters, woven into the fabric of Manhattan and all that comes with it. Now we were lowering our standards to kiss ass with all the new money on the West Coast? I wasn't having it. What the hell will I be doing? I have a daughter to care for, and since you took control of my duties with our French vineyards, where does this leave me after all I've done for this family? I was insulted. Sebastian, my father sighed, softening his posture for the first time since I entered his office. When Melissa died, you died with her. I'm just grieving. You've been using that excuse for far too long. Your daughter needs you. Your family needs you. And hell, I'm not getting any younger. You were groomed and ready to take over everything before you lost Melissa. But now, you are a ghost of who you once were. That's not true. It was true. In my head, I was stuck in a loop that relentlessly played out my wife's tragic accident. How the fuck did the drunk Uber driver live, but the young wife and mother died? Melissa didn't deserve this. None of us did. It wasn't fucking fair. It is true, and you know it, my father responded resolutely. You need a change of scenery, and a bit of responsibility to get your feet wet again. I need you back, son. I want you out there. Your face and our name will help brand this failing winery, and I need you to oversee things while visiting and touring the place. Get to know the family from which we're purchasing this as well. They will continue the day-to-day business for us, but it is up to you to integrate the business model Mr. Mitchell and I have worked on to grow Burke Wines. I toured it last month, and if I didn't see its potential, I would have let it fail. William Burke is an upstart, but he has done quite well in his vision of buying this estate and growing it to where it is. However, he can't bring it to its full potential without powerful names behind him, such as Aster and Mitchell. I want this to be something that will inspire you again and help you out of the state of grief you are stuck in. I can't believe this shit. When were you in California anyway? I questioned. My dad never took on anything without consulting with me about it until now, which made this idea even harder to swallow. This whole idea was just something that my family didn't do. We didn't hold people's hands when we acquired businesses. I handled the business over the phone and set my expectations. Then, voila, it was settled and done. The Aster family name would be slapped on the subsidiary business we purchased, and the damn thing would take off like wildfire. I guess now we were degrading ourselves and putting faces to names to make everyone feel warm and fuzzy about what was happening. What a joke. You do remember your brother's wedding, right? An event you opted out of. That was a year ago. I cut him off. You know what? I stood, annoyed and more rigid than ever. I have a better question. Since when did we ever show up on site to help one of our subsidiaries? While we usually acquire flourishing businesses, we've acquired some dog-shit businesses as well. My father lit his cigar, unamused, puffed on it, and leaned back in his chair. In all those dog-shit businesses, you were responsible for their growth. And I never needed to be on location, smiling like a goddamn circus monkey for that to happen. I'm not going to California. This is an absurd idea. His eyes narrowed after a plume of smoke swirled out of his mouth from the puff he'd just taken. You will go, and you will put the Aster family name in everyone's mouths out there. I'm sure the Mitchell name is already well established, and that I know your mother had a hand in spoiling all three of you boys and letting you get your way when you threw temper tantrums as children, my dad said, cutting me off. Which is why you dare to counter me when I give you orders you dislike. He leaned forward, tapping the ashes off his cigar before locking eyes with me. "Let me be crystal clear with you now, and save you from bothering to utter another word against me. You are going to California." I shook my head, pissed that this argument was over. I was a fool to think I could sway my father from his position. "When is this supposed to take place?" I questioned, unsure what the hell I was supposed to do with this new assignment. The one good thing about me being so fucking pissed about such a ridiculous idea was that it was the first time in a year I felt like I was alive. My pulse was back, and I wasn't lost in despair and anger about losing my wife. Now I was just lost in anger at the fact my ass was leaving Manhattan for fucking California to chum it up with James Mitchell and his motherfucking associates. "You'll leave in 2 weeks. While there, you'll use Mitchell's helicopters and private charters to go between Saratoga and Los Angeles. I'm still finalizing your living arrangements, but as of now, you'll be staying at the winery estate. Unless you prefer to purchase a home, there is no way I will ever call California my home, nor will I purchase any real estate there." "Too late," my father grinned, enjoying my punishment far too much. "You already own property there. It's called Burke Wines." Fuck my life. "Right," I said. "California? You're really making me do this?" After some lengthy discussions with Mr. Mitchell, I've concluded that a lot of money is left on the table out there. We aren't old 49ers, Dad. We don't need the investments, and you know it. There's always more room to grow the name, Seb. Now, I have a call. Leave me to it, and you go focus on your assignment. I would have rather cut off my dick than focus on anything California-related. I could not stand the place or the people in it. Everyone there was different, totally self-absorbed, and much phonier than people on the East Coast. They weren't serious people. Perhaps I was the one who died, and I was stuck in purgatory for being a stone-cold spoiled asshole my whole life. Or maybe Mark had met a witch on one of the islands where he'd been hopping around bartending and dating tourists, and she put a hex on me at his request. Both options seemed more feasible than the thought of moving to California.
Darcy. And when Mr. Juniper's private jet landed, our photographer was there taking pictures of him running toward his electric vehicle. It was a mere 30 minutes before he was scheduled to speak at his climate change conference with all the other 1%ers who've deceived us into believing we're the cause of the climate problems and not them with their private jet carbon footprint. Flying private jets may be a perk for the upper class, but it's not for the environment, Mr. Juniper. I swiveled in my seat, looking back at Max, my editor, and tapping my pen to my teeth in pride as he stood there, reading my newest column aloud. "Normally you have more humor than this," he said, his frown matching his tone of boredom. "That is how we get away with calling these rich guys out on their nonsense." "Oh, come on, Max." I crossed my arms, staring up at him. "The whole 3 pages before wasn't funny enough for you?" He shook his head. "If we're exposing a multi-millionaire for flying his private jet to a climate change conference, we can't sound like spoiled brats sticking our tongues out at them." "Why not? They act like spoiled brats while they stare down their noses at us." His eyes slanted down toward where I sat. "That's rich coming from you, considering your parents are one of them." I rolled my eyes. "They aren't billionaires, Max. Even if they were, that's not who I am or what I am, and you know it. I love my parents more than anything, but their money is their own." I smiled sweetly at him. "Thanks to you, I have a job here at Lifestyles, writing my Billionaires column and exposing them whenever possible. I don't need my parents' money." "Except you live with them at the estate." "Ha," I said, turning back to the article I was so excited to have published in the next installment of Lifestyles of Luxury. Only because you don't mandate that I work in the office daily. You only want me in twice a month for meetings and publishing. Change it, he said, pointing at my computer. I'm not pissing off the people who pay the bills around this place. You mean make it funnier? I stated. I don't want it in there at all, he answered, and my brow furrowed. Sometimes I wondered about the man. One day he was all about the humor of exposing the upper class, and then other days he was kissing their asses. None of it made sense. But it was a decent-paying job, which was better than leeching off my parents. So I'd get over myself and write something nicer about Mr. Juniper. Maybe it'd be an article showing off his private jet. He would love that. Then the rest of the world could put 2 and 2 together and realize that he was a big, fat hypocrite. Have it to me by 3, he said, turning to walk out of my office. Then he stopped and spun around again. Oh, your next assignment will be to document the life of Sebastian Aster. He's the one man we all want to know more about around here since he's coming out to visit your family's winery. That's in 20 minutes, I snapped. And why do you want to rub that in my face? You want me to chase around the bastard coming here to show my parents how things should be run at the estate they built? Indeed. 20 minutes. I knew what Max was doing. He was ensuring I didn't exploit Mr. Juniper. And he had good reason for that, since Mr. Juniper owned the magazine we worked for. It was a magazine to help people like me understand that the wealthy lived normal lives like the rest of us. In reality, it was just a ploy for Juniper to keep his nose in his peers' business while we researched them under the guise of entertainment. Some would humor us, some wouldn't, and the Asters were an impenetrable family. I couldn't even get past the answering service for any of them, much less set an appointment to write a piece on them. It was a bummer, too, because that family was filled with secrets I'd love to get my hands on. Old money, scandals, you name it. The oldest Aster son was visiting the estate this weekend and was expected to be there for a while. I'd always wanted a piece of this family, but now that Sebastian Aster's family practically owned my family, I was in a sticky situation. Instead of exploiting them, which I'm sure Mr. Juniper would have reveled in, I had to behave myself. For real. My parents would be ruined if I managed to tarnish the Aster family name with all the petty nonsense I did, writing these columns and prying into the lives of the rich. I deleted all the bullshit about Mr. Juniper's private jets and left in all the good he was doing for the climate instead. The last thing I needed was to be fired, forcing me to need my parents' money and end up working at the winery, something I had no interest in doing. I was their only child, and they wanted nothing more than for me to take over the winery, but it just wasn't me. I loved the property, and I loved it when people came to the estate in Napa Valley to taste wine and take tours. But was I a wine enthusiast? Hell no. I loved beer and tequila and never said no to a Taco Tuesday. That's who I was. The only thing I was looking forward to about this situation was the look on Sebastian Aster's face when he met my parents. My folks might have been loaded with cash, but I'd never met 2 bigger hippies. They were all about free will, free spirits, and free love, baby. They had no shame and all spark, and I'd never known a person not to adore them both. Then again, as much as I loved their loving nature, it probably was the reason they ended up in this position with Mitchell and Associates and Sebastian Aster IV. Giving away bottles at the winery would attract customers and get your name out there, but eventually, once you were established, you'd have to pull that sales tactic back. For 20 years in this business, My parents never pulled back, and it was starting to put them in the red. Regardless of his business acumen, my dad was a damn good grower, and he knew his grapes and wines. As soon as Jim Mitchell learned the vineyard was in trouble, after he and his friends came for wine tasting, he brought in the big dogs. And now, here we were. The Mitchell and Aster names would be branding us. Not only saving the winery, but also expanding it on a global scale. It was exciting and terrifying all at once, but I'd always been the type to run toward danger. Now I had the task of interviewing Sebastian Aster IV, and I began thinking about what little details I knew, which was probably as much as everyone else knew of the Asters. Sebastian was a serious man who was seemingly humorless, in my opinion, and he'd pretty much disappeared from public life after his wife was killed in a tragic car accident. His appearance at my parents' winery would be his first official engagement since the accident, as far as I knew, which was pretty big news in his world. There was a lot of talk amongst women in those circles after his wife had died, and no doubt they were all lining up to become the next wife. But to my knowledge, he'd not attended any functions whatsoever since his wife's death. That would mean that debutantes and gold diggers had been banging down his door for over a year, and still he never surfaced. I suppose there's something to be said for that. Either he really loved his wife, or he hates everyone else in general. Now that he was coming to California, and the broody prince would be staying with us, I could break the news that all those ladies wanted to know about Mr. Aster in my next article. These broads were chomping at the bit for any kind of info on the man, and I was the woman who would get it to them. Hopefully, all my work here would launch my career as a real journalist. Maybe one of these people would remember my name, and then I wouldn't have to work for Mr. Juniper anymore. I didn't want to spend my time writing about rich idiots and tooting their horns all day. I wanted to do meaningful work, focused on the things that I was passionate about. I'd get there eventually, but for now, I had to get my name out there, and learning more about Sebastian would be the best opportunity I'd had yet to do just that. Chapter 1. Darcy. I'd just gotten back to Saratoga, where my family winery, Burke Wines, was located. Even though I'd never been big on the whole winery thing, I loved the estate my parents had purchased to grow their business and watch their vision flourish. Around 20 years ago, my dad got a wild hair up his ass to quit his job working for the man at a highly reputable tech company in Silicon Valley and dive into the winery life. I have no idea how my dad picked it up so quickly, but he was a natural when it came to cultivating grapes and turning out barrels of wine. He and Mom had probably taken 100 trips to Napa before making the leap to buy the vineyard, and it wasn't long before they'd gone from selling out at farmers markets to having their lovely Chardonnay stocked on most grocery store shelves for $16.99 a bottle. Sure, there were more expensive wines, but I was damn proud of my parents for the quality product they produced. It even won an award in 2012, and I thought that was great. Now, a man born and raised in this lifestyle was scheduled to arrive today. The Aster family was known for their impeccable wines from France, so why they wanted anything to do with my dad's lowly estate was beyond me. James Mitchell, a powerhouse billionaire CEO with his hands in every type of business I could think of, and Sebastian Aster, who'd topped the Forbes list for multiple years in a row, and who had more accolades about his business ventures than I could begin to list, both had to have my parents' winery? The place was special to me and, of course, the people who wanted to buy an affordable wine. However, it wasn't noteworthy enough to garner the attention of a Mitchell or an Aster. Of that, I was positive. I suppose life was all about throwing curveballs, though, and if you asked me, it got boring without things like this happening. Nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned shake-up, am I right? "Oh, my sweet girl," my mom Tina said, her naturally curly hair full of frizz due to the humidity. "God, I'm so happy you're home." I smiled. My mom's hair matched her style. She always wore flowy, bohemian, colorful hippie-type clothes and big, bold jewelry. I'm talking brass bangles on both arms and huge, dangly earrings. I don't think I'd recognize her if she didn't look like a roadside fortune-teller from the old days. She probably smelled like one, too, from constantly rubbing essential oil remedies on her pressure points. She smelled like a day spa, and it was kind of amazing. "One day you're going to have to let me go," I teased. "I'll be living on my own in Los Angeles soon enough." Her naturally plump lips pulled into a vibrant smile that reached her eyes. "Oh, you and I know the Los Angeles lifestyle is not for you. You don't do busy, fast-paced living, and you never have." "True," I admitted, "but I have to make a living somehow." "Well, maybe Mr. Aster will sweep—" "Stop," I interrupted her. I had a feeling this was why my parents insisted I be here when he arrived today. Mr. Aster is a widower, and from all the buzz I've heard through the billionaire grapevines, he's a miserable one. He's an asshole, and I'm shocked you and Dad agreed for him and Mitchell to buy interest in the estate." "We're in the hole, honey," she shrugged, turning to hold my hand and lead me down the dirt path that led to the massive Spanish-style estate. "You don't need me to remind you of that." "You say that as if it's no big deal." I smiled at her. She was always so calm in situations that should warrant someone to be stressed out of their mind. "I just don't understand. Why them? You had others interested who would have been—" I paused. "What's the word? Ah, yes, less of an asshole when telling you and Dad how badly you've mishandled your business," I said playfully, but it was the truth. Aster was probably going to belittle my family. We were upstarts, after all, new money, and he was an old money snob. Nothing could have been more unattractive to me. "To have the names Aster and Mitchell on our estate," Mom smiled, "is a lovely compliment, and because of it, we're never going to have to worry about this place going under again." "Well, I love that you're happy about it. And if you're happy, Mama, then so am I," I said, hugging her and giving her a soft kiss on her cheek. "I'm going to run up to my room and shower. I'll be back in a few." "I'll have Antonio make you his famous margarita," she said. Antonio was our chef, whom my parents hired on the spot after they tasted his food at a tiny restaurant in some random village in Mexico when they were on vacation. When Antonio said he could only come to live at the winery if his wife and 3 kids came too, my parents happily obliged. I didn't think anyone's food would be good enough to offer their entire family a place in your home. But that was before I tasted Antonio's mole poblano. He was worth every cent, and his family was a delight. His wife, Inez, and their kids, Angel, Diego, and Mateo, had become a part of our family, and I couldn't imagine life without them anymore. We had such a fun dynamic here at Burke Wines, and it sucked that a dark cloud loomed in the distance in the shape of Sebastian Aster. I needed to focus. I wasn't only here for my parents. I was here for myself as well. Sebastian Aster was here to make a lot of money off my family's failing business. and I was here to make a lot of money off Sebastian's failing life these days. I would give everyone a peek into his life since his wife passed, but I wouldn't be horrible. That wasn't my style. I would be extremely delicate while exposing the newly eligible bachelor to the rest of the world. But I was well aware that this story would be the ticket to my success. No one would pull more attention than Sebastian Aster at this point, and I was going to get the exclusive. It was bound to draw every important person around, so I would have to make it great. I rounded the corner to my room, and the next thing I knew, I ran smack dab into a wall of a man walking through the breezeway that led to the 2 bedrooms on this side of my parents' mansion. I stepped back, my senses filled with a fancy cologne, bergamot and sandalwood, that sparked a certain sex appeal I had no idea I could ever develop an appetite for. "Oh, God. Sorry, are you lost?" I questioned as my eyes fell on the image of a brooding man who happened to be one of the sexiest men I'd ever seen. His frown deepened as his brown irises grew dark, scowling down at me as though he were a Greek god, and I was some creature who'd crawled out of the gutter looking for handouts. "Apparently, I'll be sharing this block of rooms with you." I immediately grew defensive at his insulting tone as his eyes roamed over me like I were a flea on his bespoke suit. "Block of rooms?" I questioned with a smile. "This is just a wing of the estate where the rooms are more private. Sure, it's like the size of a house, but—" "Will you be using these floors as well? That is my concern," he said, his razor-sharp jawline defined by the perfect amount of stubble that grew after a morning shave. "I will be using these floors, since that's the door to my room right over there," I said, now as annoyed as he seemed about the idea. "Of course," he said, disturbed and inconvenienced. "Very well, then." "I'm Darcy," I said directly, not wanting this man to think it was okay to be rude to people he felt were beneath him. Whether or not his family was part owner of this estate now didn't matter. I was not okay with rich assholes acting entitled, so this was going to be highly difficult if he was going to act like he owned the entire country and not just part of the winery. "Darcy?" he questioned. "Yes," I answered, seeing his perplexed expression. God damn it. Why did the man have to ruin his drop-dead gorgeousness by being such a prick? What a waste of a perfectly sexy man. "Interesting. I was informed that I'd meet with William, Martina, and Darcel." "Shit," I said, almost as if I were jolted by electricity after hearing my full name for the first time since I was born. "Yeah, no," I scrambled to say. "That's not my name. I don't give a shit what notes you were given before you came out here." "You prefer Darcy, then?" This man was like a broody robot. His voice was all deep and masculine, but totally stiff and cold. "That's why I introduced myself as Darcy and not the name my mother gave me when she was high on pain meds after delivering me in the hospital. My mom had me when she was 19. She met my biological father after a night of partying. All I knew about the guy is that they met when he was in town on a business trip. His wife was at home, and they had a fling that resulted in me. Mom never elaborated about the guy, and I didn't care to know more, because once she met Billy when I was 7 years old, he stole my little heart, and I'd called him Dad ever since. I was his, and he was mine, and the 3 of us together were the perfect little family." "May I ask what you're staring at?" Sebastian asked, his gaze curious and making him even more handsome. I'm just trying to figure you out, I said, trying to cover for the fact that I'd stopped talking and had probably been gawking at the man. Jesus, he even had a perfect nose. No one has a perfect nose. There's nothing about me you need to concern yourself with, ma'am, he said truthfully. I will be requesting a more secluded room, so if we don't see each other again... He stopped, searching for words, I assumed. I'm pretty sure we'll see each other again, unless you don't plan on eating dinner tonight, I answered the stiff man. He rolled his eyes. I can take my meals alone in my room. I'm here on business, not to socialize. All right then, I said, shrugging my shoulders. With the kind of money this guy had, you'd think he could buy himself some manners. Good day, he said, and then he took his rich ass through the outdoor corridor and down the steps to try and get a more private room, which was funny because there wasn't one. What he was about to realize was that my family were highly social people. If he wanted to get anywhere with this acquisition, he'd better work up an appetite to socialize with Billy Burke and this family. God, what a chore this was shaping up to be. I couldn't even imagine what it must have been like for his late wife, may she rest in peace, of course, to be married to that type of personality. I knew the wealthy marched to the beat of their own drummer and all, but this was over the top, making me rethink my idea of getting famous from writing about him. It wasn't worth talking to a robot and trying to get the man to crack open a little. No wonder everyone wanted the inside info on this dude. He was a vault when it came to personality and conversation. Ultimately, my problem was that I was a glutton for punishment. And I loved challenges, stupid though they may be. That meant I would probably go through with it, even though my better judgment told me it was a waste of time and energy.
Chapter 2. Sebastian. The flight out had been the best part of this. From the food to the rich leather of my family's jet, to the attractiveness of the flight crew. But once I stepped off the plane and into the car retrieving me at the private airport, I was in foreign territory. This estate was a complete shithole that needed an overhaul in so many ways it was exhausting to think about it. It was a Spanish-style home like most homes in California, but it wasn't being properly maintained. The paint was peeling off the adobe walls, and the rooms had wall AC units on top of space heaters. The toilets seemed to be the original ones built with the home, ceramic and stained by hard water. It was disgusting. What the hell did my father buy? How was I supposed to get this place out of the red when everything I was looking at was a product of sheer neglect? I toured the main winery building when I first arrived. The lack of structure and style made me cringe as I looked around where they had wine tastings, seeing the employees walk around dressed as if they were at a beach bar in Mexico. I had no idea where I'd start with this nightmare. And after learning I'd be sharing a section of the main home with Darcel, or Darcy as the daughter insisted she be called, I was sure my father was punishing me. I sat on the wooden chair behind a simple wooden desk, dropped my elbows on it, and ran my hands through my hair in utter exhaustion, irritation, and defeat. This could not be my life. And yet, somehow, in this purgatory I was living in without Melissa, it was. I was forced into discomfort by my father, as if living without my wife wasn't uncomfortable enough. I couldn't think. I wanted to cry, but that was something I hadn't even done at Melissa's funeral. I couldn't even remember the last time I did. Pull it together, Seb, I scolded myself, sitting back in the creaky old chair and staring up at the water stains on the ceiling. This place was like a flea-bag motel. It would have been hilarious if I had a sense of fucking humor about any of this, but I didn't. Knock, knock. After hearing the raps, I glanced over at the door. I wondered if the woman I'd met in the breezeway was rude enough to invade my only privacy as I waited for William to return my call and offer me a more private area to retreat to. I got up from the chair and walked over to the door. When I opened it, William greeted me with a brilliant smile and a Corona beer with a lime wedge stuffed into the top. He wore khaki pants, a white muslin shirt, and some sort of god-forsaken woven leather sandals, which made me shudder at the thought of what his bare feet must have looked like with all the dirt around this place. "Mr. Aster," he greeted me like a circus announcer preparing the audience for the next act. "I got your message, but instead of calling, I felt it more polite to come and talk to you face to face." "That was not necessary, I assure you," I said, confused by this man's understanding of the word polite. "Of course it was. And I'm sorry that we didn't think of your need for absolute privacy while staying with us." "I prefer it that way," I said. "Unfortunately, we don't have anything on the estate that is more private than this area," he said, seemingly sad and embarrassed. "That's why our daughter stays over there." He pointed down to the room where the beautiful woman I'd encountered earlier had disappeared. "She prefers her privacy, too. And when we're having our tastings, it gets rather busy and loud." "This manor is quite large," I said in confusion. "I'm surprised there aren't more private rooms. I could have sworn I'd passed a few possibilities on my tour earlier." Seriously, this place had to be at least 15,000 square feet, styled like a Spanish mission with open hallways and a courtyard, pool and all, that all four sides of this house surrounded. So I couldn't understand why this spot on the second floor was the only space with any privacy. "Those rooms you might have seen aren't furnished," he cringed, "and they seriously need updating. We've never needed or used them, so we just sort of left them alone." "How long have you lived here, Mr. Burke?" I questioned. 15 years, he answered. "And in all that time, we've never needed those rooms. It would have been wise not to neglect your home, and perhaps even do some upkeep," I answered, feeling a sudden sadness for this man who seemed to fly by the seat of his linen-blend khakis. Strange that I would feel pity for a man who'd shown me nothing but absent-mindedness, but it was there. "We didn't see the need," he answered with a smile, shoving the Corona into my chest as if I wanted a fucking beer. I needed a shot of whiskey. That's what I fucking needed. "No, thank you." I pushed the beer back to him. "I'll hire someone to remodel that area over there." I pointed across the pool, past the plastic lounge chairs, fucking tiki bar, and the rest of the wannabe tropical resort of a courtyard below, toward the area opposite of where we stood in ridiculous conversation. "Remodel?" he laughed. "Yes, remodel," I answered resolutely. "You cannot expect a guest, especially one here to help you succeed, to stay in these living arrangements. I need privacy, and a place where I can work in silence." "But remodel?" I stared at the man as if he hadn't understood what the word meant. "Yes," I said again. "There will be much of that going on while I'm here. Remodeling, restructuring, and everything else to bring success to this location." "I understand, but this is our home," he answered. "Forgive me if it seems intrusive. In any case, I will consult with the lady of the house about what she prefers to be done in the updated area where I'll be staying." He laughed and seemed at a loss for words. Then, to my utter shock, he threw his arms around me, and the short man's head was lying on the center of my chest while the Corona he held spilled down the back of my slacks. Every part of my body tensed with the sudden gesture, not knowing if I should shove the man off me, throw him over the balcony, or shake him and tell him to pull himself together and never hug me again. What the actual fuck was I dealing with here? "Jesus Christ," I said, untangling myself with much more politeness than I realized I possessed, given the circumstances. "Compose yourself, sir," I exhaled, not knowing what to say or do. "I'm merely doing this for myself since I'll be here for an extended period." He teared up with happiness. "You are really going to save my dream, aren't you?" "It seems your mind needs to be saved more than your ramshackle dream." "That is the ultimate goal, yes." I cleared my throat, wholly uncomfortable by his emotional state. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my dinner in my room tonight while I work on getting things squared away with the apartments I'll be staying in." "Join us," he pleaded. "Please." I sighed. I didn't want to join anyone for dinner, especially these pieces of work. However, it would be prudent to be respectful since I'd planned an impromptu remodel of this family's house without their consent. Some might have said my plans were in bad form, but if those people had seen what I was expected to stay in, they'd probably change their minds. I supposed speaking to Mrs. Burke would show that I wasn't entirely ungracious, but if she was married to a man like this, I couldn't imagine her personality. There was no way I would meet the woman alone to discuss the matter. I didn't want any other unsolicited displays of affection, so sitting with a table between us was my best bet at avoiding physical contact. "When is dinner?" I questioned, wanting to get this part out of the way. "In 2 hours," he answered with the excitement of a young child, nearly bouncing on his feet. "I'll be there. Please advise Mrs. Burke of my intentions." I looked at my watch to see how much time I had before the meeting. If dinner is in 2 hours, that's plenty of time for me to have things designed and laid out how I would like. Hopefully it will be agreeable to her as well. "We're meeting for drinks in an hour if you'd like to go over things with her there." "Great idea," I answered, knowing that a drink or 20 would loosen me up. "I'll see all of you there." Dear God, what was going on here? I knew I'd turned into a complete asshole after losing Melissa, but my parents' answer to getting my life back on track and feeling alive again couldn't have been throwing me into this nightmare, could it? Were they just pissed off at me? I didn't get it. I had no idea what to think, but it was probably best that I just handled business as I saw fit, one shitty space at a time, as I went through and uncovered how I would magically fix this winery and make it successful. First things first, though, I needed to be comfortable in my own space, or this idea of my father's was going to send me into an early grave or give me a nervous breakdown, whichever came first. After a shower, I would feel decent enough to share drinks with these strangers, but first, I needed to give some insight to our designer in New York. So, with a new mission in front of me, I marched over to the other side of the second-story home to take pictures. I'd have Franco contact a local design company and mandate that the renovations be done in a month or less. I wasn't fucking around. The quicker I was comfortable, the quicker I'd make this business successful and get home to New York to be with my daughter.
Chapter 3. Darcy. My lukewarm shower water was stifling hot compared to Sebastian Aster's icy gaze and conversation. People like to throw around the term ice queen, but this man was the ice king. He was cold, aloof, and unreadable, instantly making a person feel like a gnat in his presence. Thank God I didn't care how he felt about me or my family. The guy came from old money, so he and I would never see eye to eye or have anything in common. We were worlds apart, and I planned to keep it that way. But it also excited me to learn more about him for my write-up about him and his family. The best part was that there wasn't anything he could do to hurt my feelings, and there was no worry about possibly falling for the man because there was nothing to fall for. Sure, he was good-looking, But since I wasn't attracted to money, power suits, and a shitty, humorless personality, any love connection possibility with that ball of joy was off the table. I casually entered the kitchen, searching for Antonio's unrivaled guacamole and homemade chips. "A margarita for you, señorita," he said with his dimpled grin, his silver hair shimmering under the kitchen lights. The kitchen was framed by brick ovens and plastered walls painted yellow to complement the terracotta tile floors placed throughout all parts of the home, even out to the central patio area. There was a huge center island where Antonio prepared all the meals, and Inés would make her mouth-watering arepas and empanadas. Bronze pots and pans hung on a ceiling rack, and mariachi music always played just loud enough for Antonio to sing along. The kitchen was as charming as the rest of the house. It was open and airy, with numerous outdoor access points throughout the lower floors to the exterior of the courtyard. It had this fantastic charm that reminded me of the Spanish missions, which were older than California. It was a gorgeous, warm, happy place, and I loved living here. I didn't care who Sebastian Aster was or where he came from. There was no way the Ice King could resist this old-world charm. "We're taking dinner out by the pool on the new terrace," my mom said as she entered the kitchen, a bit more frazzled than I'd ever seen her. "Why? We always eat dinner in the sunroom," I said, pointing over my shoulder with my thumb toward the enclosed patio area. The sunroom was at the center of this part of the home, with white plastered walls and large fireplaces on each end. The length of the room was lined with numerous sliding glass doors that opened all the way up to bring in the cool breezes of the Saratoga Valley. It was the most comfortable part of the home. It felt like you were outside while eating. And the rustic, rectangular dark oak table stretched the length of the room with matching wood chairs set the mood perfectly. "Not tonight. Your dad mentioned something about Mr. Aster having plans to remodel the upper rooms on the east side of the home," she said. She was smiling, but I could sense the hurt playing in her eyes and on her features. "Hold up," I said, grabbing a handful of warm tortilla chips from a basket that Antonio quietly handed me. "Did you just say remodel?" "Yes." She looked at Antonio. "We'll just be doing the carne asada. Were you able to get the tequila that Billy requested from Mr. Aster?" I narrowed my eyes while I watched my mom turn into a woman I didn't know, making requests and bending to accommodate a certain dickhead who showed up a couple of hours ago. "Yes, Senora. The delivery came about an hour ago, and we have the 24 bottles of Comos Extra Anejo." He said it with a smile, but I could tell the man was refraining from rolling his eyes at the request. "Forgive me for asking," he said somewhat timidly, and I continued to study this interaction of nonsense and crunch on chips as if I were eating popcorn in a movie theater. "But were you and Senor Burke expecting to pay $12,000 for the tequila?" I nearly inhaled the chip I choked on, shocked at what Antonio had just said about the price of the special tequila ordered for the Ice King. I reached for the water that Antonio handed me as if he had anticipated my shocked response. "What the hell did you just say?" I said while Mom nodded in defeat. "Who spends that kind of money on tequila?" "Mr. Aster requested it," my mom said sternly, "and you better find your place in his presence too, young lady." "Oh, don't you dare start pulling that shit on me, Mom," I countered. "I know you better than this. I'm sorry if I'm being disrespectful, but my disrespect pales in comparison to a man who thinks he can waltz into our home talking about remodeling and insisting on outrageously expensive tequila." That man is practically our boss now. Please, Darcy, she begged with her eyes, do not make this difficult. He is the key to keeping our home and the winery, and we want him to be as comfortable as possible while we transition with the new owners. I glanced at Antonio, rolled my eyes, then looked back at my mother with tight lips. I inhaled deeply to prevent any further outbursts about this ludicrous baby the billionaire bullshit, and exhaled with a fake smile. Fine. So, what about this remodel stuff? What's going on there? There's a reason we have never remodeled any part of this home, and that's because we love its charm and originality. Again, Mr. Aster has requested to have the eastern portion of the home, where he prefers to stay, updated and possibly remodeled for his comfort while he is with us. He wishes to review the ideas with me tonight while we have cocktails before dinner. Eastern side of the home, eh? I thought he was staying on the western side where I am. She shrugged embarrassingly. Turns out he doesn't want the distraction of my beautiful daughter while he works for the next months to bring the winery up to par. I narrowed my eyes at her and offered a challenging grin. Is that so? I questioned, knowing Sebastian Aster wanted to be as far away from me as possible, and it had nothing to do with my beauty. I will have the cocktails served in 10 minutes, Senora, Antonio proclaimed. Mr. Aster requested them at that time. Is there anything else Mr. Aster has requested? I said sarcastically to Antonio. Perhaps you can rope one of the cows really quick and butcher it fresh for the carne asada? That won't be necessary. A low, icy voice said smoothly from behind where I stood. I turned without any fear to meet the man's steely gaze. You sure? I questioned, with as much irritation in my voice as I'd heard in his. Quite sure, he said. Our eyes locked. People talk about eyes being a gateway to the soul, but I saw nothing in his. This man was dark, deep, and broody, with no humor or hope of a personality. He was nothing but a suit. So gross. Well, good, because I was getting a bit concerned after you requested a remodel and $12,000 of— That's enough, my mother snapped at me. She looked at the man who was trying to do the whole if looks could kill thing, as if I was intimidated by his pompous ass. Please forgive my daughter. She— Nothing to forgive. He looked at my mother, his expression softening. I'm not offended in the slightest. Now, where are we taking cocktails? I'm ready to present you with what my designers returned to me for the remodel. Over here, my mom said, ignoring me, gathering her bright orange silk tunic and leading him toward the stone pathway that led through large trees where the pool area was. I watched the stiff dickhead follow her without another glance back at me, and then I turned to Antonio. I should apologize for my parents allowing that man to stay here. Our lives will likely be hell the entire time he's here, Antonio, I said, exhaling in annoyance. Do not apologize, Darcita. I am not offended in the slightest. He winked as he mocked Sebastian's stupid remark. Well, that makes two of you, eh? I said, because I sure as fuck am. I can tell, Antonio chuckled. However, you can only be offended if you allow someone's personal opinions or habits to affect you. Basically, you're saying I'm weak, I chuckled, piling salsa onto a chip. But here's the thing. I popped the chip in my mouth, chewed and swallowed before I continued. I'm not offended over the man's opinions. I'm offended because I think it's fucking rude to go to someone's house and make ridiculous demands for them to accommodate your spoiled rotten needs." "Perhaps you are correct," he answered. "The difference is that Mr. Aster is not simply a guest in this home. He pretty much owns it. And us, due to the financial agreements made when he and Mr. Mitchell bought into the winery." "That's what it seems you're all missing," I said with a raised eyebrow. "He co-owns the winery, not us. And if he wants all these luxurious things, he needs to pay for it, not us." "That is none of my business," Antonio answered casually. Antonio was a solid, intelligent, reliable dude, and that's why I enjoyed talking to him, especially right now. He was like a favorite uncle. He and Dad had spent many late nights drinking tequila, a regular, normal human being tequila, and talking about everything, becoming as close as brothers. He was much more than some employee. He was a part of our family, and this affected him, too. "Fine, okay, I'll stop." I smiled and grabbed the second batch of chips to come out of the deep fryer. "Wish me luck. I'll try to keep my mouth shut and let this man talk his way through everything, while I take mental notes on him for my article. Shit, by the time I'm done, and he's done exposing the bastard he is, I don't think there'll be a woman on the planet who'd want to date his eligible bachelor ass." "You'd be surprised at what people will sacrifice for money," Antonio said, pulling out the margarita blender. "Well, from how the guy looks, they're probably lining up to sell their souls to the devil." "And there you have your answer," he chuckled. "Now, go save your mother before the man asks for a remodel of my cocina." "Not willing to sell your soul for a brand-new kitchen, eh?" I questioned with a laugh. "Never. El Diablo will never take my soul or my kitchen, señorita." He nodded toward the open breezeway, where my mom and Sebastian Aster had exited moments ago. Well, if I don't get my parents under control by adhering to El Diablo's demands, then you'll be cooking in a brand-new sterile kitchen with white cabinets and stainless steel appliances. I laughed at Antonio's fake annoyed expression and then headed out to the patio by the pool, where my mom was probably elbow-deep in the complete renovation of her home. She was most likely accommodating the man with gold toilets, porcelain bathtubs, handmaids, massage technicians, and a personal ass-wiping assistant. All the things he probably left behind in New York, where he belonged.
Chapter 4. Sebastian. I walked Tina through the plans to renovate the entire eastern portion of the home, where I would reside once it was complete. Thank God I'd managed to secure the best designer. The materials would be delivered next week for a simple makeover of the 3 rooms I planned to turn into one large suite, and she and her husband could enjoy it once my job here was completed. I still thought this was some wild joke delivered to my father by James Mitchell for what my parents had done to fuck with Jim's hospital. What else could it be? I was shocked Jim would give this place a second of his attention, much less taste the wine. I'd met Mr. Mitchell a handful of times at events, and he was not a man who played games, so I wasn't sure what to make of this circus I'd been thrown into. One thing I could promise, however, was that while I might have been in the middle of a circus, I was no one's dancing monkey. This renovation will be completed in less than a month. The crew will get to work next week once everything meets with your approval, I said, watching Tina stare with wide eyes at the updated and gorgeous version of a Spanish-style dream home. "There's nothing I don't love about this," she answered, hand over her heart. "You've stayed true to the beauty of the home style and everything we love so much about this place." I nodded. "So, then it does agree with you?" Excellent. I will make a couple of calls, and the crew will be here. It agrees with her, but not me, I heard the pretty little ray of smart-ass sunshine say from my side. I turned and saw her silky blonde hair shimmering in its layers beneath the late afternoon sun. Her full breasts bounced slightly under her white cotton top as she approached, and her long, toned, and tan legs were accentuated by the wedge sandals she wore with a short denim skirt. The sight of her was almost... Wait, what did she say? What was this woman's problem with me? Why wouldn't this agree with you? I questioned, completely confused by her objection to a makeover of this hovel. She was one of those smoking hot women that most men would gawk at when she walked by because she looked like a sun goddess. Granted, she was dressed like she belonged on a beach for co-ed spring break, but she didn't seem the type who looked classless enough to like hard water-stained toilets. Because... She arched an eyebrow at me and then reached in front of me to pull my iPad away from her mother. My mind blanked for a moment when the aroma of coconuts and strawberries collided with my black and white train of thought, giving me visions of a tropical destination for a split second. Jesus Christ, I thought, feeling like I'd betrayed my late wife by having a beautiful thought enter my dark world for the first time in over a year. All of this will be loud and obnoxious. And for how long? She questioned me as if I were a child and not a powerful man. At least a month. 2 months tops, I answered, trying to gather my senses. That's not going to work for me. I grew defensive. Well, the current living arrangements do not work for me. Why not? She demanded, piercing blue eyes peering into mine. I would not be bewitched by a woman's fragrance or her beauty. So, the spell Miss California was trying to place me under would not work. I was intelligent, powerful, and mostly miserable, and I preferred that over succumbing to the charms of a golden beach goddess. Because I needed quiet to work, I said. I prefer to be isolated when I retreat to my room. Unfortunately, I can't do that while sharing the floor with you. I was told there would be a suite of rooms and an entire wing of this home at my disposal where I would be working and living. I looked at her mom to get answers, but mostly to get my senses back from this unexpected assault. I'm still unsure why your husband mentioned those would be the arrangements, given the room you have chosen for me. Well, we assumed that having 1,300 square feet to yourself would be enough, Tina said with a look of confusion and embarrassment. But apparently it's not, Miss California smoothly cut in. I turned back to her, hoping to silence her with my gaze, but it didn't work. Instead, she challenged me with a brilliant smile and bleached white teeth. It isn't. I will be honest. If there's one thing I've caught on to with you, Mr. Aster, she said, taking a margarita adorned with a slice of lime and handing it to me. You are extremely honest, from your booze preferences to your other demands. So, you don't need to tell us you're being honest, because your actions prove that. That makes no sense, I answered her as she took a margarita for herself and downed the damn thing like she really was on spring break. I was surprised to admit that it was probably one of the sexiest things I'd ever seen. What doesn't make sense is that my parents are babying and accommodating you by spending $12,000 on booze so you can have a margarita tonight. And now this? She sat back and waved her hand over the plans I'd been showing her mother. You'll have to forgive my daughter. It's fine. I smiled at Tina, not needing her to save me from her spoiled child, who was entirely out of line. Even though Darcy was out of line, strangely enough, I found it sexy. What was weirder than that was the feeling I was betraying Melissa. I knew a therapist would give me hell for thinking such a thing. I was aware that those thoughts were morbid and unfair, but this was the first time since Melissa's death that I'd had these types of thoughts. Thoughts a single man would have, and it made me feel guilty on some level. I see I've irritated you, she said unflinchingly. I smiled. No, Darcy. You have done quite the opposite. Excuse me? She frowned, obviously confused by my reaction. It was the first time I'd smiled or felt somewhat challenged and revitalized in months, so even I wasn't sure what to think about my reaction. You haven't irritated me. You've inspired me to imagine there will be a lot of refurbishing of this winery, starting with this room. She rolled her eyes. That's coming out of your pocket, then. Darcel! Her mother snapped, and I tightened my lips when I saw the same horrified expression on Darcy's face that I'd seen earlier when I'd called her by that name. It's almost like someone poked her with a hot stick. Her sky-blue eyes popped open wide, and she covered her mouth to stop from spitting her margarita on me. Martina, she shot back at her mom. Can I ask why a name I've never been called has come up not once today? Her eyes moved to mine as if I'd planned this assault on her, then back to her mom. But twice? Because you're out of line, her mother responded without hesitation. I suggest you find your place immediately before you are reminded why Mr. Aster is here. Her gaze grew solemn, and the repulsion in her expression for her full name was now being directed toward me. Very well, then, she smiled at me, pissed as fuck. Go on. I'm very curious to learn how you'll be remodeling this entire estate for your comfort, all while improving the business, Mr. Aster. I heard her mom sigh while I smiled in response. I had no idea why this interaction with a spoiled young woman who had zero respect for me was starting to wake up everything that felt dead inside of me. But it was, and I was intrigued by all the sensations that were coming from out of nowhere. Once we approve the remodel of the rooms where I'll be staying, we will expand the refurbishments to other areas of the house until everything is completely updated, including the outdated kitchen. Her eyes narrowed at me, and it made me want to make up more shit just to piss her off. The kitchen? Yes, the cocina, I said, repeating what her chef had said while Tina and I were lingering on the patio. Her eyes challenged my grin, unashamed that I'd overheard her conversation with the chef. Seems you're eavesdropping on my conversation with Antonio? I gathered information while I was wonderful. She took a large gulp of her margarita. Then you're very aware that the kitchen will be left untouched during your ambitious remodel of a 22,000-square-foot home. You believe the kitchen in this home is safe and up to code? I believe that I could eat off the floor in that kitchen. That's how safe it is. And I also believe you shouldn't piss off Antonio. Once you taste his food, you'll agree that running him off is a worst-case scenario that cannot be justified by the whims of a man who knows nothing about food service. What if a fire is caught due to old electrical wiring throughout the home? From my cursory glance, the main kitchen breaker is nearly falling off the wall. I'm certain that is more important than his cooking. Or am I wrong? I cocked my head to the side, studying her. Her expression was blank. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but I wanted to know. Regardless, the kitchen is the one place that should be handled before anything else, even the rooms where I'll be staying. She looked at her silent mom, and then back to me. Okay, she answered, and then she conceded with a sigh. You win. But stainless steel appliances and white cabinets are not an option. What do you suggest? I suggest that if you come into someone's home seeking to remodel it, you should try not to insult them in the process. And if you want to remodel the kitchen, where Antonio gladly spends all day busting his ass for us, you ask the chef what he wants, she said, looking at her mom, who was now glancing at slides on the iPad and pointedly ignoring her daughter she couldn't control. I will work with your mother and father, I answered, as if I'd consider giving the chef a say about the renovation of our property. My emotions were taking a sharp turn towards sudden irritation. This woman was a firecracker, to be sure, but I didn't enjoy her telling me how to do anything. It was cute a few moments ago, but seeing her mother cower must have given her the impression that I would do so as well, and she couldn't be more wrong about that. The young woman was fun for a moment, but she needed to find some goddamn manners. "You will work with Antonio, too," she insisted. "At your parents' request, of course," I countered, leaving us in some weird standoff of opinions over a stupid kitchen. "I'm going to go get another margarita," she said to her mother, and then looked at me. "Would you care for another before you piss off the chef and he uses regular tequila instead of the shit you insisted we buy for you?" "Actually, I would prefer a finger of tequila with 2 ice cubes," I requested. I wasn't a fan of mixers, and this tequila was too good not to enjoy straight. 2 ice cubes? She eyed me. "Yes," I answered. "You're watering down your expensive tequila with ice?" "That's only a problem if you give it time to melt," I said. "And with how this conversation has been going, I doubt I'll be able to resist downing it." I watched her march off, annoyed and fed up with my ass. Watching her walk away in her short skirt, calf muscles flexing with each stride in her wedges, I felt more alive than I had in years. Yes, I said years. Not even with Melissa had I felt so challenged. It was ridiculous, bantering over opinions of what should take place to give this home a beautiful facelift. However, her bold audacity to challenge me in a way even my mother didn't dare to had me turned on, and I had no idea why. Maybe it was because I'd been buried in grief, and this was the first glimpse at life again. It was like a light was peering into a mental coffin I'd lived in for over a year. I never imagined something like this would amuse me about a woman. In fact, I would typically be revolted by her forwardness, calling me out on everything I had to say, but she was having the opposite effect on me. And although I liked these feelings, they scared the shit out of me, because I didn't recognize myself. This definitely wasn't me.
Chapter 5. Darcy. Antonio's food was spectacular, as usual. I wasn't the type to cope with my frustrations through food, but with El Diablo sitting across from me at dinner, taken out by the pool as he requested, I couldn't help but eat away all my irritations about the man. It was a good coping mechanism, though, because stuffing my mouth with carne asada, beans, rice, and guacamole restrained me from saying anything that would embarrass my mother further and piss off my dad. I guess what was bothering me the most was that my parents were catering to the guy's every damn need. Why was it that wealthy people always seemed to make others kiss their asses? It's a stupid question, I guess. The answer in this case was obvious. My parents needed his money, and they were undoubtedly rolling out the red carpet to get it. It aggravated the shit out of me. "And you, Darcy?" My dad's humored, 3 margaritas deep voice interrupted me as I stared at the different colors, illuminating the custom-shaped pool to my right. "What are your thoughts about this?" I stared at my dad, not understanding why he would poke the demon inside of me that wanted to tell Mr. Aster to take his pompous ass back to New York, where it belonged. "Whatever works," I said dismissively, bringing my attention to the pool's rock waterfall. "This is interesting," Sebastian smoothly said, sounding like the devil coaxing an innocent victim to sell their soul. My eyes darted to him, but I pinched my lips tightly to not snap at the rude man. He wasn't worth the discussion, and I wasn't in the mood to make a fool out of myself trying to put him in his place. Mom was right. The fucker owned the business now. It was best to keep a lid on it and not put my parents under unnecessary stress. "Have another margarita, honey," my mom said. She was smiling, but I could see the concern on her features. "I'm good." I smiled at her, then looked at my dad. "I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not in the mood to discuss the house remodel anymore." "You appear upset with me." Sebastian spoke before my parents could. "In no way have I meant to insult." My eyes fell on his handsome features. "I'm not insulted, Mr. Aster." I fake smiled at him. "I'm just disgusted," he said, pretty much reading my mind. I heard my mom sigh again, but it wasn't my fault this time. This dick was the one starting the latest round of bickering over bullshit. "Wouldn't you be?" I said, turning it around on him. "I'm not sure I follow you," he answered. "I don't suppose you could follow me or even understand," I said, folding my arms and leaning against the table. "Have you ever had anyone come into your home and start listing demands that need to be met for them to be comfortable there?" "No one would think to do that," he answered, like the cocky bastard I was quickly finding out he was. "Of course they wouldn't," I said, our eyes locked in a stare-off. I wasn't in the mood for this shit. In fact, his expensive tequila wasn't even working like I'd hoped it would. I'd taken 2 extra shots before dinner, but it didn't loosen me up. It just amplified how pissed off I was. Safe to say, it wasn't my most brilliant move of the day, but it was too late to debate that now. There was no way I would allow this man to believe I was some spoiled bitch from California. I was far from that, but my decision to down tequila whilst in a bad mood would probably reflect poorly on me if I didn't drink some water and leave the dinner table while I was ahead. I turned to the pitcher of water, poured a glass, and started chugging it like I was putting out a fire in my stomach. "Now what, Darcy?" I thought, putting the empty glass down and hoping I didn't look up to see everyone staring at me as if I'd lost my damn mind. No such luck. My dad looked utterly confused, my mom looked embarrassed, and Sebastian Aster looked amused. "You know what?" I smiled at their silent gazes. "Are you going to tell us what is going on with you?" my dad said, concerned by my weird behavior. "I'm going to head to bed," I said with a smile. I looked at Mr. Aster, narrowing my eyes at his still amused expression. "It was lovely to meet you." With that, I had to get the hell out of there. I was known for being opinionated. I was a Capricorn, after all. But I also had manners, which I hadn't displayed much of tonight. Honestly, I felt a bit embarrassed about what I was putting my mom and dad through. I didn't think I was being obnoxious, but I was crossing lines with my irritation about this man being in our home. I couldn't care less if I did a write-up on him or not anymore. What I did care about was my parents' home and dream, and I wasn't about to fuck with that, regardless of how I felt about them bending the knee to this smug son of a bitch. "Darcy," I heard the devil himself say from behind me, "you have got to be kidding me." I turned, acting nonchalant about this man following me away from the dinner party. "Yes," I forced a smile. His eyes homed in on mine, looking for something, I guess. "I did not mean to chase you off from dinner tonight," he said cockily. My lips twisted in response. "You didn't run me off from anything," I answered confidently. "It's been quite a day, so I'm just exhausted, but I appreciate seeing a hint of concern from you. I was beginning to wonder if you had a soul to go with that expensive suit you're wearing." His gaze darkened, but he was the one who chased after me and my tequila mood. I left the table so it wouldn't come to this, but it's like his dumbass wanted more. "Of course I have a soul," he practically seethed.
Why would you think I didn't?
Because, Sebastian. I wasn't calling him Mr. Aster right now. That would be too respectful for a man who had shown zero respect to my family since I first met him.
Sebastian,
he said in shock, as if he hadn't permitted me to use his first name. That is your name, isn't it?
It is.
Well, I don't know how people in your elite social circles in New York do things, but in California, we tend to call people by their names, especially when they're staying in our homes.
Well, of course,
he said in response.
However, we typically use proper names until we are acquainted and comfortable with each other.
Really? He had to be joking. That was the most ridiculous shit I'd ever heard. Comfortable, you say? I'm so glad you've brought up comfort. Because moments ago, when you called me by my name, you were comfortable, and you certainly seemed to be comfortable enough to decide on remodeling this whole fucking home after being in it for what, 30 minutes?
15 minutes after being shown my rooms,
he said darkly. Oh, forgive me. I smiled. Even better.
And I offer these services not because I'm comfortable, but because I'm extremely uncomfortable with the hospitality extended to me.
You have got to be fucking kidding me with this asshole. I folded my arms defensively in front of my chest, ready to hit him over the head with one of his fancy bottles of tequila. You are beyond my comprehension, sir, I said. He smiled.
I am not here for you to figure out, so that's fine by me.
I grinded my teeth together in a way that should have broken a back molar or two. I never said I wanted to figure you out, asshole, I snapped. I've just never been around anyone so entitled or rude in all my life. You make this place seem like it's some fleabag motel, and you've been forced to live with filthy trash that is so far beneath you, it's almost like a punishment to be here.
Feels kind of like that,
he answered, and I was horrified at the truth in his eyes with that statement. Why the hell did they even send you here? I said, pissed and insulted.
You just said it, he answered. It is a form of punishment for me.
Bullshit, I answered. What's going on? He sucked in a breath of air and looked away.
Interesting. I'll leave you to go to bed,
he said and turned to leave. Without thinking, I grabbed his arm to stop him from leaving and instantly regretted it when his darkened gaze fell on me in a way that could have turned me to stone. Wait, I said, trying to hold my own against this man's stare of disgust and repulsion as he pulled his arm away from my touch. And don't look at me like that. You can chase me down and demand answers, but I can't do the same with you.
I just gave you my answers,
he said, wholly removed from the conversation. No, I said. You just gave me a dickhead response after I insinuated that you're here for punishment.
I gave you an answer I truly feel is accurate. I owe you no more than that.
Well, while you're here serving your prison sentence, you can at least be nice enough not to push that punishment onto the rest of us.
That is not my intention, I assure you.
Well, it feels like it, I said, somehow feeling bad for this miserable asshole and not knowing why.
Is that all?
He questioned with impatience.
I need to get back to your parents to review how I'll proceed with business starting tomorrow morning.
God, I shook my head. I feel sorry for everyone who's ruled by money.
Most don't require your sympathies.
You're a complete dick, you know that?
I've been called worse. Good night. he said, then turned to leave. The Aster family was renowned for staring down their noses at people, even ones who shared their status, so I couldn't imagine what this guy was thinking about my family. Sebastian was a nasty, soulless creature, and Antonio nailed it when he called him the devil. I'd been around the upper class a lot, but I'd never experienced this side of who they were until now. Part of me wanted to pass it off as his grief and being a widower, but I couldn't excuse his wretched behavior. He honestly thought he was some kind of extraordinary human when there was nothing special about him, although it was clear he didn't feel that way.
Chapter 6. Sebastian. I woke up sweating profusely, as I always did when dreams of Melissa's tragic death came back to haunt me. It was a curse that I couldn't break free from. The dream was a loop of the day I got the fateful call. I nearly fired my assistant Carrie on the spot when she burst into my meeting and announced I had an urgent phone call. At that moment, nothing was more urgent than closing the Kirkstein deal, which was expected to bring in hundreds of millions and a distribution pipeline for our fine wines that would have made my ancestors' heads spin. I roared at Carrie to leave at once. I told her I would be out after I'd wrapped up the meeting, and not to bother me again. She dared to argue with me, vehemently objecting to what I'd said, but I didn't listen to her and shut the door on her instead. I swore I would fire her after the meeting for embarrassing me in such a way, shouting at me, and causing a scene. That was the single biggest regret of my life, because if I'd listened to her as she nearly shrieked at me from behind the door, I would have heard her say that Melissa had been in a horrible accident. She was trying to tell me that the phone call was from my wife, who was being flown to a trauma hospital and had been given the chance to say goodbye to me because the paramedic knew she wasn't going to make it, and she didn't have long to live. The paramedic was right. Because of her severe internal injuries, Melissa died before the helicopter made it to the hospital. The cruelest irony was that Melissa had spent most of our marriage trying to pull my attention from work and onto her, and I disappointed her until her last breath. My gut wrenched in pain and agony after waking from the recurring nightmare, and I ran to the disgusting ensuite bathroom and threw up all the contents in my stomach. After flushing it away, I slumped down around the toilet and broke down in tears. I was heartbroken, sick, and constantly in a state of wanting to run away and never be found again. The problem was that I could never outrun my guilt for not being there when Melissa needed me the most. She'd always deserved better, and I'd been selfish to the end. Miss California said earlier that she didn't think I had a soul, and I might have agreed with her before, given my actions that horrible day. Unfortunately for me, I had a soul, and it was in a constant state of torment for what I'd done to my wife. The woman had also claimed to pity people who allowed money to govern them. I knew the kind of people she spoke about because I was one of them. Only now, money no longer governed me. It punished me. After a quick cold shower, I snapped out of my traumatized daze. I quickly threw on some running pants, a t-shirt, and shoes, and did what I always did to get rid of weak emotions threatening to control my mood. I had way too much ahead of me today, and I wouldn't start it off crippled by a nightmare. I did a couple of small stretches before I set off, following a trail that led through the green hills surrounding this home where it sat isolated, surrounded only by vineyards in this valley. Running was one of my favorite stress relievers. In fact, running did a lot for me in every aspect of life. It was when I came up with my best ideas, plans, and strategies, and it was where I could think. As soon as I reached the top of the winding dirt path, I found myself needing to stop and breathe in the fresh air of Saratoga. Daybreak was just falling on the land, and the stars were becoming muted by the light of the sun, which was preparing to rise in the east. There was a lush fragrance that filled the air, reminding me of many visits overseas to our vineyards in France. Finally, something nice about this place, I thought, enjoying the view from this spot. I stood there, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. The green rolling hills, acres of vines in their tidy rows, rolling majestically throughout the landscape, and the sun's rays shooting up in spheres into the pink hue of the morning skies were mesmerizing. I needed this. I truly did. And I would admit that to no one but myself. I wanted to absorb it all, because I knew the moment would pass, and the darkness would wash over me again. Don't tell me you're up here planning to uproot all the vines and replant them. Miss California interrupted my thoughts. I glanced behind me and saw her standing there wearing leggings, a loose shirt, running shoes, and a skeptical expression. Not wanting to disrupt the peace of the moment, I chose to correct her instead of arguing. Fortunately, I see nothing wrong with how the vines are planted. I offered a friendly smile, hoping for a momentary truce. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise, and then a smile touched her lips, showing a completely different expression than the ones I'd encountered from her the evening before. Her blue eyes were brilliant in their sky-blue color, and her natural beauty was on full display, unobstructed by makeup. Her smile lent such a beautiful quality to her that it would be my undoing if I weren't so guarded and protected against it. "This is new," she said, confidently walking over to me while catching her breath from her morning run. "Finally, there's something about the winery you don't think is dog shit." I couldn't help but smile, a little, when she approached where I'd stood, walking with her hands on her hips. She was so sassy and cute that I fully welcomed the intrusion of my private special moment. "Well, I haven't finished testing the soil, so there's always that." I sighed, glancing down and wondering what they used to keep everything growing so strong. From what I'd seen so far, the vines were superb. You know you can't get too excited. I'm sure something that needs to be changed will catch my attention. "Dear God," she said with a roll of her eyes. "Does it make you feel better inside or something?" Make me feel better? I couldn't help but enjoy that this woman didn't cower to me, being the world's biggest asshole. Something about her being unaffected by my dominating presence was a turn-on. "I'm not sure I follow you. What I mean is, does it make you feel better to shit on everyone beneath you? To constantly prove that the rest of us should be thankful you're in our lives to fix everything we're too stupid to figure out on our own?" I inhaled, annoyed. "No, it does not make me feel better to insult people, if that's what you're trying to say." "That's exactly what I'm trying to say," she answered. "You're probably going to argue with Mother Nature for not getting the perfect sunrise for your morning run." "I think you're being overly dramatic. My job is to find and fix the issues standing in the way of making this a successful winery. I apologize if finding faults in your family's home and business hurts your feelings, but this place will never be up to par to bear my family name if I don't insist on changes to make it the best in Napa Valley." "Wow," she chuckled. "You are shameless in your arrogance, aren't you?" "I'm just truthful. If there is one thing you should know about me, it is that I will never sugarcoat things to cater to someone's feelings. I'm a businessman, and I'm here on business. If you don't want to be part of the brutal side of business, where you must learn it's not personal, then perhaps you should reside somewhere else until I leave." Her eyes widened with her smile. I had no idea what she found humorous about what I'd just told her. "So not only are you insulting this entire place, but you want to kick me off the land, too?" I couldn't help but softly laugh at that. "I guess I am," I said truthfully. "It seems this is very personal to you, and I suppose I understand that, because your parents have decided to make their business personal by choosing to live where they work. There's nothing wrong with making business personal. That's part of why my parents have been so successful. Well, just as your family mingles the personal with business, so does mine. We take it very personally when our name is on anything, especially wine. So, she said, glancing over where the sun had risen just above the hills to her right, if the Aster name is on this vineyard, what should I expect? Exactly what you're seeing take place. Nothing less than the best. People who visit Napa Valley and embark on wine-tasting adventures will feel like they've set foot in France and tasted my family's wines from there. That is impossible to replicate, she challenged with a smile. The soil and climate are worlds apart. That's where I come in. So, you will most likely feel insulted and get your feelings hurt again, I teased. Holy shit. I teased? I didn't tease anyone. I didn't play games, and certainly didn't find myself in conversations where I felt the need to explain myself to anyone. Her eyes narrowed, and she cocked her head to the side, her loose ponytail falling over one shoulder. You are a tough nut to crack, she said. 1 minute you're a wretched asshole, and the next, you're trying to play games with me? I assure you I am not playing games, I said, making sure this did not cross the line into territory where I was being soft, nice, or, God forbid, flirtatious. I trust you'll only ever view me as a wretched asshole. Nah. Her eyes seemed to stare through mine as if she were looking for the answers to something. I have a feeling that you'll come to our side long before we go along with that stiff-dick way of life you live. Excuse me? I wasn't following her. I'll make you a bet, Mr. Aster, she taunted with a smirk. $100 says we will have our way with you, and you won't have your way with us. You'll be living a carefree life in muslin shirts, khaki shorts, and flip-flops when you board your private jet back to New York. The idea made me laugh for the first time in too long. I highly doubt that, I confirmed. I think you get your wild ideas from your father. She stuck her hand out to me to extend a shake. Let's bet on it. $100, she challenged. Fine, I said, shaking her hand. At least I know you'll be good for it after I'm done with this place and it's thriving, making more than triple what it's bringing in now. I'll take the bet, since you are certain to lose. She grinned. I have my own money, thank you very much. I don't take a dime from this place. Interesting. You don't live off of your parents' wealth from the vineyard? I bet that's confusing for you to figure out, huh? The daughter of a wealthy vineyard owner not expecting her father to bankroll her lavish lifestyle? I've never met anyone who didn't live in a family business like this and not see the benefits from it, I started. However, from what I've seen, there's not too much money to benefit from. She arched an eyebrow at me. Like I said, I pity those who allow money to govern their happiness, because soon enough, that money will also rule their lives, freedoms, and everything about them. I don't need money to be happy. That's nonsense, I said. Everyone needs money to do everything. Hell, you probably can't even eat at McDonald's without spending $20. Oh, as if you eat at McDonald's. She laughed pretty loudly at that one. Please tell me the last time you ate at a fast food restaurant. I'm curious now. I couldn't possibly think of a time, I said, arching my eyebrow. But that doesn't mean I don't know what things cost. It is my business to know what people can or can't afford. I'm merely trying to say everything costs money, including a fast food chain. While going to the beach and watching the sunset is free, there are many rejuvenating things for the soul that money can't buy, she said, looking out on the hills. But if you're not happy, and the desire to be wealthy consumes you, she looked back at me, then you'll never find those things. And if you never find them, then what's the point of it all? I stared at her, considering her view on life and happiness. It was intriguing, but made absolutely zero sense to me. I guess you see it your way, and I see it mine. I find happiness in achieving my goals. It's not necessarily the money that makes me happy. It's the accomplishment. But money is the driving factor, isn't it? Money is the driving factor in everyone's lives. Would you be happy if Mr. Mitchell and my family didn't acquire this business? What if it went under, and your parents lost everything, including the home you seem overly attached to, so much so that the mention of a remodel outrages you? Would you be happy to know you didn't allow money to get involved? Well, that would suck, she answered, and I understand it from your viewpoint, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm only saying that I'm happiest doing things that I love. And what are those things? Stuff that doesn't cost a dime. She smiled at me. Like I said, sunsets at the beach, things like that. The best things in life are free. You just need to know where to look to find them. I grinned. Well, I hope you continue to find happiness through free things. I will focus on increasing profits here so you can enjoy the freedom to dream of those free things. You don't believe me, she said. It's not that I don't believe you. Half of what you are saying is true, but the other half is a wild fantasy with inspirational words. It sounds great, but when you're in a place where money is the only thing standing between you and your next meal, I believe you'll see it differently. Another $100 says that I can prove what I'm saying is right. She smiled. I couldn't help but chuckle in response. For someone who isn't fueled by money, you sure like to gamble with it. Now we've got $200 on the table for you to prove I don't know who I am or what I'm about. I'm unsure why you are adamant about proving I've got my life all wrong, but I'll admit, it seems a bit insulting. She stepped back and offered me a smile that ignited every nerve in my body. Now you know how I feel. You're here trying to transform my home and my father's business into something it's not. She laughed. Now you can understand how I feel about how you've handled everything since you arrived. Touché, was all I could say in response. I'm not asking you to change anything. I understand that you have a lot of invaluable advice and plans to help this become better than my dad could have dreamt possible, she said, becoming more serious. All I ask is that you do your best not to treat us like cockroaches underneath your $500 shoes. I'll take that into consideration. Admittedly, my people skills were not the best. I wasn't raised to show weakness, and being kind has always been mistaken for weakness. I was torn, though, because I genuinely did not want to insult anyone, but it seemed they'd purposefully insulted themselves by how they'd conducted their business and allowed their home to fall apart. They seemed to take pride in everything but the things that mattered, and it was apparent that they didn't put any effort into keeping up this estate. At least the vines were in exceptional shape, from what I could see anyway. However, the vineyard was the last on my list for personal inspection. Today, I had to dig into the numbers and figure out why the hell this place was upside down. God only knew. But once I returned to the estate and got into business mode, the nice guy routine I'd shown Miss California would be long gone.
Chapter 7. Darcy. I'd always found my morning run around the vineyard to be the best way to start my day. It took me away from the pressures of life and allowed me to unburden myself. So the last thing I expected this morning was to run into him, El Diablo, the man who was creating all the problems from which I wanted to escape. I was happy I didn't wake up with the man on my mind. I'd let it all go after I returned to my room and started reading up on Titus Hawk, the billionaire tycoon who'd recently moved to California. He and his brothers, who were known for their fancy hotels and other lavish real estate, were here because they recently partnered up with none other than James Mitchell. It was only a matter of weeks before the company was soaring through the roof with record growth and establishing an entirely new client base. Titus, Colton, and Wyatt Hawk were just as gorgeous as the next male model, which seemed to be a perplexing trend amongst these types of guys. I couldn't help but wonder about this new generation of billionaires and how these playboys were coming into so much money. Of course, many were trust fund kids, actively doing nothing but spending their parents' cash, but those aren't the ones I was curious about. The Adonis types who came from nowhere and had the Midas touch were the ones I was interested in, and I wanted to write about them. They were all unnaturally gorgeous, sure, but they also had to be extremely intelligent to be so successful in all their ventures. My only issue with selling that to the magazine was that the billionaire who owned it was an ugly troll who might not want to read about the fresh new meat in town. "So?" my mom asked with a question in her voice. "I heard Mr. Aster met you up on the hillside this morning." She licked the jam off her finger after making her toast. "Sure, yeah," I said, pulling a mug out of the cabinet and walking over to the freshly brewed coffee I'd started before I jumped in the shower. "Well, is he as handsome in the morning as in the evening?" I turned with my hot cup of coffee, walked over to the bar stool lined up with 3 others on the other side of the enormous kitchen island, and took a sip. "Mom," I started, not knowing how to break this to her. "I know that you love a good love story. Well, your father and I have one, and I have been longing for the day you will too," she said, smiling and tucking a frizzy curl behind her ear. "That's very cute. But times are different now, and Dad wasn't a complete asshole billionaire who hated everything about your home. So," I smirked at her, "let's just say that you're barking up the wrong tree for a sweet little love story with the man sent here to—" Wait, what was the analogy he used last night? I stopped, pretending to search for the right term. Was it something about being sent here to serve a prison sentence? Or about hell on earth? I blew out a breath. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's not here to rescue your daughter. He's here for your winery." "You never know," she said. "You know, I should be irritated with you for thinking this way, but I love how much of a hopeless romantic you are." She walked over and touched the tiny dimple on my chin. "I know you would, but you shouldn't discount the possibility that—" "Mom," I interrupted her, eyes darting over her shoulder to where the man she would drag me down the aisle to marry in a heartbeat was walking into the kitchen. "Easy," I said with some reproach in my voice. "Good morning," he announced, entering the kitchen looking lost with no idea what to do with himself. I took another sip of my coffee, studying him. He was a powerful man, but also weak in many ways. One of those ways being how he entered this kitchen, doing half-turns like a 5-year-old looking for his mother in a crowd. I could only guess he was looking around and wondering why his breakfast wasn't being held out on a silver tray by servants for him to take back to the rooms he hated. "Mr. Aster," my mom said, "can I help you find something? Anything. I'll have Antonio make you anything you would like." "Antonio isn't needed, ma'am," he said. "I'm merely looking for your espresso machine." I closed my eyes in humor and irritation. Of course he needed an espresso machine. My mom seemed embarrassed and lost for words, like she'd let down the King of England again, so I decided to give her a moment to gather herself and help the man out. "There's coffee over there. I just brewed it." I pointed to the coffee machine. "But if you desire an espresso, tiny espresso cup and all," I smiled my smart-ass smile when his dark eyes studied mine, "you're not going to find that here. That machine is in the tasting room where we begin tours and such. Steph is the one who can help you with that." "That won't be necessary," he said, frowning and turning to the coffee maker. Do you have any mugs, or are those in the reception portion of the wine-tasting building as well? Right here, Mr. Aster. My mom hurried to the cabinet to give the man a mug. Hopefully, regular coffee would provide enough caffeine before he made his way to the wine-tasting rooms and reception area of the vineyard to give his critique. Thank you, and please just call me Sebastian, he said, eyeing me with humor, given his remarks from last night when he gave me a crash course on last names and what he preferred to be called when he allowed it. Not a problem, Mom answered, smiling, then looking at me. I'm going to get the yoga studio ready for pregnancy yoga today. I'll be doing classes all day, so you won't see me until late tonight unless you want to join any of them. Sebastian's curious expression instantly darted my way, probably wondering if my mother had suggested pregnancy yoga for any other reason than for me to know she'd be gone all day. I'll keep that in mind, I said, shamelessly allowing the man's mind to wander. Love you, Mom. She gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, then floated out of the kitchen like the bohemian butterfly she was. I'd grown weary of her walking around on eggshells because of this prick. I didn't like this fake version of herself that she'd adopted once this man stormed into our home, making his insults and demands. You're pregnant? He asked, shockingly sitting at the counter with me. 3 bar stools away, of course. Wouldn't you love to know? I answered, taking another sip before my coffee became officially lukewarm and disgusting. He eyed my coffee. Well, if you are, you should probably reduce your caffeine intake. He arched an eyebrow at my offensive to pregnant women coffee mug. Last I recall, you aren't the father of my child, so I would appreciate it if you kept your opinions about my activities to yourself and stayed focused on your task at hand. He grinned. I'm glad you and I got off to a decent start this morning after yesterday's nonsense, he offered, taking another sip of his coffee. However, the longer the sun stays up, the quicker that all seems to deteriorate with you. No, I said. I'm also happy we weren't enemies this morning. However, you seem quite opinionated about everything. How so? He questioned. I gave him a look of question. How so? Well, for starters, my mom invited me to yoga, and the next thing I know, I'm ordered to watch my caffeine intake as if I'm carrying your child. I didn't mean that, he offered. I just think it would be wise for the baby's sake, of course. Well, the unborn child I'm not carrying appreciates your concern, I said with a laugh. The real issue here is your reaction if I were pregnant. Why would you feel it necessary to tell some pregnant woman you don't even know what she can and cannot drink? I could see him growing flustered, and I understood why. It was easy to see that no one had ever questioned this man without feeling stupid for doing so. However, I didn't feel stupid for speaking up about his behavior, because he was being rude. He was intrusive and opinionated, and we didn't know each other remotely well enough for him to speak to me about such a personal thing, real or not. He was the co-owner of this place, and that was it. He didn't own me, and whether my parents believed it or not, he didn't own them either. We come from 2 different worlds, Miss Burke, he said, intentionally using formalities. I wouldn't expect you to understand that I was merely being friendly with my suggestions. My late wife was terrified to do anything that might harm our daughter while she was pregnant, and I'm afraid I allowed those memories and old habits to surface when I wrongly assumed you were carrying a child. His comment immediately disarmed me, and I instantly regretted making the man explain himself to me. I didn't feel bad about calling him out, but the sadness in his expression when he spoke about the memory of his late wife carrying their child broke my heart. I damn near pulled a Martina Burke and hugged the man to chase away the grief I saw manifest for a few seconds. But thank God I had control over my emotions, unlike my mother. I'm sure that if I would have made a move to comfort him in any way, he would have shaken me off him like a bad dream. "I'm sorry," I managed after searching for the right response. "I heard she was a lovely woman."
"How could you have heard that?"
he questioned. He didn't sound too dickish, but there was a hint of irritation in his voice. "Because I write columns about you rich folks, and I'm trying to decide if I even want to consume myself with thoughts of you to write about your ass. And yes, you would hate to know I am the Billionaire gossip columnist." "Oh, I'm friends with the Mitchells," I said, and I wasn't lying. I met Avery Mitchell at a gala I'd attended 2 years ago. She was a blast to hang around. Now and then, Avery and I would get together for lunch dates when I was in LA, and I'd even gone out to dinner with her and her friends for a few girls' nights. We weren't best friends, but we always had a good time when we got together. I even wrote an article on her husband, Jim, Mr. Mitchell, about how he'd successfully warded off an angry CEO trying to tear down many of Jim's subsidiaries to cover up his own misdeeds. Jim was a very private person, but since Avery and I were friends, and she insisted he allow it, he welcomed me into their home for the interview. He was a good guy, direct and polite, but that was pretty much my extent of friendship with the Mitchells.
"Jim didn't seem remotely interested in my family, and even less concerned about my personal life," he responded. He was probably trying to catch me making things out to be more than they were when it came to knowing Jim Mitchell.
"That's not surprising," I answered. "However, word gets around, and because of that, I heard that your wife was a lovely woman, and her early death was beyond tragic. You know what?" I stopped myself, hopefully, while I was ahead. "I was just trying to pay you a compliment." "A compliment? Compliments are for outfits, not dead wives, you idiot." I scolded myself. As if the subject wasn't touchy enough, I just had to talk about his dearly departed wife. His brow furrowed, and he frowned with distant, dark eyes.
"Allow me to make myself very clear, Ms. Burke,"
he said, his tone icy and prickly.
"I do not now, nor will I ever, need a compliment from you or anyone else."
He looked intently into my eyes.
"I appreciate your kind words about my late wife, and while it is my fault she was brought up in conversation at all, I prefer not to speak about her with people who didn't know her and those whom I do not know at all."
"Very well." I met his nasty mood with one of my own. "I won't mention anything about her. But this was only brought up because you were informing me about how I should—"
"I was out of line for that,"
he said, stoic and completely done with this conversation, totally shut down, gone, ready to bounce the hell out of this kitchen. Maybe he really did need that espresso. He stood up, and I wanted to say something, but I felt it was best to allow the man to retreat. This constant back and forth would land one of us on a plane out of California, and I would be lying if I said I wouldn't be the one to go. This man was obviously not going to leave California until his job was done here, and I wasn't trying to be some hero to charm the miserable fucker. So I would gladly take off until he wrapped things up. I could go on assignment to Martha's Vineyard or somewhere and do some write-ups on the innumerable socialites there. All I knew was that the best place for me was to be out of this guy's firing range, I wasn't a fool. He wasn't your average stuck-up prick. He was a very sad, grieving one, and it was evident that no one was helping him get through any of the stages. His wife had been gone for over a year, and usually a man with his looks and status would have probably remarried by now. But not him. He stood and looked over at me with a half-smile. "Thank you for the coffee," was all he said before he walked away from the kitchen, his mind seemingly elsewhere as I heard him exhale deeply and run a hand through his hair. I wanted to be irritated with him, but I could sense the man was broken. His parents probably didn't know how to deal with him being lost like this. Lost in the sense that he wasn't sitting as the chairman of the Aster family board and preparing to rule the world in his dad's place when the day came. Instead of knowing how or attempting to help him, I had a feeling they sent his ass out here to snap him out of the grief-stricken state he was in. And why wouldn't they? Those families had nannies raising their kids, and once they were of age they were shipped off to boarding school. They weren't known for being hands-on parents. My lips twisted as I began to feel torn. Part of me wished I could be there for him, but not in the way one might think. It was more of an instinct to help a wounded animal. Unfortunately, strange, wounded animals tended to bite you even when you weren't the one who inflicted their pain. And I got the feeling the same would happen in this instance. However, being my mother's daughter and all, I wouldn't rest easy knowing someone was lost in grief. I was no grief counselor by any means, and I was under no delusion that I was a savior here. But perhaps a bit more kindness and a little less moodiness from me might go a long way in encouraging the same from him. I'd seen him this morning as he watched the sunrise in awe, and I knew there had to be some glimmer of kindness in there somewhere. If the remodel of every building on this property didn't bring it out, maybe some of Mom's spiritual yoga classes would.
Chapter 8. Sebastian. Being pulled out of my comfort zone and onto the subject of my late wife was not what I had planned during my stay here. Yet here I was, jolted by the memory of her pregnancy to accompany the nightmare I'd woken from this morning. I worked hard to keep thoughts of Melissa at bay, and thinking about our daughter Charlotte only compounded my sadness. I had the urge to hold my little girl tightly, and I needed to shake those emotions off if I wanted to be effective here. I was content with the knowledge that Charlotte was being well taken care of by her nanny, and since she was so young, she probably didn't even know I was gone. If I were honest, I'd always had difficulty bonding with Charlotte. Melissa was the doting mother, and I was the father who worked hard and late. After the accident, I hadn't exactly been hands-on either, and she was so young that I didn't know what to do or how to be with her. It's not that I didn't love or appreciate my daughter. It's just that I'd been busy running the family business until my wife died, and then I thoroughly checked out after her burial. Thinking about Charlotte and Melissa was the last thing I needed right now. I had to get these emotions shoved out of my mind immediately, because I couldn't risk falling apart in this hellhole. I entered the winery's tasting hall, instantly irritated by the reminder of how badly this place needed an overhaul too. "Good morning, Mr. Aster." An attractive young woman greeted me from behind a podium. The podium needs to be thrown out, I thought, eyeing the ridiculous thing in the middle of the room. "Good morning," I answered, assessing her unfortunate attire. "Could you please tell me where the sommelier is?" "Yes, the host?" She looked confused. "Sommelier, yes." "That would be me, sir," she smiled, her cleavage more pronounced than her beaming expression. "I'm also the wine educator." I'm not quite sure wine educator is an appropriate title, given your uncertainty about what a sommelier is. I was being a dick, and I knew it, but I didn't give a shit. The fact that she didn't know if she was a sommelier or a host was inexcusable, and proved to me she had no business in a winery that my family was associated with. Sommelier was a title of distinction, not to be confused with any other job description. This place was an embarrassment, and to have a woman dressed as if she were on her way out to a nightclub was beyond me. "Forgive me. I know. I'm just a little nervous." She exhaled shakily, her eyes darting around for someone else to take the heat off her, but failing to find anyone. "Understandable," I answered flatly. "What is your name?" "Stephanie Parsons," she answered with a smile. "Very well, Mrs. Parsons." "Miss Parsons," she answered flirtatiously, which only pissed me off more. "I'm not married. I don't even have a boyfriend." "Is that so?" I questioned. "Mm-hmm," she answered with some strange look of accomplishment while sweeping her auburn curls over her shoulder. Jesus, is she even wearing a bra? "So, am I to assume your eligible status is why you're so inappropriately dressed?" Her cheeks turned bright red, and I didn't care. The way she was approaching me, her outfit, and the fact that she seemed to know nothing more than where the espresso machine would be located, pissed me off. "I find that offensive," she nearly shouted. "I apologize. However, you are part of the face of this winery as the sommelier. You might even be the most important person here, and yet you look as though you're dressed to go clubbing. This place should ooze with sophistication, and a sommelier who dresses like this and hits on the owner when she first meets him is anything but sophisticated." "They all said you would be an asshole," she snarled, her brown eyes wicked with sudden hatred for me. "I didn't believe them, but I was wrong. I've never met a man I instantly disliked more than you." Get in line, I thought, knowing that Darcy would be here in no time to give me hell for this and make me believe that I was out of line. "Why don't we spare ourselves any further conversation about your dislike of me? I will accept your resignation." She smiled as if I offered her a challenge. "Oh, I'm not resigning. I love my job here." "Then you'll be given termination papers." "On what grounds?" she snapped. "On the grounds that your appearance is an insult to this winery, and your immature behavior is unacceptable. You will be replaced with someone who respects their position and employers." She covered her heart, and her eyes pooled with tears. "Please, don't do this. I love this job," she pleaded. I sighed in irritation. "I must ask you to pull yourself together, Miss Parsons," I offered. "When they said—" "Forgive me for interrupting your recitation of what others have said about me. I truly do not care or wish to hear it. You have until noon to turn in your resignation, or you will be handed termination papers." "Mr. Aster?" Mr. Burke said from behind where I stood, watching this woman melt into a puddle of tears. "May I ask what is going on?" He looked at Miss Parsons and then rushed to hug her. She sobbed into his embrace as I sighed in irritation and looked away. All I knew was that the wine from this fucking place had better taste phenomenal, or I was going to lose my goddamn mind. The lack of professionalism in this place was killing me, and if this woman thought she could cry on Burke's shoulder and keep her job, she had another thing coming. "Forgive me for interrupting," I said in a low voice of frustration, "but I need a word with you, Mr. Burke." He stepped back from the upset woman and looked at me. "Give me a moment." He looked at Miss Parsons. "I don't think I've ever seen you cry. What is upsetting you, dear?" Miss Parsons shot glossy-eyed daggers my way before looking back at Mr. Burke. "It seems I'm not fit to work here anymore," she sniffed. Mr. Burke looked back at me, and for the first time since meeting the man, I saw an angry expression cross his features. "Why is she not fit to work here?" he asked. "She is dressed offensively, especially to the clientele we will be drawing in with the new business model, and she has expressed her dislike for me. I do not wish to have employees with anything less than the utmost professionalism." "Hold up, Mr. Aster," he said, holding both hands up as if declaring his innocence. Before you start firing everyone before you know them, perhaps I can introduce you to them, and you will understand why—" My jaw clamped together so tightly that I nearly broke a molar. "Perhaps you will join me in a more private setting before defending your employees." I looked at the woman glaring at me. "If you'll excuse us." I dismissed myself and the man wearing the ridiculous Hawaiian-style floral shirt. "Where is your office?" I questioned. "Right this way," he answered, shuffling ahead of me in his flip-flops and Bermuda shorts. We walked into a room with a metal desk, a chair, and a fan to cool the place. It was something straight out of the 1980s. Thank God the reception room was halfway decent. Probably the only reason the Mitchells tasted the wines from this place and wanted to purchase it. But it was clear that everything else would need an enormous overhaul. "You will tell me what this is all about, Mr. Aster," Billy said. I admired the man for finally digging in and behaving with more grit and self-respect. "If you wish for that disgruntled employee to stay, she will undergo extensive training, which I plan to implement for all new hires. This current behavior will not stand." "Disgruntled?" he questioned me. "She's the sweetest young lady." "Well, if we're comparing her to your daughter, who is overly opinionated and obnoxious, then you're right," I thought, rolling my eyes at how Darcy nearly went to war over everything I said. "Sweet or not has nothing to do with it. She was unhappy with my assessment of how she is dressed, and instead of listening and understanding, she chose to argue with me. Well, maybe she was like his daughter after all. What was with the women here anyway?" "Perhaps that's because you insulted her," Mr. Burke answered, still irritated. "She insults this winery by wearing such clothes. She is a professional, yet you can nearly see through her top, and— Oh, it's just kids. You know how they—" "No," I snapped. "I will not listen to excuses. Listen, Mr. Burke, if you want this place to flourish and grow, you need to step out of my way as I lead from here on out. I understand you sympathize with the young woman. However, I have a strict policy to avoid any personal relations in my business. It only leads to poor decisions and is very detrimental to the business." "Very well," Mr. Burke answered. "However, I take the blame for how she is dressed. Don't sack her over my lapse in judgment about having a strict dress code. I didn't think it would make or break this place." "This place is very broken, sir," I said without care, "and I am here to fix every crack. However, because you are adamant, I will make an exception for her this one time. I will not demand her resignation or terminate her employment, but she is to leave the premises immediately and return tomorrow, wearing the appropriate attire for her job." "And how would she know what to wear? You are joking, aren't you?" "No," he said, "I'm not. Have you ever toured a winery aside from your own?" "Not in years," he answered earnestly. "Perhaps you and your employees can visit a few wineries this week and do your homework while I stay and run some numbers. Hopefully, when I meet with the rest of the employees after that, they will be dressed appropriately to host tastings here." "We've never had a problem with our tastings before. How many appointments for tastings do you have today?" "We're free today, so I'm fine with shutting down the tasting room, and I'll go check the schedule for the rest of the week." "That's the problem, Mr. Burke," I answered him. "Your tastings should be completely booked for the next 4 months. You should be extremely concerned that you have 0 tastings today, and I'm extremely concerned that you have no idea what the rest of the week looks like for your tastings. This is a winery, not a playground at a fast food joint. I do hope you'll take note of what you see with the other wineries you will visit this week. In fact, I expect you and Miss Parsons will return with some brilliant improvement ideas for this place when we all meet again on Friday." "I look forward to it," he answered. "Call me if you run into any trouble going through the numbers. I will need all of the logins and passwords before you leave, as I have no desire to call and interrupt your day out with your employees," I offered. "Oh, those are all on sticky notes on my computer screen," he answered, all smiles as he breezed out of the room. It was nice to know he had an inkling of a backbone, even if it didn't last long. The man went from pissed off, which I liked, back to Bahama breezes within 5 minutes. Oh well, I was sure to light his ass right back up again after I got done viewing the financials. I was dreading these numbers more than anything. Everything here needed a total overhaul. Honestly, I was relieved to just shut this place down for the week and send everyone out of here so that I could focus on the bullshit at hand. This wouldn't be easy or even remotely thrilling, but it would consume my mind. And after the morning I'd had thinking about Melissa, I welcomed the distraction wholeheartedly. I was looking forward to finding all the bleeds in the financial areas of this company, so long as it kept my mind on numbers and off my emotions. I'd spent longer than I realized at the metal desk, sitting on the uncomfortable metal chair and staring at unbelievable numbers. I was shocked as hell they were managing even to keep the damn lights on here. No wonder there were no improvements to be seen at this estate. William Burke was too busy donating 50% of his wines to charity with no return, which might have been a great tax write-off if there was any income to tax on this place. The rest of the money was walking out the door because of the lack of professionalism and sales tactics. When I got to the pit of the company and saw there were only a few chains of grocery stores that Mr. Burke negotiated with to stock Burke wines, I realized this place needed a massive overhaul and relaunch if my father and James Mitchell wanted to see a penny of profits come out of it. When I was done here, I would surely be the villain in everyone's story. I would need to arrange a meeting with my father and James Mitchell to bring in a marketing team on board, because, from what I'd seen so far, no one here would cut it. I left the wine tasting room well after dinner, and thank God, because I was in no mood to see or speak to anyone. I wasn't hungry, but I was in dire need of my favorite tequila, and doing that on an empty stomach wasn't ideal, even though getting drunk didn't sound half bad. I walked into the kitchen where the booze was and saw the chef, Antonio, cleaning up after dinner. "Signor Aster, I did not see you at dinner. I cooked albondinga soup if you would like some. There are also homemade tortillas, and Inez made empanadas." "Thank you, Antonio, but I think I will just have a drink by the pool. Perhaps a sandwich later," I said nicely, truly appreciating his professionalism. "It's a bit late to eat anything too heavy." "Soup is too heavy, huh? Why don't you try to sound like more of an old lady, Seb?" I smiled, trying to move past my stupid comment. Antonio nodded and returned my smile. "Understandable. I'll pour your tequila the way you like it." "I appreciate that. You are an excellent chef, by the way," I said while he grabbed a glass to pour my drink. "I didn't get the opportunity to give you my compliments last night." "Gracias," he said, more excited than when I entered. "They're family recipes that date back to the ancestors." He softly laughed. I took the glass he offered. "Well, your ancestors knew what they were doing." I finished with a grin, then spun on my heel and made a beeline for the pool. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was 10:30 in the evening, and most likely too late for this family to intrude upon me in my dire need of solitude. The last thing my nerves could handle was William Burke giving me a rundown on what he learned at another winery today. After I'd found a lounge chair to sit in, the pool's soft lighting illuminating the area with a soft ambient glow, I reclined and crossed one leg over the other, glancing up at a million stars in the dark sky and sipping on my drink as if it were medicine. As I took my first sip, the liquid comfortably warming my throat as it slid down, I heard a splash, prompting me to sit up and nearly spill my damn drink all over myself. "Oh, God," I heard Darcy say, running her hands over her wet hair, smoothing it back. "We must be connected," I answered, because I was about to say the same thing. "Tell me, which of the gods do you think will help you?" "If I need help with you," she said, swimming to the side of the pool as if I was in the mood to have a poolside conversation with her, "I'm pretty sure Hades would be the one." "Hades?" I questioned with confusion. "Yeah, you know, the Greek god of hell." I narrowed my eyes at her, casually sat back, and continued to sip my drink. And what makes you believe that I would know the Greek god of hell? Why not Zeus? I saw her eyes roll as she crossed her arms and leaned up on the ledge. For starters, Zeus is a good guy. Hades is pretty much the devil. And from the way you've torn through this place since you arrived, I would think you and he were best friends. You think Zeus is a good guy, huh? You might want to talk to Prometheus about that, I said, laying my head back and looking up at the star-filled sky. Unfortunately, Greek mythology and the devil are both things I don't have. Enough about the gods, okay? You seriously sent the entire winery staff on a field trip to other wineries so they could learn how to act? She interrupted me with a disgusted tone. Field trip? I said with the same argumentative tone. Yeah, you ran all of them out of here like toddlers. Why? Because it was apparent none of them had ever been to a winery. This one included. I can't even call this a legitimate winery. Oh? If I wasn't so irritated by her questioning me, I might have thought her challenging expression was charming. Not at all. As a matter of fact, when I met Miss Parsons, I heard you fired Steph after she dared to speak 2 words to you, she said, cutting me off again. I allowed her more than 2 words. In fact, the more she spoke, the more concerned I grew that she was the hostess for this place. And I won't even bring up the unprofessional way she was dressed. I saw Darcy bite her lip to prevent a smile before she looked away from me. I wasn't sure, but I got the notion that perhaps Miss Parsons bothered Darcy as much as me. It still doesn't matter, Darcy quickly returned. What matters is that we can't afford to shut this place down for a week while you send all the staff to other wineries. We can't afford to keep this place open with how it runs now. I'm contacting some highly experienced people in the industry, and whichever employees wish to continue working here will be trained by them once everything is in order. The days of running this place like a Bahamian tiki hut beach bar are over. I can very easily see that, she said. Then she pulled away from the side of the pool and sank back into the water. Perhaps you should at least have more regard for the people who work for us. Whether you like how they dress or not, most of them are good people. Most? I questioned that word. There are more like Miss Parsons? Good night, Mr. Aster, she said, turning away, swimming to the ladder on the other side of the pool, and pulling herself out of the water. I narrowed my eyes at the sight of her perfectly round ass in her swimsuit. And believe it or not, for the first time in what seemed to be a year, my dick perked back to life. I took a large gulp of my tequila and looked to my right, removing all images and thoughts of her from my mind. The very last thing I would do was involve myself with Darcy Burke. The woman and I seemed to hate each other, but I had to admit, she was as rude and outspoken as she was sexy. She was also as much of a problem for me as everything else I'd encountered since I arrived here, and everyone who knew me well knew that nothing could break my strong will. That willpower had kept me out of a lot of trouble in my younger years, and would continue to do so now.
Chapter 9. Darcy. I needed a damn massage after dealing with Sebastian for the past 2 weeks. The man who was now known to everyone here as the devil. He didn't merely come here to act like an asshole. It was clear that he arrived here with the deliberate intention to brutalize everyone's lives. Steph quit the day after she toured 3 wine estates with my dad, and I honestly wasn't too sad about it, because she needed to move on. I wasn't big on judging people, except for Sebastian Aster, of course, but Stephanie Parsons was the kind of person who walked around begging for it because of her ridiculous actions. I mean, she would screw anyone with a pulse who walked into this place. Her boyfriends, other people's boyfriends, and a handful of heavily buzzed patrons of the winery. She was 28 but acted like a horny teenager trying to bang her way out of a small town. It was beyond me why my dad had kept her on for so long. And no, it wasn't because she was also banging him. Billy Burke just had a huge heart and loved helping people. The disturbed look on Sebastian's face when he mentioned her did make me laugh a bit, though. I could only imagine how she greeted him and what she was wearing when they met. Actually, I didn't need to use too much imagination. The fact that Sebastian had shut the place down for 2 weeks of field trips and extensive training was proof enough that she was the straw that broke the camel's back for him. "You're just leaving for the night?" my mom asked after telling her I was heading to Los Angeles. I needed to turn in the article I'd written last month on Maxwell Barbison, the elite billionaire who resided in Florida, where he owned a pristine resort. "I'm not too sure," I answered her honestly. "This place is under construction now, and it's hard to get anything done with all of the contractors hammering and using table saws every 5 minutes. "I'm really sorry about this," she said. I knew she meant it, but she also allowed herself to be at the mercy of Sebastian's demands. "I know you're sorry, Mom," I answered her after I took a bite of my bagel. "But I'm sorry for you and Dad." "How so?" she answered, oblivious that she'd altered much of her personality to meet Sebastian's demands. "Mom," I said with sympathy, "you've practically aged 10 years by having him here. You are worried about everything now, and you've never worried about anything a day in your life. Until Sebastian showed up, I didn't think you knew what anxiety felt like." "It's just the pressure of having to do things to keep the business afloat. I didn't know how bad things were until Sebastian dug into the depths of it. We were failing miserably, honey," she said, swirling her tea bag around in circles while staring at the steaming hot lavender tea she was drinking. "It was failing, I agree with that." I reached over and ran a reassuring hand over her back. "But it wasn't as bad as this man has made it out to be. You and Dad are extremely outgoing and very charitable people. All that kindness eventually sneaked up and bit you both and this winery in the ass." "Yeah, I know." She ran her hand over her forehead, showing the defeat and failure she was feeling inside. "It's not something to beat yourself up over, Mom. Don't be ashamed that you lead from the heart. That is nothing to apologize for, and it doesn't make you a failure. Maybe it doesn't make you great business people, though." I smiled when her sad blue eyes met mine. "I'm just glad Sebastian could tell you what I've been saying for at least 3 years. "And that is?" "That you're going to lose it all if you keep giving it away and not looking to expand your marketing into other areas. That's why I thought it was a great idea when Mr. Mitchell and the Aster family were interested in investing in this estate." "Really?" She eyed me as if she'd caught me in a lie, sat up and offered me her undivided attention. "Is that why you've met Sebastian with arguments every time I've seen you in conversation with him?" "Okay. I said the help with marketing and expansion was a good thing. I never imagined they'd come into this place and remodel our residence. That's where Mr. Aster and I have gotten off on the wrong foot." I softly laughed. She sighed and narrowed her eyes at me. "Is it just that?" "What's that look for?" I questioned, trying to follow her. "I think this is some strange power exchange between a very attractive young man and my gorgeous, spirited daughter. I believe you're attracted to him as well." My eyes widened in shock. "Oh, no, Mom, you're going to have to stop with that," I informed her. "The man might be devastatingly handsome, but he's got the personality of a boar's asshole. He and I are worlds apart in our views about everything, and I mean every damn thing, down to peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You know me, and you imagining that I would dare to attract someone like that into my life is absolutely nuts." "You're spirited," she said with a smile. but with a wild heart that cannot be tamed. And you believe I would entertain a man like that? A man who has successfully broken my parents' wild spirits with his incessant critiques? A man who, if I were foolish enough to be attracted to only looks and money, would succeed in breaking your daughter's lively spirit as well? Unexpectedly, she smiled. I see you've already given much thought about what it would be like to— No, I haven't given it any thought at all. The only time I'm forced to think about anything like this with that wretched asshole is when you approach me like I'm an 18-year-old girl who is lusting after the wrong man. I'm almost 30, and I've been through enough failed relationships to know a disaster waiting to happen. Love happens when you least expect it, my darling, she said, blasting me with her hippie vibes. Let's stop talking about this, I said, smiling but getting creeped out that my mom saw some love story potential between Sebastian and me. I'm only saying that I see a spark in both of you when you get going. It's like you both love to hate each other, she chuckled. It's kind of cute. I stared at her in disbelief. I don't actually hate the man. I just find him completely off-putting. He's attractive, and I would be lying if I said otherwise, but like I said before, we are from two different worlds. We don't see eye to eye, and we never will. I honestly don't see myself unexpectedly falling in love with him, and I can guarantee you that it's the furthest thing from his mind with me. So get your hopes of that nonsense out of the clouds and just be excited that I finished my assignment for Maxwell Barbison. If that name is never mentioned in my presence again, it will be too soon, Sebastian's thunderous voice announced as he casually walked into the kitchen where Mom and I were. He made his way over to the $12,000 espresso machine he had delivered last week. Not a joke. $12,000 damn dollars for an espresso machine that, in my humble opinion, does the same thing a $30 one could do. This was the first morning we'd had a run-in in over a week. I knew his morning routine and had learned how to avoid him. Unfortunately, he wasn't walking in here at 6:30 in the morning, as usual when I took my morning runs. Instead, he was here at 7:30. Half an hour after his diabolical presence typically left the house and went to the tasting rooms to make the people still willing to work here miserable. The fun fact that he hated the billionaire I'd just written an article about was no surprise to me. Sebastian didn't seem the type to view anyone as a peer, let alone an equal. I could only imagine the petty jealousies that ran wild within those groups of 1%ers. "May I ask how you know the man?" Sebastian asked after I remained quiet. "No," I answered him. "Perhaps I should ask you how you know him, since you seem to have a harsh opinion." "My family has grown to loathe him in our circles in New York. He's a flashy upstart who flaunts his money like he's been given charge of the generational wealth he could never be so fortunate to inherit." "Well, shit," I said with wide eyes, ignoring the fact that my mother was most likely doing some hippie bullshit in her head about how cute this love-to-hate exchange was going down. Those really are some harsh opinions. Is that how people with old money view people with visions who become extremely successful after pursuing their dreams? Anyone foolish and flashy with their money is someone I judge harshly. Mark my words, the man's wealth and days of being an arrogant tycoon are numbered. "Oh? You are certain of that?" He took a sip of his espresso, his dark eyes matching mine in yet another stare-down. "I am. I've seen men like him rise and fall more times than I can count. They have no idea what they're doing, and it shows by how they flash their wealth.
Money changes people into utter fools who spend beyond their means, thinking it will always be there. Once they lose their vision, blinded by their newfound fortune, it is only a matter of time before they are swallowed up in a life they could not have prepared for."
"And how exactly are they swallowed up?" I questioned. Honestly, I agreed with what he said about the money running the show and people losing their way in life because of it.
"It usually starts with addictions of various kinds, substance abuse being the most prevalent. Although if they have a penchant for gambling, you can all but guarantee that will be the root of their demise. They wind up in rehab centers, divorced, and in the end all they're left with is a failing business that is slipping away as quickly as it manifested."
"He's not married," I said, challenging him.
"Not yet."
Sebastian arched a sexy eyebrow at me while taking another sip of his espresso.
"He will be, though, and I would venture to guess he goes through 5 wives before he looks for a coping mechanism, all while his business fails and people like me come in and bail it out."
"If I had to guess," I said, knowing that Maxwell was an attractive young 30-year-old man, "I'd say you are enemies with him because of an ex-girlfriend from Cambridge?" To my surprise, he grinned.
"I attended Oxford. However, I am surprised that you know Mr. Barbison attended Cambridge."
Shit. I did not need this man to know that I wrote the Billionaire gossip column. Not because I was still on the fence about doing an article on his bastard ass, but because I was smartly aware that he would be even more of a horrible dick to me for writing it. I was in no mood to be insulted by him, and the man seemed to survive these days by insulting everyone. I would not be the source of what gave him life in his dark world. "Everyone knows that," I said dismissively. "Google the guy and you'll get all the dirty details you want." I sipped my now cold coffee. "But you didn't answer my question. I think you dislike him because of an ex-girlfriend."
"No, far from that," he answered. "The man is just an idiot. I find it odd that you know anything about him."
Keep turning this back to him, Darcy. "I find it odd that you hate someone so much. You're smiling at the thought of buying up his failing empire after his 10th wife divorces him, and he develops a heroin addiction that rehab can't even help," I said, prompting him to grin again. Damn this asshole. His wolf grin was sexier than he was intolerable. I kept a straight face and severe expression, holding firm against the man's stupidly good looks. I had to pat myself on the back for this later, though, because I hadn't seen this daring smile before. It was a smile that made a girl want to... "Oh, no, you don't, Cupcake. No thinking about sex with this Ebenezer Scrooge-ass son of a bitch."
"Not 10 wives. My prediction was 5,
he answered, before finally looking over at my mom, who was silently watching us spar over a man I was sure had stolen Sebastian's one true love.
"Good morning, Martina," he greeted her. "I trust William is excited about our journey to the fermentation tanks today?"
Mom chuckled while I studied him, trying to charm her for the first time since he arrived.
"Anything that allows him to taste wine before 9 in the morning will always excite him."
She laughed again. Sebastian's lips pursed in humor.
"And thank God for that, because it will be yet another long day. I went there last evening to find out the tanks must be updated. At least 7 fail to ferment properly, costing this winery time and money."
"He mentioned that last night after you returned here at midnight."
"It was extremely late,"
he answered while I looked at my mom in shock that Dad would ever work so late.
"However, we got to the source of the problem. An element is going out, but it is good to know we can stop it. I'm excited that we will begin replacing them with more state-of-the-art machines and then move toward the other tanks that I'm sure are about to fail soon. They are as old as this place itself, and until we can get that area up to par, we may be outsourcing where the grapes are sent for fermentation until ours is up and running the way it should be.
Well, you two enjoy your morning, I said, bored with the conversation. I was much more excited about meeting with Avery and Ashley Mitchell tonight. Ashley's husband Jake was having a party on their yacht, and Avery had invited me last week when she called to chat. She asked me after I'd vented about what it was like to have Sebastian here with us for most of the call, so she probably felt sorry for me and thought I could use a break. I sure as hell wasn't about to turn down a party on a fucking yacht with a bunch of cool billionaires, so I was ready to go.
"You'll be back in a few days?"
my mom said with a smile. I should be, but if I'm not, don't worry. I looked at Sebastian's curious expression. I'll be back before Sebastian makes plans to repave driveways and change anything else he thinks isn't up to par.
I mean no offense by stating that the fermenting—
No offense taken. I flashed a fake smile. It's just that every time I've heard you in conversation with my parents, you're telling them that something must be replaced. While I'm gone, I'm curious about what else you'll find. Until then, have a good day, and I'll see you all later. Don't mind her. I heard my mom's voice fade in the distance as I pranced out of the kitchen. I was not about to continue with any more business talk. Sebastian was sure to find more issues with this place, and I wasn't lying when I said he'd repave the driveways next, because my God, there were cracks in them, and we can't have that.
Chapter 10. Sebastian. I had to admit to my miserable self that I found it entertaining to interact with Darcy on the rare occasions we had a chance run-in. And yesterday's conversation, which was basically me poking her about Maxwell Barbison, was the perfect example as to why. Was Maxwell a total dipshit? Absolutely. Was he going to lose all his newfound wealth? Probably not. But I would be shocked if he didn't go through at least 4 marriages. He was an upstart, which meant that unlike me and many others who came from old money, he didn't realize the only way to navigate the social construct was to marry within your class. Women raised with old money understood her and her husband's place in the caste system. Marriage was a business first, then romance followed. It all worked very well so long as everyone was on board. Sadly, men like Maxwell would learn the hard way. Most women would want him for his money or possibly his heart, but not both. It was none of my business either way, and I didn't particularly care how the man ended up, but I was curious about how Darcy Burke, a failing winery owner's daughter, knew who Maxwell was. All I knew of the man was that he chummed around with people in my circle and was the brother of my brother Mark's stupid mistake of a girlfriend. Mark had been entirely off the rails since he walked out on his wedding to the right woman and disappeared for almost a year, only to return with Ann Barbison on his arm around 6 months ago, a 22-year-old model who rose to mediocre fame by appearing in ads for her brother's resort, Whispering Palms, in Florida. She was a beautiful young woman, young being the key term that would end up landing Mark in even more trouble. The man had spun his life out of control, and it was only a matter of time before my father had to bail him out of a Costa Rican prison or something. The way Mark was behaving was a complete insult to my family's name, and hopefully his little fling with Anne, who was constantly stirring up shit, would end. So the reality was that I didn't know much about these upstarts, but the little I learned came from being forced to have a connection through Mark's poor decision-making. I suppose that was why Darcy's knowledge surprised me. If I didn't know much, how could she? Perhaps she Googled my family after I hurt her feelings for the upteenth time, and that's how she found out about Mark? Good God, if that's the case, she's got some good ammunition to use on my ass if she wants to, I said softly to myself. I sipped on my nightly glass of tequila out by the pool, the only place around here I found relaxing enough to retreat to. And since this was my second glass, I could admit that I did enjoy the one night I saw her sexy ass in a swimsuit. I know I'd turned almost as quickly as it started turning me on, but her taut ass was something I hadn't been able to remove from my mind since I'd seen it for a brief couple of seconds. Ping. That's enough of that shit, I said to myself, thankful that an incoming text interrupted my thoughts that I had no business thinking. John, I thought I'd check in and see if you're still alive after being forced to live in California. I grinned at my baby brother's text. John was an OB/GYN oncologist at St. John's Hospital in L.A., and he cemented a respectable name for himself, making the family proud after all his successes and publications in various medical journals. John had had a rough run with the family for a while, and I wasn't proud of myself for my part in that, trying to pull him away from his life in L.A. and his now wife, Mickey. Our parents raised us to focus on furthering the family's legacy, but John bucked at tradition and snuck out the back door, pursuing a life of his own as a doctor and living in California. It didn't blow over well for a long time, and it wasn't until I lost Melissa that we all realized life was too short to let our stubbornness keep us apart. After all, we were Asters, which was more important than anything. Sebastian, this whole thing is a disaster. I haven't talked to our father since last week when I told him how bad off this place was, from the debts to the fact that it needs a complete overhaul. John. Well, I just got off the phone with the old man, and I'm doing my brotherly duty by inviting you to visit me here while my bride is away, visiting her parents. Well, that, and I'm bored. Maybe I'll visit our family's latest and greatest investment instead? I wasn't going to sit here and text all night when a phone call would clear this up faster, so I called my brother instead, and he answered on the first ring. What's up? I was fine with texting, John said with humor. Yeah, well, you know me. I'd rather not play on my phone. I prefer a 5-minute phone conversation than a 20-minute text message exchange. Right, and that is why no one ever pinned you for being the fun one in the family, he said with a laugh. Listen, I can't make it down. I'm buried in shit up to my fucking eyeballs at this place. I think our parents assigned me to do this as punishment. Our parents, the ones you still allow to control your sorry ass, always have some form of punishment in mind whenever they are allowed to dictate what we do with our lives. That's your opinion, not mine. They weren't punishing you by expecting you to live your life as you were raised. I hope you just understood what you said out loud to me, he chuckled. No one gets to have expectations about how someone else lives their life. John, I'm not getting into this with you again. You're the baby of the family, and Mark's life is off the rails, and because of that, I have no other option but to keep our family's businesses alive by taking everything on by myself. Spare me the guilt trip and your big brother manipulation tactics, he said dryly. You can live your life any way you deem fit. If you think you've got to be the future king and keep the wealth going, as if it will ever run out, then so be it. Be the prince you are, do our parents' bidding, and don't complain to me that they are punishing you. You're not being punished. You're living the dream as the eldest child of Sebastian III and Margot Aster. I'm thankful I declined your invitation, I said with annoyance. That's a shitty thing to say to your little brother who knows for a fact that what you're doing right now is far from the punishment you're probably about to receive. What are you going on about now? I questioned with a roll of my eyes, sobering up from the tequila that had fully relaxed me a moment ago. Well, I was on Jake Mitchell's yacht yesterday. I only went for one night since Mickey had to fly out early this morning. Jake Mitchell? You're talking about Jim's brother, the doctor? Yes, Dr. Mitchell, my colleague and friend. And? Anyway, he said with a bit of humor in his voice, Jake and Jim's wives were there conversing with a lovely, beautiful woman. You're not setting me up with anyone out here, I said, wanting the conversation to end now that I knew the real reason John had gotten in touch. No, he laughed. though I am trying to prevent that with this call. Stop fucking around and get to the point. If you want to prevent me from being set up with a lovely, beautiful woman 7 hours away, then I think you're in the clear. So get to it, and tell me why you are talking about this at all. Okay, calm down, big guy, he said. I was only wondering if you'd met her. Her name is Darcy Burke. Dear God, what is Darcy Burke doing hanging around my baby brother? And the Mitchells. What the hell with that woman? I questioned. I think she's a gold digger or something. First she's talking about Maxwell Barbison with her mother in their kitchen, and now she's chumming it up with all of you on Jake Mitchell's yacht? She's friends with both Mitchells' wives, and now mine apparently. She's quite the firecracker, he said, finding all this humorous. That's fantastic. And yes, I've met her. Her parents own this winery, I said, annoyed that he was playing coy. Why do you ask? Well, I think she fucking hates you, man, he laughed, and I could only roll my eyes. She and I didn't get off on the right foot. For some reason, she takes everything I do to improve this place as a personal insult. Really? He said dramatically, stifling a laugh unsuccessfully. You mean to tell me she's not finding your pompous ass to be the kind and decent fellow everyone knows you're not? John, cut to the chase, please. What the hell are you laughing about, and why we're even having this conversation? I swear I'm not trying to laugh, but I think it's hilarious. He cleared his throat. Oh, come on, Seb. It won't be all that bad. Like Dad and I discussed, you've been in a dark place for a long time. Something or someone needs to pull you out of it. It won't be all that bad? What exactly is the it that you're referring to? Because if it's me being anything more than that woman's dad's boss, you've all lost your minds. Good, he quickly said. No one expects you to date her or anything. As if, I answered, feeling my heart hammering in my chest at the thought that my father would betray me in such a way. The idea was preposterous. But it was her idea to host something that might allow you to meet a woman of your status. You know, get back in the game and out of this Walking Dead life you're in. I felt the blood leave my face. Did you just say it was her idea? How many people know about this? I swear to God, if Jim and Dad quickly latched onto her idea to generate buzz and stimulate income for the winery, which they had no idea was such a money pit. Dad called me after Jim did to ensure I support you in a healthy way. He is worried about you, Seb, John said. What the fuck is going on? What has this woman planned to pimp me out so this shithole can start making money instead of taking it from our personal accounts? I seethed. A Billionaires Bachelor Benefit Charity event, where eligible bachelors will be auctioned off to date. The auction for the date starts at $1 million, which you and I both know is pocket change for the women in our circles, and it's a beautiful contribution to charity. The funds will be divided, 70% to the winery and 30% to the women's shelter that Jim's wife runs. It's for tax write-offs, of course. I stared intently at the pool, shocked that the anger coursing through my body wasn't boiling the water from my furious gaze. I will not be attending, I said, shocked beyond all belief that Darcy would pull this shit on me. From how Dad made it sound, you have no other option. You're the one who keeps adding up the coin that needs to be thrown at the winery, so it's time you chip in and help pay shit off, he said. So this is a personal bitch fit that our father is throwing? No, I think the only one this is personal to is Darcy. Like I said, you must have really pissed her off, because she pitched it in such a way that even our dad took the bait when Jim proposed it to him this morning. I couldn't help but laugh at the audacity of this bold woman who wanted to get even with me. Well, I could play petty, childish games too, and her cute, sassy way of getting back at me was about to backfire in her adorable little smart-ass face. You still there? John asked while my mind went in 100 directions about how to get retribution for the idea she probably came up with while drunk on the yacht. Jesus, who would have known I shouldn't have let the woman out of my sight after pissing her off? I'm here. This is truly unfortunate. I sighed and feigned frustration. How so? You're the most eligible bachelor in the land. Every available woman, and a lot of men too for that matter, is dying to get a date. You'll have the highest bid on your ass for sure. At least 20 million. Is that so? I smiled, excited to ruin everyone's plans for my life, especially Darcy's. Well, I'm not a bachelor, I lied. You see, Darcy and I sort of have a thing. Everything you might have heard about how much we hate each other is far from the truth. I'm quite certain Darcy was just drunk, and I know you think I'm a complete idiot, Seb, John said through more laughter, but I've met a lot of people who think you're a self-righteous prick. And she's got the look, okay? This woman hates you, and I can hear your disdain for her in your voice. You're just a chicken shit, and you don't want your handsome ass auctioned off. I swear to God, John, no need to bring God into it. I just had to give you a heads up before you got ambushed. You're the type who needs to prepare yourself, and you've already been through a lot. Well, I suppose I appreciate the heads up on this one, especially because Darcy Burke conjured this plan, and it somehow met with our father's approval. But I promise, Darcy will go through more hell than she thinks she's planned for me. John laughed. Holy shit. I can't imagine what it's like being in the company of you two, given how you talk about each other behind the other's back. I smiled. Well, you're about to have that opportunity, because she will be my fake girlfriend to keep me from being the prized bull on the auction block at her little benefit. And how will you do that? Trust me, she's got something I can bribe her with. She'll be all smiles and all over me when we show up together at this stupid little benefit, which is in how many days? Once the planners get the go-ahead and the invitations are sent, things like this can be planned in less than a month. I would stay on the safe side and assume it'll probably be maybe 2 months. Perfect. I folded my hands together, thinking of all the ways I could make Darcy regret trying to fuck with me. I'd never felt, or probably looked, more like a cartoon villain. That's more than enough time for me to make some public appearances with the woman in my arm, and it will be evident by then that I'm not a bachelor. You know Mom and Dad are going to lose their shit when they find out you're dating the daughter of... They can lose their shit all they want. According to your call with Dad, they were willing to pimp me out to make money off my being single again. Actually, I hope this pisses them off more than when you and Mark went against their wishes. Ha! Now we've finally pulled your handsome ass over to the dark side. Welcome to the Black Sheep Club. I don't give a shit what happens. I will not tolerate games, and Darcy Burke has crossed a line. I wish I could be a fly on the wall when she finds out she's forced to date you, he chuckled, because she seemed overly elated with the idea of you being auctioned off. I'm quite sure she was. Now, I need to go. I have some digging to do if I want to leverage her into this. My brother and I hung up, and I immediately went to work to uncover who the hell Darcy was. It was open season. Everything was fair game now, and I wouldn't back down. I didn't care how relentless I had to be. I would find a way to make her eat her words.
Chapter 11. Darcy. I couldn't be happier that I'd decided to join Avery and Ashley on this yacht party cruise. I'd met a ton of incredible people and was given a priceless opportunity, which had presented itself 2 nights ago after James Mitchell walked by a group of us ladies as we stood in lively conversation. He kissed Avery sweetly on her cheek and greeted the rest of us. After the usual general pleasantries, Jim asked me how things were going at the winery, most likely because he already knew all the dirty details about what Sebastian had found wrong with everything. Jim seemed concerned by how much money was needed to be invested just to reopen and relaunch the business, and I used it as my opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. I couldn't blame Mr. Mitchell for being apprehensive that his investment was costing him more money than he'd imagined. But what did he expect when the man overseeing the project insisted upon purchasing a $12,000 espresso machine? It seemed Jim frowned upon Sebastian's ridiculous spending patterns, so I felt there was no better time than the present to come up with an idea to put Sebastian's antics to an end. If my plan stuck, I would walk away with pride. This party was a perfect opportunity for me to share my ideas and simultaneously give Sebastian a taste of the discomfort he'd been spreading around the winery. So, with everyone on the yacht sharing a healthy and happy buzz, Jim pressed everyone for ideas for a quick fundraising event. He wanted something to get the word out about Burke wines and help bring in money for the monumental costs Sebastian was incurring for the remodeling. The thing about savvy people in business, James Mitchell in particular, was that they never spent their own money on their developments. Instead, they were creative in finding ways to have money funded for them, whether through charities, donations, or people in their circles needing tax write-offs. Whatever the case, they found ways to market themselves so that people wanted to invest in them, for reasons that would help everyone involved. I was half drunk when I threw out my idea of the Billionaire bachelor benefit, auctioning off eligible bachelors to women in their circle of wealth who would pay anything to date them. I didn't expect the outcome to be what it was, an idea that Jim and his VP Spencer loved, which kept contagious, excited smiles on their faces for the rest of the evening. The only reaction that made me a bit nervous when he learned about the plan was that of Dr. John Aster, Sebastian's younger brother, who fatefully happened to attend this party. I couldn't tell if he was amused or disturbed that his brother would be the face of this auction, knowing there was no one on the market that a woman of their status would pay more for. But he had a certain glimmer in his eye every time it was mentioned. "You're going to get burned if you lay out by this pool for another second. Here's some sunblock," Avery said in her scratchy and playful voice, rousing me from thoughts about how much Sebastian Aster would hate me when I returned home tomorrow. "I just put some on," I said, lifting my head from where I lay on a lounge chair face down, allowing the sun to tan my back. I haven't been out in the sun like this for a while, and trust me, I'm not a fan of nursing second-degree burns. "No shit," Avery said, opening the umbrella for shade as she prepared to join me on a lounge chair to my right. "Are you ready to return and face Sebastian's new reason to stress?" She chuckled and sprayed on sunblock even though she was perfectly shaded. "If I'm lucky, he'll be consumed by work and have nothing to say to me for the rest of his time there." I grinned. Avery arched an eyebrow at me. "Oh, babe, that man will not keep quiet about that, especially when he finds out you had everything to do with it." I rolled my eyes. "Hopefully you're wrong about that." "I'm not," she offered me a cute grin. "Men can be such babies sometimes, especially the entitled immature ones." "True," I answered as the poolside waiter brought us cucumber water and stepped away. "By the temper tantrums this man has thrown about the winery, I can bet his immaturity will take over and he'll be barking complaints once he learns I was behind all of this." "Do you think he'll find out?" Avery asked, sitting back and allowing the warm breeze from the harbor to wash over her as we soaked up our last couple of hours on the yacht. Well, Jim was concerned about going through with the idea because he was afraid it might make my life with Sebastian more hellish, but I told him I could handle the man. She pulled her sunglasses down and looked over at me. "It really is a great idea," she said with a laugh. Jim and I were talking about how we'd heard of benefits like this, but Jim never imagined hosting one for any of his investments. Well, it's obvious this is Jim's first time investing with an Aster. Maybe it's just me, but he doesn't seem thrilled about it. She reclined back again, closing her eyes behind her sunglasses. The Asters are no different from any other investor Jim has worked with. I've met the parents a couple of times. The mom's a bitch, but she pretends to be nice. She smirked over at me. Not my type of person. The dad is just as stiff as you say Sebastian is. They're just a typical ultra-wealthy family that thinks they're better than the next stupidly rich family. So strange. I've interviewed a lot of elites, and I agree with you. They are all laser-focused on their money and status. But being out here with all of you guys hasn't felt like I've been hanging around 1%ers. I glanced around at the luxurious pool area on the top floor of this yacht and laughed. Well, maybe Jake and Ashley's family yacht makes it feel a little that way. Avery laughed. Make no mistake, honey, she said with a hint of sassiness. We all might be doing well, but everyone here puts their pants on one leg at a time, you know? Does it ever get to you? I questioned. Avery's story was exceptional because she wasn't born into the level of wealth that she has now. She was a nearly homeless, single mother when she met and fell in love with Jim, and you could see from a mile away that they were deeply in love. It was a Cinderella story if I'd ever heard one. Does what get to me? Having more money than Jim and I will be able to spend in 1,000,000 lifetimes? She chuckled, then sighed. I suppose the answer is yes. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but Jim does an amazing job keeping me grounded if I get overwhelmed. How so? I asked. More often than not, it's the lifestyle that can be uncomfortable. Like being expected to interact with certain types of people I have nothing in common with. I didn't go to prep school, and I didn't get a Porsche for my 16th birthday. So a lot of the people we are forced to rub elbows with at certain functions make my anxiety go through the roof. Like, no, Helen, I don't know the celebrity dog groomer you're talking about. Oh my God, I laughed loudly. I can't imagine those conversations. They take some weird twists and turns, let me tell you. Avery laughed. I've learned how to deal with those weirdos, though. It took some time, but I've gotten good at suffering the foolishness, if you know what I mean. The things that still get to me are simple, though. Sometimes I will walk through our beautiful home, and when I look around at everything, it seems surreal that it's mine. I'm so grateful for it, but it can be intimidating if I stop and think about it. Do you feel like you don't deserve it? I asked after hearing a hint of sadness in her tone. Yeah, sort of. You interviewed Jim and learned how he and I fell hard for each other. It was never about his money or my lack of money. We truly couldn't live without each other. Still, I have my moments. Finding the love of your life, someone who loves you as intensely as you do them, is beautiful, and having all these luxuries to go with it sometimes makes me think it's not normal to have it all. I get afraid that I'll wake up one day and realize it was all a dream. You have a hard time accepting that you deserve love and happiness? She pulled her sunglasses down and looked over at me. You know, I guess I do. My ex, Addie's dad, she said, referring to her daughter, whom Jim wasted no time in adopting and making his own after they were first married. He love-bombed me like hell, and I thought he was the perfect man. That mask and dream faded when I got pregnant with Addie, and then the nightmare of who he was began. I dealt with that bastard for far too long, and because of his bullshit, we lost everything. I finally left because I didn't want my daughter to grow up and think life should be that way. It takes a strong woman to do what you did. Yeah, well, I'm still healing from a lot of that shit, Because if I weren't, I wouldn't have these little insecurities hit me now and then. And like I said, Jim keeps me grounded, reminding me of his love and my worth through that. A beautiful happily ever after. I smiled. Well, it's not always sunshine and rainbows. She chuckled. Jim knows how to love me, but also how to get under my skin. Doesn't every husband? She glanced at me. Of course. Yet. Forget it. You'll hate me for it. It's stupid. She trailed off, and I grew instantly curious about what was going through her head. No, you can't do that. Why would I hate you for anything? What were you going to say? She did this adorable cringe expression, then pinched her lips tightly in humor. Okay. She sat up and crossed her legs where she sat. Jim knows I hate overspending with a passion. In fact, I still won't buy name brands because I think it's ridiculous to buy overpriced shit because of a label. I'm the same way. I laughed. If you visited the winery, you'd see I get that from my parents. She offered me a knowing grin. So, you understand when I say that when Jim brought the same $12,000 espresso maker that Sebastian bought into our kitchen a while ago, it infuriated me. I couldn't help but laugh in response. You heard how I felt about that the other night when I told you about Sebastian's. Right. Well, it was one of our worst and silliest fights. I was determined to prove that we didn't need the damn thing and that it worked the same as a cheap one would. Exactly, I answered her. Well, Jim is a businessman, and he won't let shit go when he believes he's right. I, too, am immune to letting shit go when I know I'm right. How did you guys end your fight? Well, tasting from the two separate machines and discovering I was right, of course. She laughed. The difference was that Jim wanted the fucking thing no matter the cost. For some silly reason, he was obsessed with having it, and then I brought money into play and dismissed his feelings. Well, that's easy to see why you would. You didn't come from money like he did, so you see it differently. Right, she smiled. But that doesn't make it right to treat him like an indulgent asshole for not living how I used to live. The thing is, Jim and I might as well have grown up on two entirely different planets, but we both have flaws and imperfections, and somehow it still works. I began to remember her mentioning that I would hate her for this story, which made me wonder what the underlying point was. Where are you going with this? I asked. It's probably nothing, she said. But the other night, when you were drunk, you said the same thing about Sebastian. Then you brought up your irritation with your mom for pointing out the kind of back-and-forth, argumentative, bantering relationship you two have. Yes, and I don't remember much of that conversation, I said, wishing I had never gotten drunk on tequila, and not because of the hangover I suffered yesterday morning either. I just see how adorable you are when you talk about him and everything that infuriates you about him. It reminds me of Jim and me. We're from two separate worlds, and the same things that piss me off about Jim are the things that piss you off about Sebastian. What the hell was wrong with everyone? Was Cupid shooting everyone in the ass on my behalf these days? Why would Avery come to such a conclusion after all the ranting I'd done about the guy? How could anyone look at two people who are constantly fighting and think it's a good idea for them to be together? If ever there was a recipe for misery. For one, I was drunk, I reminded her. And two, from what I know about Sebastian and what I can see from being around Jim, they are two entirely different men. Jim is a good and decent man. Sebastian is a dick. But you're dealing with the business side of the guy. I find it very interesting that he even includes you in conversation about his plans when you have nothing to do with them. You don't even work there. And make no mistake, the businessman's side of these men are always dickish. I don't see that in your husband, though, I said honestly. She laughed loudly. Oh, honey, be grateful you haven't had to deal with that guy. Would it paint a clearer picture to tell you how I used to work for him and he fired my ass? Left me hanging in the breeze with no job and a 5-year-old little girl to take care of. Are you serious? Yeah, he thought I'd lied. He dumped me soon after. Wow, well, that sort of makes Sebastian look like a saint. It's what I'm trying to tell you. There's always a soft side, if you're willing to look for it. This is the thing, I said with a smile. I'm not willing to look for it. I truly do not find the man attractive. Not in the way you found yourself with Jim. I have no idea what you smoked before you came out here, and I know that even if I were piss-drunk at the time, I didn't talk about the man like I wanted a relationship with him. I want his ass on that auction block and extremely uncomfortable, just like he's made me and my family since he arrived at the estate. She laughed. You may not see it now, but give it time, and I guarantee you'll remember this conversation. Shit. I rolled my eyes and sat up. I had to pack my shit and head back to the miserable bastard that everyone seemed convinced I had a love connection with. I thought Ashley was the spiritual hippie out of everyone, I said, referring to Avery's sister-in-law. But apparently her incense has gotten to your head. Hey, when I hear someone talk about a person the way you speak about that man, I pay attention. Maybe nothing comes of it, and I'm out of my mind. And maybe not. Time will tell. What will come out of it is this. If the man didn't hate me before I left for this mini-vacation with all of you, he will when I get back, and he finds out this auction was all my idea, I said, knowing that I'd sealed the deal on our destiny of never being together, even if hell froze over. We shall see, Avery chuckled. You wait patiently on that, I started, and I'm going to finish packing my stuff. I'll meet you all for lunch before we get off the yacht. With that, I left Avery to continue thinking crazy thoughts about me and Sebastian, and chose to focus and prepare myself for coming face to face with the man who would undoubtedly want me skinned alive. Though I disagreed with what Avery said, I had to smile at her fairy tale way of thinking. I couldn't and wouldn't fault anyone for trying to find the good in the bad, but sometimes enough was enough. I didn't want to date anyone these days. I was very happy being alone, as I'd been for the last couple of years. I wasn't looking for a relationship, nor did I want one. So, no matter what anyone thought about a handsome, very eligible bachelor living with me and my parents, I would be the first to crush those dreams. The only thing I wanted from him being an eligible bachelor was to pimp his ass out and use other women's desire to rake in a shit ton of money.
Chapter 12. Sebastian. I swirled the contents of the Pinot Noir I was about to taste in my glass. After a healthy inhale, I could tell I would be impressed with the flavors. However, like everything I'd encountered at this place, I wouldn't get my hopes up until after I sampled it. Luckily, my assumptions were correct, and the flavor of the light red was to my satisfaction. Finally, something was going right around here. Like most wines from Saratoga Valley, it offered a unique expression of the elegant grape from which it was created. Like our winery on the coast of Normandy in France, Saratoga's wineries boasted delicate red fruit flavors and subtle earthly tones, primarily due to the cooler climate where those grapes were grown. Of course, France and California's vineyards were worlds apart. That was obvious to anyone whether they knew their wines or not, but there were very subtle similarities I could pick up on, and I was impressed. This Pinot had a beautiful balance between fruitiness and complexity, with notes of cherry, raspberry, and hints of spice. It perfectly represented the vineyard where its grapes were grown and harvested. The wine had been aged only 3 years, and since it could usually take between 2 to 8 years for a good wine to be produced after harvest, I was truthfully impressed that, in my opinion, the wine had reached its full potential in a short amount of time. Finally, we had some promising potential for this place. The new fermentation tanks were coming next week, and we'd be harvesting by the end of September, close to 3 months from now, which meant I'd have plenty of time to work with the marketing team to expand and distribute more wine than this place had ever done. Once that was in place, we could likely start seeing a return on our investment here in as little as 4 years. If Darcy Burke hadn't come up with a ridiculous plan to help recoup losses quickly, I would have been proud of how rapidly I'd managed to turn this shit show around and get the numbers into the black again, and bringing in an enormous amount of cash flow that would make everyone happy they invested in this place. Speaking of that little devil, her high-spirited ass came home, all smiles and laughter, last evening, while I was having dinner with Billy and Tina Burke for the first time since the day I'd arrived. The family was fascinating to say the very least. We didn't discuss anything personal, just small talk about how we would progress, and how I was increasingly impressed with the staff's professionalism since we'd reopened the tasting rooms yesterday. I loved to see that the supply and demand system our marketing team put in place had worked to fill up the calendar and book this place solid for the next 2 months. Slowly but surely, and with the right skill in play, we were getting the Burke Wines brand out there. Feeling a bit lighter in my mood because of that, I decided to share that exciting news with Billy and Tina over dinner, and it didn't take long before Miss California breezed into the dining area, practically skipping with a newfound sense of excitement. Little did she know that the breakfast I'd invited her to this morning by the poolside bar was meant to extinguish her smug happiness about me being auctioned off like a broodmare. "Hey," she said, wearing a soft pink floral camisole that enhanced the tan of her freshly sun-kissed skin. "I know you didn't miss me, so I'm not sure why you invited me to breakfast." "Why wouldn't I miss you?" I said with a smile of my own, knowing that the tables of excitement were about to turn. "Well," she pulled the omelet Antonio had just set down toward her and thanked him before returning her attention to me. "I guess you did." She chuckled and took a sip of juice while I forked a cube of cantaloupe and popped it into my mouth. "I must say that I was shocked to get home and find you were having dinner with my parents." "That's because we were discussing the excellent progress being made here. Contrary to what you might think, I offer good news as well. It isn't only critiques." "Tell me something," she said, staring at me with her usual combative expression. "Okay," I said after sipping my coffee and forking a slice of strawberry. "You say you're not only about giving critiques, but everything that's come out of your mouth since you got here has been nothing but that. Yes?" "A fair statement." "So, what did you do to make you finally offer my parents good news about something? I'm sure it wasn't because you found something you liked that was already in place." "I'm not sure I follow you," I said, confused by her accusation. "There's nothing you haven't critiqued here. So the fact that you were finally sitting down with my parents and offering them good news is suspicious. Seems obvious that if you had good news, it had to come from something you did." I grinned at her insult because it was mostly true. "If you must know, I found the vineyards and the way the grapes are being grown, their location, irrigation, and all of that, to my liking." "Yeah, right," she nodded, eating her omelet and barely tolerating me. "It's true. I'm impressed. Your father knows his grapes, and that was something I wasn't too sure about. Now you understand why he does well in this business and why it was a good investment for your family," she said with a cockiness she was about to lose in a few moments. Well, I didn't say that he was a good businessman, I said, and because of his lack of sense there— No, she stopped me, bringing her cloth napkin to her lips. I will not sit here eating breakfast with you and allow you to insult my dad. I paid him a compliment first. Is it wrong of me to set the record straight after you praised his business acumen? She narrowed her eyes at me. I don't need you correcting me, she exhaled. In fact, while we're on the subject of my dad and his horrible business acumen— She paused, and I smiled. Go on. Perhaps you're going to tell me that you could run this place better than me. She folded her arms and placed them on the table. Perhaps, she smiled. I assumed she thought her plan to auction me off for a date night hadn't gotten back to me. Ah, I baited her more. And how would you propose to save a failing winery with amazing wine and no one to market it? Well, you bring the winery to the wealthy people who have never heard of it before, she said with a knowing arch of her eyebrow. Indeed, I smiled. But how would you accomplish something like that when the last thing the wealthy want is to be intruded upon? Well, I'm sure they're up for tasting wine, specifically something new. Especially— She paused, and I could tell she was trying not to laugh. Especially what? Especially Sebastian Aster's wine. I watched her cover a smile, utterly amused by her secret plan. If I hadn't had a trick up my sleeve to turn this around on her, I'd be outraged by the young woman's presence. But I had my plan to checkmate her ass, and because of that, I found this exchange entertaining. Ah, I see, I answered her. Of course, you must know there's more to it than marketing. Like I said, the wealthy do not like to be bothered with nonsense and solicitors. Right. They must want to invest, she challenged. And they can only want to invest if they taste what Sebastian Aster is offering. She sat back in her chair. I believe there are hundreds, if not more, of people of your status who would pay anything to sample a piece of you. I met her challenging expression with an arch of my brow. You believe that, huh? I know that, she said too proudly. Of course you do, I said. The time for her games was over, and now it was my turn to flip the script. But how would you know anything about what people of my status would feel about me enough to want to sample a piece of anything I had to offer? Her confident expression started to falter. Well, it's obvious. You're a good-looking man with a lot of money. A dime a dozen. People of my status want more than that, I lied. Obviously, people of my status were attracted to wealth and success before anything else. Still, I lied for a reason, which was unfolding before my eyes as I watched confident and cute Darcy turn into timid and concerned Darcy. Forgive me, I forgot. They want status and success, too. Tell me, she seemed to grow flustered, why are we even having this conversation? And why did you ask me to breakfast? Why did you accept my invitation? I smiled. I asked first. Well, to answer your first question, we're having this conversation because you boldly proclaimed that you could run a business better than me. Well, not better than you. Who knows? Maybe I could. Perhaps you could. If you researched business models and planned things well in advance, your feisty competitive nature, which I find myself combating daily, would do very well. I do my research, she answered. Not well enough. I dabbed the corners of my mouth. Certainly not as well as I would, and that's a fact. You seem confident in that, she challenged. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have challenged you to counter that truth. Well, my latest business plan, which I proposed for a quick return on your and Jim Mitchell's investment in the winery, proves that I'm better at ROI than you could ever be. Bingo. It didn't take long for me to get this conversation where I wanted it. Now she was agitated, flustered, overly confident, and about to be blindsided about her stupid plan. Oh? What did you come up with? You act like you've set some plan into action, and my father and Mr. Mitchell have adopted it. You mean to sit here and tell me that you know nothing about it? She questioned with confusion. Perhaps we now know your reason for accepting my offer to join me for breakfast? Huh? She said with irritation, and I couldn't help but chuckle. You came to see how upset and concerned I was about this little business plan you proposed to Jim and my father? I said with a roll of my eyes. Her smile returned. It seems you're not too thrilled about it? Oh, when you learn my plans, you will be the one who is not too thrilled about it. There's no way you'll be able to back out of this. You know this winery needs money, and you know— I cut her off before she could finish her sentence. I was done hearing about me being the grand prize of this obnoxious bachelor benefit. I know the bachelor, Maxwell Barbison, won't fetch as much money as you've pitched to Jim and my father. I wasn't expecting him to. I knew that you would, though. Well, I'd have to be an eligible bachelor to participate, I said. And I'm not. Oh, God. She rolled her eyes. What? Did you snag Steph as a girlfriend to avoid this while I was gone? No. You are my new girlfriend, whether you want to be or not. Never going to happen. She laughed as if I were joking. Never say never, sweetheart. I smiled. Never. Perhaps you'll reconsider when I tell you that I'm willing to give you any details you'd like about me and my personal life for your cute little gossip column. The color drained from her face. What? You see, it's as simple as this. The thing those vultures want most, even more than to date me, is to know every detail about me. I'm sure you already knew this in your line of work. Yeah, she said unconvincingly. Well, by allowing you to write a tell-all article about me, you will bring in an insurmountable revenue to your magazine and that spying billionaire chump you unfortunately work for. And it will also bring in peak interest to this estate, far more than auctioning me off ever would. She paused for a long time, probably weighing pros and cons like no one ever had. All I have to do is pretend that I'm your girlfriend to keep you from getting auctioned off? She said, as if this deal was worse for me than I would make it for her once we started fake dating. Correct. You stand in as my girlfriend, who I fell head over heels for soon after I arrived here, and I'll give you everything you need to know for your column. It's a win-win. I'm no fool, she said. You're a businessman, and you will always be the one to come out on top. No, I simply stated, but it needs to be believable. So if I see that you're not playing your role for everyone to see, the deal is off. What if I insist the deal is off? You wouldn't do that. I've researched you, and of all those bottom-feeding dumbasses you've been writing about, this will be your biggest story by a mile. Her expression told me I was right. You need this as much as I do, she said. Do I? She said in an exhale of nervousness and frustration. Fine, but this is only to help my parents. I grinned, knowing she had no idea what she was in for. Excellent. Now I will inform my parents and Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell about how we're in love. You more with me, of course, and remove my name from their roster of stallions to be auctioned. No, she instantly shook her head. Jim and Avery can't— Well, Avery can't know about this. They must know about this. They're attending your ridiculous event. Everyone will know about this, I said somberly. She was nervous, and I was already enjoying watching her squirm in her hatred of me for ruining her plans. You don't understand. Avery and I were talking, and— Oh? I smiled. Perhaps she was already predicting a love affair blossoming between a grieving widower such as myself and a spoiled brat such as yourself. She didn't like that. Oh, you know that, huh? That's what women do, isn't it? They see fairy tales in every situation. I stood. However, I am no goddamn prince, and I will be rescuing no one. I'm just trying to survive this horrific life since my wife died, all while people are trying to take advantage of me and force me into brutally uncomfortable situations. I picked up my phone from the table and slid it into the inside pocket of my suit coat. You will stand in as my fake girlfriend, Darcy Burke, and you'll play your role. Our first double date will be with the Mitchells and the people in their circle, and you're going to make sure everyone knows that you positively adore your new boyfriend. And your parents? She said through gritted teeth, standing up and looking like she wanted to punch me in the face. What will they think of you dating someone like me? They will be outraged and disgusted. I do not doubt that, I said. That just gives me more fuel to go through with this business plan of mine, which is more successful than yours, because unlike you, Darcy, I do my research. I know everything before I throw out ideas and hope they will stick. I slid my hands into my pockets, watching her seethe and feeling the same. I hope you're proud of yourself for involving me in your petty little game, because if you hated me before you left to go chum it up with all those people, you will despise me now. I'm not afraid of you, she snapped. You shouldn't be, I answered her outburst of frustration. But what you will be is miserable until after that ridiculous event. That should concern you more than fearing me. Go fuck yourself, she said. Her rage replaced every comeback she wanted to give me, but she couldn't think. Perhaps I'll have you do that if you try to pull anything else like this on me again. Ugh, I heard her say after I left her to process everything I'd roped her into. I couldn't help but smile, knowing that everyone who'd planned this, thinking it was in my best interest, would soon find out it was the worst thing to expect me to do. If that's how they wanted to play it, I would ensure everyone was as uncomfortable as me. No one had any regard for my grief, because they decided it was time for me to move on. The outrageous part was that they thought the best way to open me up was to make a joke out of me, standing me on stage and auctioning me off like a prized hog. Fuck no. I had more self-respect than that, and everyone was about to find that out, especially Darcy Burke.
Chapter 13. Darcy. I stormed into my room like a pissed-off 4-year-old who had her Barbie's hair ripped out by a nasty little boy on the playground. I slammed the door shut, leaned back against it, and slid down until my ass landed on the painted concrete floor of my room. This fucking dick, I told myself about Sebastian. Completely trapped, but not ready to give up. He caught me off guard, that's for damn sure, but he would not win. Well, the only way he would win is if I were all about the money he'd baited me with to date him. Money that would be made off the article, which would give me everything I wanted as a journalist. It wasn't about the money the article would make, but Sebastian's story would be the biggest exclusive ever, catapulting my notoriety and giving me tons of new business opportunities in respectable fields of journalism. I could finally leave Lifestyles and start my own magazine, or publishing company for that matter, with the earnings I'd make, and my name recognition after that would open doors that weren't within reach to me now. It was very tempting. On the flip side, working at Lifestyles for the rest of my life and making chump change might be worth not having to date that bastard. Not to mention, I wouldn't have to eat my words with Avery about how I wasn't attracted to Sebastian. I meant what I said to my friend, and now this piece of shit was forcing me to lie to her because he was an entitled baby billionaire who couldn't be bothered to go on a straightforward date with someone who'd made this winery a shit ton of money? I mean, who cares? It would be like a business dinner, and this guy was throwing a tantrum like I'd recruited him to be on the newest season of The Bachelor. Okay, fine. Maybe I didn't need the money, but the winery did. And the faster we could bring in money with the recognition from my article, the quicker he could get his ass out of here and move back to New York. But would he leave? Would it be that fast? That's it. I couldn't do this. I wouldn't do this. I had more self-respect than this. I was not driven by money, and I wouldn't allow it to dictate my decisions. I had to go hunt his ass down and find him. I marched to the door and flung it open, only to see the sorry sucker smoking a cigar across the way on the side of the courtyard where his room was. He was puffing away like a fucking king who'd cherry-picked his queen for the rest of her miserable arranged marriage life. Not me. No way. I power-walked the entire stretch of the upstairs balcony until I reached where he casually stood, leaning against the edge and staring down at the neatly trimmed trees in the lower courtyard. I changed my mind, I said, noting that he hadn't flinched once since I'd stormed over here and approached him.
That would be a mistake, he said in a low voice.
No, what would be a mistake is acting like I'm dating you and then showing the world what you want them to think.
And what's that?
He tilted his head and puffed his cigar while he looked over at me. Isn't it a little too early to smoke cigars for people like you? I questioned in utter disgust. He grinned, and this time the sexy wolf grin did absolutely nothing for me. He rose and stared down into my eyes.
People like me,
he chuckled.
Oh, I nearly forgot. You're a journalist who entertains others by writing about people like me, and what you believe to be true when half the time you are wrong.
I state facts after thorough research. I do not make things up, I said.
Well, here's a fact, Miss Burke,
he said, intentionally using formalities with me in a condescending tone.
People like me smoke cigars whenever we damn well want. I prefer to smoke them when I've achieved a beautiful victory that reminds me of the man I truly am.
The man you truly are? What's that, a lying asshole?
No, a man who won't be played or fucked with by you or anyone else. I'm to be respected.
Well, I'm here to disrespect you and tell you you're smoking a victory cigar too soon. I rudely pulled the cigar from between his fingers and stomped it out on the concrete walkway where we stood. He crossed his arms and exhaled in irritation.
Do tell me how you plan on backing out of this when you and I know it is highly profitable for you and your family to remain in agreement.
I don't need, nor do I want, any money or fame. I most certainly do not wish to write about you and give your sorry ass any more recognition than it deserves. Unlike you, I am not motivated by money. I'm not a prisoner to it like you are. I hoped my insult would have pissed him off, but he just grinned as if I were the idiot and he wasn't.
Well, that's fine then.
You're going to be in that auction and do all of this the right way, I demanded, taking back all my power.
No, I'm not.
Well, I don't need your story anymore, and I'm not fake dating you.
Yes, you are,
he answered with an amused expression. What the hell is wrong with you? I questioned. I'm not doing this, and there's no possible way you're making me.
You know the funny thing about us wealthy assholes?
He questioned, and I could tell he had more shit up his sleeve to con me. That you're assholes? I said.
Very cute, and very true. I can see you've done your research.
He mocked. Get to your point, I snapped.
We have so much money that when someone writes things about us that we don't like, especially if we don't want it talked about.
Yeah, okay, Sebastian. I said his first name to avoid his games of stupid formalities. I'm not writing anything about you, nor do I care to. I do not want you, of all people, to take up space in my head."
"I know. You told me you wouldn't write about me a few moments ago."
"So, what's your point?"
"As I was saying, if someone were to read something that disagreed with them, they might be inclined to sue you, or even take down the entire business, especially a tiny Clark Kent publication like Lifestyles, which is most likely operating from a tiny office in Los Angeles, barely able to keep the lights on."
"What are you trying to say? Are you just trying to insult Mr. Juniper's business because I work there?"
"Carson Juniper is a fool for owning that ridiculous magazine. I'd never even heard of it until I did a little research on you because of this benefit."
"What are you driving at, Sebastian? If you won't sue me for writing nothing about you, why are you saying any of this?" He grinned, and damn it, he was so fucking gorgeous that I couldn't stand it. His perfectly polished teeth and his light beard growth were accentuating. "Stop it! What the fuck is wrong with you?" I thought, my hormones dominating my anger for a brief second. I needed to back up. I was standing too close to him, and his intoxicating cologne was fucking with me.
"I'm saying this because I wonder if you recall a certain woman. Does the name Tiffany Beaumont ring a bell?"
"Sure. She's the billionaire heiress I wrote about years ago," I said, confused about why he'd bring her up.
"You say that like you got away with something."
"I didn't get away with anything. I wrote only facts. Not one lie, not one scandal."
He smirked. "You don't think that writing about her dating a college frat boy wasn't scandalous for a woman of her status?"
"I didn't say she dated a—" I drifted off, forgetting what I had said when I wrote about Tiffany and Chad's relationship a couple of years ago. The magazine wasn't even big back then, so no one hardly read it. How the hell did this guy read it?
"Allow me to refresh your memory,"
he said, sliding open his phone and smirking down before clearing his throat.
"Billionaire heiress finds love in a college frat boy. A modern fairy tale."
He paused to see if that title evoked a reaction, but I was trying to remember having the balls to write such a cheesy headline. So he went on.
"Once upon a time, in the glittering world of the elite, where champagne flowed like water and private jets were as common as taxis, there lived a billionaire heiress whose name was synonymous with extravagance. Let's call her Tiffany."
He looked up at my blank expression.
"Jarring any memories yet?"
"No, and that title is so lame. I'm shocked you'd think I'd write something like that," I answered casually.
"Oh, your name is right at the top."
He turned the phone to show me, and I batted it away. I should have been more embarrassed that he'd dug up this cheesy thing that I'd put my name on than I was pissed off that he was baiting me with it for some dumb reason.
"Tiffany had everything a girl could dream of. A penthouse overlooking Central Park, a closet bursting with designer labels, and a fleet of luxury cars that could rival a dealership. But despite all her riches, there was one thing Tiffany couldn't buy: true love."
He batted his eyes, acting like an immature idiot while mocking this damn story. It was slowly starting to come back to me. The dark-haired beauty was the heiress to her father's globally successful hotel chain, and she fell for a guy named Chad. I thought their love story was cute, but I didn't recall writing it to sound so fucking corny. Oh, whatever. I was young and new to all of this. The real shame here is that I thought this was amazing at the time. Because I didn't interrupt him, Sebastian pressed on. Enter Chad, a strapping young lad with a heart of gold and a GPA that barely scraped by, he said like some dad reading a fairy tale bedtime story. He was the quintessential college frat boy, perpetually clad in a backward baseball cap and sporting a grin that could charm the pants off anyone, quite literally in some cases. He stopped, laughing at the lame remark I'd added. I must have been high when I wrote this. Tiffany and Chad's paths crossed one fateful night at a charity gala, where Tiffany was holding court in a gown that cost more than Chad's entire tuition. Chad, emboldened by a few too many glasses of champagne, sauntered up to her and uttered the immortal words, "Hey there, beautiful, wanna dance?" I could tell he was working hard not to laugh at this stupid story I'd written about the heiress. To everyone's shock, including Chad's, Tiffany said yes. He practically yelled with all his dramatic emphasis. Okay, I get it. I held my hands up. I was a young, very new journalist when I wrote that about Tiffany, and that was so long ago that she probably doesn't even remember Chad. That's the point, he said, his dark eyes staring into my soul. If she were to find out about it, it might jar her memory. I'm sure her current husband, Andrew Wellington, would never approve of this, especially since she gave birth to their twins 4 months ago. His family would be outraged to know a small press had published this for profit. Did you have Tiffany's permission to publish this story about her wild and unruly dating years? No, I said, solemn and a bit nervous. But she obviously has never heard of it. It's old news. He clicked his tongue. No, Miss Burke. Any news is news when it comes to people of status. I am friends with the Wellington and Beaumont families, and I'm sure they'll be appalled when I tell them what you wrote about Tiffany. In fact, I know they will be. They would probably do anything to bury this article, the press that printed it, and you, if they found out. I gritted my teeth together in anger. Blackmail, eh? I said, knowing I was so fucked because of this investigative asshole. That's the look you want? Knowing that blackmail is the only way I'll fake date you? It's a look I'm willing to have to avoid being auctioned off. Then I'll tell your dad and Jim not to include you in the benefit. Jesus Christ, I said, conceding my position just to get him off my back. No, sweetheart, he said with a glare. It's too late, since you've already sold my father on the idea. I've given you the only option, and no one is to find out the truth of this fake relationship. Do not threaten me, I seethed. I was backed into a corner, and it was clear that this bastard was as ruthless as he was handsome. Then I see we have an agreement. He grinned, took out another cigar, smelled the length of it slowly, clipped off the end, and lit it. I stared at his first victory puff in disgust. Oh, he said as I turned to walk away. You'll remember to adore me and be unable to keep your hands to yourself whenever we're in public. You can start practicing tonight, in front of your parents. I'm sure they'll find it all very believable. I marched back up to his tall and robust frame, and though I wanted to punch him in the gut, I elected not to bruise my hand. Instead, I ripped the cigar from between his teeth and threw the damned thing on the ground like I had the first. "Wouldn't want you to die of lung cancer, lover," I snarled. "You should probably stop smoking those things now." He smirked. "I said to act like my fake girlfriend, not a nagging wife." "You are... Ugh!" I couldn't find the right words. I was a fucking journalist who made money describing things in great detail with adjectives galore, but I couldn't find the appropriate words to describe this man. "Say it, sweetheart," he chimed. "You might be good-looking on the outside, but you're ugly on the inside," I said, using an insult that would have leveled a second grader. I didn't know what was worse, that I couldn't think of anything clever to say, or that I couldn't think of anything clever to say, yet I still kept talking. His eyebrows shot up, probably amused that my comeback was about as mean as if I'd stuck out my tongue at him. "I'll take that as a compliment." "Oh," he smiled. "The Mitchells took me up on my dinner offer. I purchased a car, and I'm having it delivered this afternoon. We'll drive it to Yountville tomorrow to dine at Chef Thomas Keller's iconic restaurant, the French Laundry." "He should feel so thrilled," I finally answered after a long pause. I should have never tried to play games with this dickhead. There was no way out of this now. He had this backup plan because he knew I didn't want my reputation ruined or Mr. Juniper's magazine sued by some snotty billionaire family I'd written about without their expressed permission, regardless of it being harmless. Max nearly had a coronary about me wanting to publish the article about the private jet landing at the climate change conference, so I couldn't imagine the hell I'd get if this shit got exposed. My future in journalism would be over, and from the way Sebastian read that article, I was beginning to think it might have been over before it started. God, how embarrassing. If I didn't hate him before, it was safe to say I did now. Not like that would hurt his feelings or anything. Soulless devils like Sebastian probably loved it when people like me hated them. In fact, I knew he loved it. Why else would he demand me to be all over his ass as if I were in love with him when it was the opposite of what he wanted? This was a match made in hell by El Diablo himself.
Chapter 14. Sebastian. What I liked most about my personality was that when I was put in a position to be defeated, I could always find a way to come out on top. It's just who I was, and it was why my father had put me through this bullshit. He wanted me back in the swing of things, running the family empire alongside him, as always. Sadly for my father, he'd put himself on a collision course with me by consenting to this bachelor auction. Because he'd chosen to be selfish, preferring that I help run his empire instead of giving me the time I needed to grieve, he was about to get a dose of nasty medicine after I made him believe Darcy and I had fallen madly in love. Although I was in a dark place in my life, somehow this was shaping up to be something I was looking forward to. It was strange how this fiasco had become more amusing than infuriating. Perhaps it was because I was putting Darcy in her place for fucking with my personal life. Or maybe it was because I enjoyed her being the first woman I'd ever known to stand up to me. Most women couldn't even look me in the eye, let alone declare full-on war like Darcy had. It humored me, and in some weird, twisted way, it turned me on. It was a bit of a mind screw, being turned on watching her cute ass storm off to her room like a spoiled child, because shit like that was notoriously intolerable to me. Yet here I was, admiring this absurdity. While dinner with her parents promised to be amusing, The highlight of my and Darcy's fake relationship would be the special dinner tomorrow night that I'd invited Jim and his wife to. If anything would make Darcy squirm out of her skin, it would be that. I finished washing up and preparing for dinner. Since dinner would be taken inside this evening, I wore my signature cologne, which I knew was irresistible to women, knowing Darcy would be intoxicated by it. I planned to torture her with my enticing cologne and fake charm, rendering her utterly miserable every night as she stared at her bedroom ceiling, unable to sleep, and wishing she'd never pulled her cute little stunt. I had to admit it. This was the most alive I'd felt since my wife died. Perhaps even before then. I joined the family later than planned because my meetings with our marketing team had run longer than intended. But after a quick shower and the satisfaction that Darcy would be more than uncomfortable tonight, I forgave my tardiness. "Hey, baby," Darcy said, her eyes bright, an expression filled with a radiant joy I'd never seen before. "You're late." She scrunched her nose adorably and eyed her parents, who wore similarly vibrant expressions. "Good evening, Cupcake," I said, using the most ridiculous pet name I could come up with, hoping to irritate her. I bent to kiss her cheek, and just before my lips touched her, she pulled her head away from their reach. "Oh, no, you don't," she said in a playful tone that I would have never guessed she possessed in a million years. "No kissing in public, remember?" "No," I said with a smile of my own, sitting next to her and running the back of my fingers over her bare shoulder and up the side of her neck. If that was a rule, we probably should have established that. Even though I saw my gesture create tiny goosebumps on her soft flesh, her eyes showed how much she wanted to punch me. "You two are just as I imagined," Tina said with a loud laugh and a quick clap of her hands. "So cute. I knew there was something more going on. And you, Darcy?" She eyed her daughter with a daring smile as Billy smiled brightly at the exchange. "I knew you had feelings for him from the way you've been behaving, acting like you didn't like Sebastian." She laughed, took a sip of her wine, and then gazed lovingly at both of us. "How did you feel when Darcy told you she would only date you if you promised to move to California and live here with us permanently?" I nearly choked on the wine I'd just taken a sip of before I recovered, then looked at Darcy with the best smile I could muster. "Why would you make up nonsense, Cupcake?" I stared at her, knowing she was spewing bullshit just to get under my skin. "You know this whole thing was unexpected, and your fascination with me is even more shocking than this ridiculous story you fabricated about us for your parents." "He's very shy about living here and intruding on you both," she said, pulling her eyes from mine and standing firm on her nonsense about how we fell for each other. "But I told him it would be the only way I would date him." I watched her, knowing there was a method behind this, and I waited for the new twist in this little game we were playing. She looked at me and smiled. "It's interesting, because I knew no one would believe how hard and fast we fell for each other, baby," she said. "So I had to prove to everyone that you were as in love with me as I am with you." "Well, I do hope this works out, because—" "Oh, it will work out. It absolutely must work out. I would hate to think that your mother and father are going to come all the way out here next week, only to find you weren't serious at all about dating a woman of my status." I miraculously refrained from breaking my wine glass when I realized she might actually have had the audacity to call my parents and tell them about this charade. I was planning to do that. If I could feed them my narrative, I could control their reactions, responses, and any other bullshit that would come my way when they learned of this. I just hadn't had the chance yet. Fuck. There's no way she had the balls, I thought, our eyes locked in a challenging gaze. God damn it, Seb. She's not afraid of you. So why would she be afraid of them? Wait. Billy's voice of excitement burst through my consciousness as I tried desperately to determine whether Darcy was calling my bluff. You mean to tell me Mr. and Mrs. Aster will be here next week? Yes, Darcy said, as if her dad had just won $1 million for guessing correctly. "And the best part is that Sebastian will obviously be staying with me in my rooms. So..." She hung on to the word and stared at me daringly. "Well, let's just say it's a great thing you remodeled that entire wing of rooms you're staying in." I smiled at her, knowing now that she was full of shit. "That's interesting," I said, glancing at Tina and Billy's enamored grins, then looking back at Darcy after casually taking a sip of wine. "The Margot and Sebastian Aster that I know would never dare to intrude on your family by staying at the estate. In fact, I mustered my best warm, fake smile for everyone at the table. It would be below my mother's standard to stay anywhere without a Michelin rating. Sadly, I don't think we should get our hopes up for—" "You know, I thought that too," Darcy interrupted me, as she was known to do since the day I'd fucking met her. "But the strange thing was, they truly want to stay here with all of this. Your mother may not be amused, but your father was quite bubbly when he and I spoke on the phone." "Bubbly?" I questioned her with an expression of utter shock that I couldn't hide. What the fuck had she done? "I must say, Cupcake," I plastered on that phony grin again, "many adjectives have been used to describe my father, but bubbly is not one of them. I assure you that you are not speaking to Sebastian Aster," I said, feeling relief slide through me with the assurance that there was no way Darcy had spoken to my parents. She was full of it, but I did need to call them tonight to control that aspect of this sham. She said, seemingly searching for words. "Maybe he's just really happy you've found happiness again?" I felt my stomach churn slightly. "My father isn't concerned about my happiness. Trust me. I stated that fact when I shouldn't have." "God forbid!" Billy gasped like I'd blasphemed everything holy. In his happy-go-lucky, easy-breezy world, being unconcerned with your child's happiness was evidently a mortal sin. His reaction to my words was a staunch reminder that I was out of my element. This man cherished his family, and my dad saw his family as a means to an end, that end being the Aster family legacy. For a split second, I envied Darcy for having a father who showered her with pure, unconditional love. "Don't worry, Dad, he's joking," she reassured Billy. "But yes, Mr. Aster was a bit stiff on the phone when he first took my call." I watched Billy laugh. "Oh, honey, I'm sure he was. But I'm not surprised that he fell for how adorable you are." I am, I thought, watching this exchange play out, wondering if it was true or false. "Neither am I," Tina added. I must have sat there shell-shocked, blinking more times than I could count, before I looked at Darcy, who was sighing like a cartoon character in love. "Well," she ran her hand over the top of my leg, "I think he's just so happy to know his son is on the right track again. He's been dreadfully worried about you." "Is that so?" I arched an eyebrow at her, removed her hand from my leg, and brought it to my lips for a kiss. Her internal cringe could have registered on the Richter scale. "So you are sure about this? They plan to come next week?" "Yes," she said, discreetly pulling her hand from mine. "Well, if that is the case, there's something I must do." I glanced over at Tina and Billy, who looked like they were reveling in an adorable love story. If they only knew. "I must ask your permission tonight, Mr. Burke." "Marriage?" her mom interrupted, clasping a hand over her heart as Darcy sucked in a breath. "Oh, I think that's jumping the gun, lover," Darcy said through gritted teeth. No. I immediately stopped further comments from the romance factory on that idea. "We're not quite there yet. But I wouldn't feel right staying and sleeping in your daughter's room, starting tonight, without your permission." "Tonight?" Darcy said with fear in her voice. "What? Oh, don't be silly. Darcy is an adult. We're fine with it," Billy said, waving his hands like he was shooing a fly. And after Darcy told us that is how all this blossomed in the first place, why would you want to keep the relationship hidden and pretend you haven't been staying in her room the whole time? I hope you haven't been hiding it because of the room remodel we did for you. You don't need to worry about that. The remodel wasn't for nothing, Dad. Darcy smiled. Margot is very particular, and it's my hope that, if it is good enough for Sebastian, it'll be good enough for his mom. We won't know that answer until Monday when Mr. and Mrs. Aster arrive, will we? I guess we won't, I answered, completely confused about what was happening. I had no idea if Darcy was lying just to piss me off or what. All I knew was that my dad was not a bubbly man, and nothing on earth could have tempted him to bring Margot Aster to this flea bag. Right? Oh, also, she said as I cut into the steak Antonio had served, Mr. Juniper is excited to meet you. He said he cannot believe you're willing to sit down with him and me for an exclusive interview about you. This is going to be huge. I slowly chewed my steak and stared at her victorious smile. Is that so? It is. She shook her head. It's crazy how you and I were just speaking about fate, life, and research for business the other night. It's like everything is working together in a way I never believed possible. Well, that will have to be put on hold, Cupcake. We've got dinner plans and public events to run before we can sit down with Mr. Juniper, I said, knowing what she was planning. She wanted my story now, so she didn't risk losing it later. I think it's so cute how you call her Cupcake, Tina said. I glanced at Tina, then looked back to Darcy to ensure my tone and words were met with keen understanding. Well, your father was fine with it. I'm sure he was. I rolled my eyes. Why wouldn't he be? Darcy pressed. Because he doesn't care to have his name. Oh, but he does, she said too sweetly, causing concern. He does? I returned flatly. Well, it's mainly because your brother Mark has done a number on the family name. That's why he's willing to allow it. So everything gets all cleared up. I froze while she turned to her parents. Sadly, people are starting to judge the Aster family, and Margot is at her limits with it. I never thought I'd be so well received by the Aster family, but I really was. Sebastian's father was happy to know that I could publish something that would make all the Asters and their lineage shine. She looked at me. Get them back on top? You know, like you're helping my family get back on top? Motherfucker. She wasn't lying. She found a weak spot in my parents and pounced on the opportunity to take advantage of it. Right. Now I was the one reduced to one-word responses, in shock about what would happen next. It's like Sebastian said. Your dad, of course. She rubbed my leg briskly again and smiled, referring to my dad by his first name like they were friends. With everything Mark is doing, and with you falling in love with a simple winery owner's daughter in California, they need good press. She paused and looked at her dad. I'm sure Mr. Aster meant no disrespect when he put it to me that way, Dad. She looked back at me. I think he was just a little upset that he had to find out about our beautiful relationship from me and not you. She chuckled. So it came out harshly, but I understand why. He just wants to ensure both of his sons cease throwing all the one-percenters into hysterics and causing any further harm to the Aster family name and fortune. She said the word with wide eyes and excitement. He's pressing for this article to come out sooner than later. Well, I'll speak with him, I said, not knowing what to expect from my dad now. He will understand we don't have time for silly articles when we must get this winery up and running. Funny, he said something similar when I first told him about our relationship. Something along the lines of sending you out here for business and not fucking. My eyes widened. Don't worry. My parents already know you've hardly been able to keep it in your pants since finding out how much I was in love with you. What the hell are you doing? I finally said, dropping the bullshit. You seem upset. She feigned sadness. Will you both please excuse us? I said, smiling. I was thankful Tina and Billy were so in love with love that they didn't see my mask slip. Go ahead. You two enjoy the rest of your night. Billy and I are going to join Ines and Antonio for a movie night with the kids. Fantastic, I said. Don't get too loud, her dad teased with a giggle, referring to our non-existent sex life. Billy! Tina swatted at her husband as they both laughed with the joy of 1,000 children on Christmas Eve. Darcy and I would have to establish some ground rules from here on out before we both regretted this. I was 90% sure that she'd contacted my parents, and it was going to take a considerable effort to piece that back together. My amusement about this charade had quickly faded, putting me in damage control mode, all because Darcy thought the best way to fuck with me was to snitch me out to my family. She didn't realize it was the dumbest move she could have made. She had no idea how dangerous the bear was that she'd poked.
Chapter 15. Darcy. You will tell me what exactly you're up to, Sebastian snarled after my parents floated out of the dining room on a cloud of love. I met his angered expression with a look of innocence. I think you need to take your own advice. Remember when you told me not to act like a nagging wife? Forgive me if I'm upset to learn that my fake girlfriend went behind my back and called my father of all people, he snarled. He was right where I wanted him, wishing he'd never fucked with me. I was not a woman who would kiss his ass, so I couldn't imagine why he was surprised that I wouldn't back down. I couldn't care less what this man thought about me, or if I'd made him angry, and with that in mind, I called up Daddy Aster. I told dear old Dad how his son had fallen in love with me, leaving him with the sinking feeling that his and Margot's plan for Sebastian to get over his grief had backfired on them. I said it in a compelling, innocent way, of course. I wouldn't want to give the Asters a real reason to dislike me. It was better to stick to the straight-up, black-and-white reason. Classism. You know, if this is your true personality, we should probably break up. Abuse is a horrific thing for a person to go through. Ugh! He practically yelled. This is preposterous! You are out of your goddamn mind! I thought the same thing about you hours before I was blackmailed to do any of this. Perhaps now that your parents are involved, you'll dump me for calling them behind your back? Then you can still give me the article because your dad expects it now, and we can peacefully go our separate ways. Sounds like the perfect solution. Unexpectedly, he flashed the wolf grin I found sexy before I realized there was nothing sexy about it or him. So, you thought your cute little phone call to my father would make me end all this? He said, his smile growing broader as he cocked his head to the side to wait for my answer. I was hoping it would, I answered truthfully. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, and then sat back and studied me. This is the thing, he started. You may think you know what you're doing by involving my parents, but you've just opened Pandora's box on yourself. You see, if I had told them about this nonsense about you and me, I would have been able to keep my mother from approaching you about it. And, I answered nonchalantly, I'm not afraid of Margot Aster, just like I'm not afraid of you. Well, that's to be determined, he said, finding something humorous about this. Perhaps you should have asked my brother's wife how my mother treated her when you met on the yacht. Mickey and I weren't close enough to trade war stories about her mother-in-law at the time, So unfortunately, your mom never came up.
That's a shame, because if Mickey and you had known each other better, I'm confident she would have warned you against this reckless idea.
I sighed. Any more stupid shit you want to try and scare me with? Your parents know, and they'll be here Monday. And newsflash, pal, your parents aren't the only ones being lied to. My parents are too, and it will upset them when they know the truth.
Oh no, sweet cheeks. My parents won't be upset that they were lied to about this. They'll be wildly relieved to find out it was a silly and childish idea.
Fantastic for them. Regardless, they'll be here, and your mother won't have jack shit to say to me about her dislikes.
You're confident in that assumption?
If she wants her family's name envied by all the other miserable, rich bastards in the land, then yes.
Allow me to inform you here and now that if Margot Aster gets an inkling that you are playing games with her, she'll
what? Insult my family? Too late. You've already done that better than anyone, I answered him. Perhaps she'll make us break up, which I will gladly do, and hopefully she'll hurt my feelings enough and scare me away like I know she tried to do with your brother's wife. If she does, I'll have to break up with you because I couldn't bear to stay in a relationship with her prized son, who is so greatly above me and my lowly status, I said, knowing more about his mother than I wanted Sebastian to believe. He stared at me, finally backed into the same damn corner he'd backed me into earlier today, with all this bullshit.
Very well, then, he said, as he stood and disappeared into the kitchen with his plate and wine glass.
I couldn't hear what the hell was going on in there, but hearing all the crashing of dishes led me to assume that this man had more than just grief issues. He had anger and control issues as well. He was a beautiful disaster of bullshit, and I wasn't going to sit here another second and listen to him take out his frustrations on the kitchen. As I stood to march inside and ask him what his fucking problem was, he re-emerged from the house.
"Oh, no, you don't, Cupcake," he said. "You're not going anywhere until we've laid some ground rules to follow from here on out."
He was holding a brand new bottle of his fancy tequila, and I rolled my eyes, unamused by his authoritative tone and presence. Already drowning relationship issues in booze, eh? Seems like a perfect idea.
And with that smart-ass remark, our first rule is that you stop acting like a nagging wife of 24 years who I'm stuck in a marriage with, he said, pouring 2 glasses of tequila. Be the cute, fake girlfriend you signed on to be.
That's just the thing, I answered, holding my hand up to turn down the glass of booze when he offered it to me. This is how I act as a girlfriend.
Oh,
he said, sipping the tequila from the glass I refused.
Well, that clears up my confusion about why a stunning woman like yourself has no one special in her life.
Cute, I said. Tell me the next rule so that I can go to bed. I have a headache.
No using the fake headache excuse to go to bed before 8 in the evening just to get out of my presence, he said, most likely trying to be funny and stop this from escalating to all-out war.
Fine. Seriously, Sebastian, snap to it. I don't have all night for this. You might think this is fun and cute, but I do not.
Call me Seb, he said. It's my nickname for those closest to me. I prefer that name, and I do not need you falling out of character by using formalities. Also, my late wife used to call me Babe, so do not call me Baby again.
That is a hard and fast rule. Fine, I get that. And while we're on the topic of nicknames, the word cupcake must also be removed from your vocabulary. Very well, it's gone. In fact, no cute names at all. Period. Everyone who knows me knows I wouldn't call a boyfriend any kind of a pet name, especially baby, I said with an arch of my eyebrow. And I know damn well everyone who knows you knows you're not the kind of man to easily throw out a pet name, especially Cupcake. Well, I'd only planned to use that in front of your parents because I assumed they'd eat it up, and they did, of course. Bravo for you, Casanova, I said. Real names only, and no cutesy made-up bullshit. We'll both give ourselves away. True, he said, and I smiled to see that we agreed on something. Rule number 2 or not, we both should have received an award for getting along, even if it was for a few seconds. Rule number 3, we cancel the interview with your boss. Nice try, by the way, and great effort to get your prize early, but I will not meet with that man. I promised you the story about my personal life, not Juniper. Also, my family will stay completely out of it. I will clear up their image, which Mark is systematically working to destroy, but that is between me and them, not you. That seems like it falls back into rule number 1, the whole meddling wife thing. I smirked. Rule number 4, he said. You are not to interfere with anything between my parents and me, especially when shit hits the fan upon their arrival. I feel like you're making up rules as we go, I said, crossing my arms and challenging his smile as he poured another glass for himself. I simply have no other option with you, Darcel, he said with a smile while I glared at him. Darcel? Really, Dick? I answered. You said real names and no pet names, remember? Darcel is not a name I answer to. I never have. And honestly, I've heard that name more times since you've been here than ever before. I watched him chuckle in humor. I'm quite fond of it, actually, he said, choking back his laugh at something only he thought was funny. Rule number 5, Darcel is off the table. In all honesty, that should have been rule number 1. Darcel only gets pulled off the table if I get to call you a believable name. And trust me, you're going to want me to because I might slip. No, Darcel. Jesus Christ, now I'm even saying the damned name. He chuckled. Very well, no Darcel. Thank you. Are we done? No, he answered. I prefer to kiss you only when it's appropriate, but if you pull away from me again, you're showing everyone we can't stand each other, and that raises red flags. So, especially since we're not using cute pet names, no pulling away if I greet my new true love with a kiss on the cheek. No, I answered, and that's a rule I'm not bending on. Nice try. We've got to make this believable. And tonight's display was a horror show. The Mitchells will see right through us. Our agreement calls for you to be obsessed with me, which means that you've been longing for the gesture all... Do you realize how sick you sound right now? Blackmailing me into being an obsessed girlfriend and insisting I show everyone I want a kiss. Rule 6. Stop fucking interrupting me every time I'm speaking, he snapped, and I smiled. I knew that annoyed you. I chuckled. I bet no one dares to interrupt a powerful man like yourself, right? Most people have more manners than you, he said. Well, rule 7 then, I said with a smile. Don't act like a controlling husband who cannot tolerate being interrupted when I'm right and he's wrong. Rule 9. I'm always right. Making shit up again? I said, knowing now we were going to get into a pissing match over made-up rules.
Listen, we are way off track,
he said, flustered.
No, I'm not using this situation to get attention or steal kisses from you. I'm not trying to be some sick fuck about it, but it will be believable. And most new and in-love couples can't keep their hands off each other. You and I must fall into that category, or everyone will see through our facade.
Fine. I had to agree with the dick. Why am I doing this again?
You've gone so far out of your way to notify my parents and do all these silly things behind my back that you've forgotten there is no way around this. That is, unless you want Tiffany Beaumont and her lovely husband to destroy what reputation you have with—
Right, I snapped. Any more rules?
Last rule. Stop going behind my back and doing things you think will upset me. It's going to land you in some thick bullshit if you're not careful.
Hasn't let me down yet.
Really,
he said, lighting a cigar.
It's landed you in a miserable relationship with me for the next couple of months, and unless I can get my mother settled down, you'll be dealing with her wrath when she arrives on Monday. I'd say that running behind my back to get even with me has let you down quite profoundly.
Fine, I conceded yet again. Rule 10. I jerked the cigar out of his arrogant and proud mouth. No smoking in the house. I turned and marched out of the dining area with his bottle of tequila and cigar, searching for a quiet place to unwind my frazzled nerves. I plopped down in the grass behind the tree beyond the courtyard perimeter, where no one would ever stumble across me. I took a huge swig of the smooth tequila before taking a puff of the cigar, which nearly made me gag. I had no idea how I was going to make it through this, but if I had to start tolerating sick, disgusting things, I might as well start with cigars.
Chapter 16. Sebastian. I waited for Darcy in the Bugatti I had delivered from the dealership where I'd purchased it in Beverly Hills. It was a unique showroom car the previous owner had purchased from Sotheby's before deciding they didn't want it. I didn't hesitate to buy it for 2 reasons. It was a one-of-a-kind, and I needed to do something nice for myself since I'd inadvertently found myself in a war that seemed to have no end. Where the hell is she? I thought. I glanced at my watch, rolled my eyes, and then strummed my fingers impatiently on the top of the steering wheel. "Nice ride, Bruce Wayne," she laughed, sliding effortlessly into the passenger seat. "Bruce Wayne?" I questioned her in confusion. "You know who Batman is, right, genius?" she said, predictably annoyed. "Right, of course," I answered. "Although I have no idea why you would call me that, since your opinion of me couldn't be any farther from a superhero." She looked over at me as if I'd just asked her to spell the words "fuck off," and sighed. "Your car looks like the Batmobile. But yeah, complimenting you was not what I was going for with that statement." "Well, at least we are getting off to a fantastic first date," I chuckled, then eyed her as she buckled up and relaxed into her seat. Damn, she really cleaned up well. My eyes drifted over her white silk dress, its length inching up to reveal her muscular, polished legs, stopping at the top of her thighs. The top was formed in a tank top fashion, accentuating her toned and well-defined shoulders and arms. She was perfectly fit, which I knew from the camisole tops and short skirts I'd seen her wear when she trotted around her parents' home. This form-fitting dress was simple but elegant, lending her curves the definition and style to complement the labor she dedicated herself to with an obviously structured workout routine. It's not that I was only attracted to a well-toned body, but I appreciated and respected the self-care and discipline that went into a healthy routine. "What are you staring at?" she said, catching my eyes roaming over her perfectly polished body that complemented her cocktail dress. "Drive. I'm sure you didn't pay nearly $3 million on this car just to sit in it." I smirked. "Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you know how much a Bugatti Chiron costs." She propped her right elbow up in her window and leaned against her hand, fingers massaging her forehead in agitation. "Yeah," she responded. "Interviewing assholes such as yourself afforded me that information." "So, is this how our night is going to go?" I questioned, not in the mood to get on the battlefield with her. Strangely, I was in better spirits than I imagined I would be. "Our night is going to go exactly like it's supposed to. We'll tolerate each other during the time we're forced to be together, and in front of people, we'll act like we're the cutest fucking couple to hit the Billionaire tabloids. That's it. You're not getting any more from me." I was hoping we could at least be civil to each other. She looked at me and narrowed her eyes. "How can we, of all people, be civil to each other? Everything you do irritates the shit out of me, and you love to over-evaluate everything I do and state how I'm wrong. We are from two separate worlds, and have found ourselves on a collision course on a highway of fuckery." "Well, that's certainly one way of putting it." I smiled, knowing she wasn't far from the truth. "All I can hope for is that I can actually pretend well enough not only to like you as a person, but also as a fucking lover, or else my career is shot to hell." She raised both eyebrows in reproach to me. "Thank you for this, by the way. I don't think I've ever been so fucking stressed in all my life." "Well, just fake it," I said. "Isn't that what women are known to do? You really know how to say the worst thing at any given moment. You know that?" Her eyes widened at the statement that I believed to be accurate. "I guess I shouldn't hold your sexism against you, though, since I'm 1,000% certain that every woman you've met has had to fake it with you," she seethed. "Now drive your fucking cartoon car and get us to this dinner with Jim and Avery so I can lie to my friend's face." "Fuck!" I'd lost my patience with her mood. I considered canceling all of this for a moment, but then I remembered why I was doing it. I pulled out of the long asphalt driveway, which should have been repaved at least 7 years ago, and instead of poking back at the little tiger sitting at my side, I kept quiet. I figured a lighter topic of conversation was the way to go. It would be 15 to 20 minutes before we arrived at the restaurant, and we needed to be less repulsed by one another by that time. Having been married to a woman who insisted upon receiving compliments, which would determine whether I would get laid after our date nights, I knew what I needed to do. A casual conversation was the safest bet to smooth over the angry woman at my side, who was acting like a miserable wife and not a newly obsessed girlfriend. Jim and Avery would see right through us if I didn't change the mood. Now, what the hell should I compliment her on? I glanced over, seeing her stare out her window, pointedly ignoring me and acting like she was stuck in some prison. I would have felt sorry for her, but she started this by thinking that auctioning me off would be funny. So, prison or not, I was stuck in this shit parade with her because there was no way I was being objectified. We were walking through hell together. I inhaled deeply, trying to think, and ended up with a nose full of a fragrance blend of coconut, vanilla, and a hint of woodsy musk that smelled quite refreshing. I wasn't a fan of a musky scent, especially on a woman, but this was nice. That's it. Compliment how she smells, I thought, knowing a man can never go wrong complimenting a woman on her perfume. "You smell intoxicating," I said nicely. "We're not in front of Jim and Avery, so you can save the big romantic proclamations for when we're faking it in front of them," she shot back, continuing to stare out her window. "Maybe the word intoxicating was a bit over the top," I said, rolling my eyes at how bitchy she was acting. "But you smell quite lovely, and I'm not being fake about that." I glanced at her and smiled when I noticed her head turn toward me. Finally, I did something right. I brought my eyes back to the road when I saw a smirk playing on her lips. "Thank you," she said. We're getting somewhere at least. "What perfume are you wearing?" "Sand and Sable," she answered with a laugh. "I knew we'd be riding in the car together, and since you blackmailed me into this only to make me miserable, I was hoping to make you the same. So I went into my mom's room, found the old perfume she never wears anymore, and sprayed on this one." I gripped the steering wheel tighter and couldn't resist but inwardly laugh at everything she was doing to piss me off. However, her adorable way of throwing these tantrums and revealing that she was trying to make me suffer in her presence was strangely more amusing than it should have been. It's nice to know that plan backfired on you the same way your auction did, because, unfortunately for you, I find the fragrance quite arousing. "You know what I've learned while researching the wealthy?" she said, ignoring my last comment and changing the subject. "We're impressed that there's a difference between old money and new money," she interrupted, knowing how much it fucking pissed me off. "You don't say," I answered, irritated. "I do say," she said, "and everyone who knows the Aster family knows they're from old money." "Correct." "Well, if it's true that old money people don't flaunt their wealth as the annoying little upstarts do in your weirdo crowd," she said in her typical smart-ass tone, "I wonder why you bought this car, of all cars there are to choose from, to go to dinner." "Easy. I like it. It's something I wanted, so I bought it," I answered, knowing I didn't owe her an explanation. "What would your parents think of this flash of wealth you're cruising in? This $3 million car their son bought just to go on a dinner date in and show Jim Mitchell up when he arrived." I smirked. "Jim Mitchell isn't a rival, and I have nothing to prove to him. He's a business associate, and that's all." "Then why would someone from a family that doesn't flaunt their wealth buy a car like this one?" "Not that I owe you an explanation," I started, "but perhaps if I give you one we can ease into a more friendly rapport." "I don't need or really want an explanation. I just thought it was interesting." She cut me off again, and I don't think I'd ever encountered a person who hated me as much as Darcy Burke did. It was no longer cute, and if I had feelings, one might say she was starting to hurt them. It was beyond me that we couldn't even have a civil conversation without me constantly being treated as if I'd intentionally run her dog over and thrown it on her front porch with a smile. "Listen," I said, "I understand you loathe me, and I know very well this is the very last thing you want to do. But I will state that you are truly a beautiful woman, and I don't think I saw that until you walked out to the car tonight dressed like this. If we weren't from two separate worlds, perhaps I would have allowed the moment to do more than intrigue me. However, it is impossible to allow myself to feel anything for you." "Is this your idea of a compliment? Telling me I'm pretty while putting me in my lower-class place?" She smiled and shook her head. "Get to your point. And please, whatever you do, try not to compliment me, because compliments are always disguised insults from what I've learned about you." "I didn't intend to insult you," I said. "I was just taken by your beauty tonight, and your perfume adds to all of that." I smiled, somehow shocked I could pay her a compliment without insulting her. "That's all. And before we entered this war, you and I did have a short period of time where we agreed on things." "Yeah, that morning the sun was coming up. I remember," she said. "Too bad it didn't last." "Well, if it is any consolation, you've only met the business side of me. Honestly, before my wife was killed, I was an agreeable man." I smiled, recalling Melissa's personality. Darcy was like Melissa in that she didn't back down from me. And unlike all the other debutantes, Melissa wasn't fake in her personality. She was real, and she could be a real bitch at times, too. It's what made us a tremendous team and admirable power couple. She didn't take shit from her peers, nor did I. She also came from money and acted accordingly, which was the opposite of Darcy. but the strong side of Darcy and the way she stood up to me reminded me of my late wife, and instead of being saddened by it, I enjoyed it. "I'm sorry about your wife," she said, snapping me out of my soft moment of reflection. "I don't need anyone's sympathies," I said defensively. "There you have it," she snapped back. "The second I'm actually nice to you and willing to raise a fucking white flag on this bickering bullshit we always find ourselves doing, you go there." "Go there? Go where?" I questioned, flustered. "I haven't gone anywhere. I'm a very direct person, Miss Burke, and what you will find with me is truth and honesty. Whether or not you agree with what I say is on you." "Back to formalities, too, I see," she said with the same irritation. "You know, if I didn't hate you, I would feel so fucking sorry for you." Hate is an extremely strong word. I know, and it was never in my vocabulary until I met you. "There are many reasons why, Mr. Aster," she mocked. "You and I could never work out, and none of them are what you just insulted me for." "What other reasons could there be?" I answered, biting back at her for insinuating I was wrong, and she had the correct answer. "The main reason is that I could never be with someone or even fall for someone who brings out the worst in me," she answered while I put the car in park in the private parking area of the French Laundry restaurant. I looked over at her eyes, beautiful in their sky-blue color, yet lethal in her gaze. "You're just a really, really bad man." That cut me deeply in a weird way, and for the first time in a long time, I felt upset that I had led someone to see me as a bad person. "I'm sorry you feel that way," was the only response I could muster while I opened my door to step out of the car. Her eyes held mine. "I don't need anyone's sympathies," she said, throwing my words back at me. Before I could respond or step out of the car to open her door and take her hand as a gentleman would, she had stepped out of the car and slammed the door shut. I had no idea what would happen at dinner tonight with Jim and Avery Mitchell. What I did know was that Darcy and I, if left alone for longer than 15 minutes, could do some very real damage to each other. We were the supreme definition of opposites not attracting.
Chapter 17. Darcy. Though I'd lived in the area forever, I'd never been to the French Laundry, and now that I was here, I regretted not coming sooner. It was everything I expected it to be, and so much more. The brick building dated back to the pastoral 19th century in the Napa Valley, when it was, in fact, a French hand laundry. The building was an ivy-colored, 2-story former laundry surrounded by herbs, roses, and a modest garden. There was nothing especially fancy about the place from the exterior, even down to the small back parking lot, which had no fancy valets to retrieve Mr. Aster's $3 million Bugatti for him. Walking through the interior, I was able to keep relaxed, feeling a sense of romance and charm, even while the only enemy I'd ever made casually rested his hand on my lower back, guiding me through the place as if he owned it. From the moment we entered, we were greeted warmly by attentive staff who ushered us into a meticulously designed dining space. The interior of the place was intimate and understated, with muted colors, soft lighting, and tasteful decor that was befitting the reputation of the world-renowned chef, Thomas Keller. Our table was in a corner with the perfect amount of privacy, almost lending the feeling that we were the only people in the dining room. It didn't surprise me that we were offered the best table. I was here with 2 powerful billionaires who demanded privacy while dining extravagantly, most likely using this dinner for business and not pleasure. While it was obvious that business was why we were here, aside from Sebastian being a dick and wanting to make our first appearance as a couple in front of his business associate, I had to admit the atmosphere felt the opposite of all of that. Thank God for that, too. because I had many thoughts about throwing myself from Sebastian's car on the trip here. Maybe that's dramatic, but I was genuinely dreading having to lie to Avery and Jim. And worse, doing what I'd been doing since we began our luxurious dining experience, smiling and acting starstruck that Sebastian Aster was mine. Avery and I kept the conversation light while Jim and Sebastian chummed it up over details of how Sebastian was refining and enhancing the winery. I knew Avery must have had 5 billion questions for me, but instead of getting into it, we ate our food, sipped our wine, and got through the fancy meal, talking about how delicious the food was. I knew the questions were all coming, but right now I was just smiling and acting overly interested in Sebastian, an act that should have won me an Academy Award. Thank God this man looked fine as fuck in his bespoke suit, with his sharp-as-a-razor jawline, freshly shaven skin, and perfectly polished features from head to toe, because it helped ease the headache of frustration threatening to ruin my night. Instead of being annoyed with his smooth, deep, commanding voice, I found it soothing. Seriously. I had no idea why, but perhaps I had a nervous breakdown in the car on the way over. Or the insanely expensive wine that had been paired with each course we were being served was going to my head. "I am impressed with the efforts of the marketing team," Jim said, relaxing back in his chair as his and Sebastian's conversation began winding down to more casual talk. "Truly," Sebastian answered. "To have this particular team on board going full force until things turn completely around is the effort I wanted when I put them in place." "And you," Jim brought his attention to me. "How did you manage to pull this one over on me?" He grinned, glancing at Avery's excited smile, then eyed me. "No one lies to me and gets away with it." Avery laughed and nudged him in the ribs at his reference to the time he fired her for thinking she'd lied to him before they were married. I chuckled, appreciating our relaxed dining vibe. Oddly enough, even with Sebastian here, we were forming some cool bond, like old friends who'd known each other since childhood. "Very cute," I answered him. "I'd hate to think what you'd do to me for lying to you after Avery told me you fired her over a lie when she was your girlfriend." "I'd love to say that was the biggest mistake I ever made." His eyes roamed back to Avery lovingly, then to me and Sebastian. "Of course, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have cleaned up my mess of a personal life, which resulted in me truly appreciating that this woman had been delivered to me by the angels." "Oh, please." Avery rolled her eyes and sipped her wine. "Don't listen to his bullshit. He just wants to get laid tonight. And speaking of angels bringing people into each other's lives..." She eyed me, then brought her attention directly to Sebastian, as if she might have been questioning whether to buy into this whole relationship thing we were faking. "Is that how you feel about our sweet Darcy, Sebastian? I think she's an angel and a half. But does Sebastian Aster?" She said his name with the mystery it seemed the Aster family loved generating about themselves. The man who seemed to have sworn off women for all eternity. Have you suddenly found love? The way she questioned him was cute but protective, almost as if Avery wanted to ensure he had good intentions and wouldn't hurt her friend. It even caused Sebastian to pause momentarily, before resuming a look of adoration for me. "This is true," he answered. "And trust me, I'll face the same questions when my parents arrive here on Monday." Avery nearly spit the wine she'd just sipped back into her glass, then looked at me. "Are you..." She paused because she knew what everyone knew about Margot Aster. The woman was lethal in protecting her family and status, and I was a major threat to their legacy if Sebastian, her firstborn son and principal heir to their centuries-old dynasty, was in a relationship with me. Are you prepared for that? I chuckled and smiled sweetly at the man I couldn't stand. Oh, you know this handsome man of mine has prepared me for his family. I squeezed his knee, trying to offer a soothing rub on his leg, and watched as his eyes widened with surprise. I watched in amusement as a youthful and adorable expression crossed the man's features, not because he was offended by my touch, but because I'd squeezed him at a ticklish part of his knee. The formal smile he'd held all night slipped into a goofy grin as he began to wiggle involuntarily. It was a cute moment, probably one we both needed, since this was the longest we'd gone without trying to bite each other's heads off. Jesus Christ, you two are so damn cute, Avery said while Sebastian pulled his eyes away from mine bashfully and shook his head as if to try to think straight again. Shit, even I had to take a breath. I couldn't believe how attractive he was when I saw a playful expression on his face. I thought you two were pulling one over on us, Jim added as Sebastian and I pulled ourselves together over the brief, candid moment neither of us saw coming. I guess I was wrong. You two are really into each other. I have no time for silly games. Sebastian looked into my eyes, and I watched the fake side of him return. We're dating, but unlike you and Avery, there are times I think the devil sent her to me, not the angels. Jim and Avery laughed, and I stopped myself from snapping at him for his stupid remark. You say that like I'm the one who deviously stole your heart, I laughed, feigning that I adored him in some stupidly believable way. Well, didn't you? It's as though you gave me no other option. Truth be told, he continued to stare fake lovingly into my eyes. I'm grateful for it. Well, I guess the devil was looking out for you, Jim said, shooting me a wink. Because you were supposed to be the grand prize at the bachelor auction. Jim and Sebastian laughed, making me marvel at how easily some men could forge friendships. The two men had been merely acquaintances before investing in the winery. Now I watched as Sebastian turned into this light-hearted, dare I say fun, kind of a guy, as he and Jim began to joke with each other as if they were long-standing friends. I wondered if it was all fake, but I knew Jim Mitchell was anything but fake. And since I'd gotten pretty good at seeing Sebastian be a phony while we were pretending to date, I could tell he wasn't acting with Jim. It almost seemed like being around Jim was a breath of fresh air for Sebastian. Jim was a firm businessman with a commanding presence, but also a cool guy. It was as if that was bleeding over onto Sebastian, like the stiff bastard needed a positive light shining around him. It was strange to see, because I hadn't seen a lighter side to Sebastian since he arrived at my home like an ominous thundercloud. Perhaps that's why we're in the relationship, Sebastian teased Jim with the truth. What the hell were you thinking to allow such an absurd idea anyway? He questioned Jim, his playful, yes, playful, eyes dancing in excitement when he looked at me. Not to insult you, sweetheart, but your cute games can get a little too wild sometimes. I'm not insulted at all, I said, genuinely shocked yet weirdly happy about Sebastian's current mood. I just didn't think you wanted anyone to find out about us, and I figured it was a perfect plan to keep our relationship hidden. As I felt my heart skip a bit, seeing this man lighter and happy for once, and oddly finding him beyond attractive, I couldn't help but wonder if I was watching a broken man who'd been in a very dark place, suddenly seeing the light again. And though I knew that whatever it was that had made him suddenly happy was something small, I could sense that his response was pretty big for him. "And a perfect way to pimp out your guy," Avery said with a laugh, then looked at me like I'd grown 2 heads. If I was honest with myself, I think I probably had, given the sudden change of heart I was feeling for Sebastian at the moment. Happy for him to be happy? "You and I met because of how the women in their circles can be. I'm shocked you'd throw your highly sought-after man up on the chopping block for one of them." "I wasn't thinking," I said, remembering when Avery and I had met at a gala. "Could you imagine someone like Haley Foster bidding on him?" I laughed, recalling the woman who tried to ruin Jim's reputation after he acquired her small publishing press. She'd created a fake scandal after she developed intense and psychotic feelings for him, which resulted in a restraining order after she showed up drunk at the gala. She confessed everything on a microphone to everyone in the room, saying she was madly in love with Jim and accusing Avery of stealing her soulmate from her before she'd had a chance to meet him. It was the most bizarre scene I'd ever witnessed. And it was how Avery and I met, so it was always funny to rehash. "Do you know that she fled the country to evade taxes?" Avery said. "The feds caught up with her, though. Can you imagine what a life?" "I think I recall hearing something about this," Sebastian said, looking at Jim with concern. "So there was nothing between you and the woman?" Jim's expression darkened, and then he looked at me and smiled. "God, no, but if it weren't for my wife and your little devil, it could have been much worse." Sebastian looked at me in question. "What did you do?" His mask and fakeness had dropped, and he was asking me a question with sincerity. "She saved his ass," Avery said. "Well, Jim wasn't losing a dime over the woman, but after Darcy sat down with him and hung out with us, she wrote the most beautiful and glowing article about who Jim really is. She's the only one Jim has allowed to write anything personal about him." She smiled at me. "And you did well on that. I still am shocked that you're not out on your own and writing for a more reputable company instead of working for Juniper," Avery said, rolling her eyes. "You know I can't stand your slimy boss." Sebastian reached down and gently grabbed my leg, but his touch caused me to jump instead of being cute and gazing into each other's eyes like we did moments ago. "Look at that," Sebastian said with a flirty grin, another expression I'd never seen. "I'm not the only one who doesn't want that creep getting any money for my life story." "Wait," Jim said, looking at Sebastian. "You're having her write about your personal life?" He chuckled and sat back, his left hand casually propped up on the back of Avery's chair. "This is fucking new." "Well, it's not because I want her to," he said, looking at me. "Don't take that as an insult, sweetheart." Then he looked at Jim. "But I had to pick the lesser of two evils when I found out my lady had decided to auction me off for money for the winery. I opted for the interview instead of a high-risk date, and after hearing about what happened between you and that woman, I think you can easily understand why I'm not going on a date to the highest bidder. The more money they have to spend on nonsense, the crazier they are," Jim chuckled. "And I'd rather deal with Juniper and my beautiful girl than take a risk on an auction date." "I can't believe your father went for this," Jim laughed.
I knew you'd try to find a way out of it, but I'm more shocked that your father wanted to do this than I am to learn you're dating Darcy." He looked at me. "No offense, of course." "None taken. Trust me, I never thought it would happen either. I imagined him standing up there and being auctioned off, breaking records for the highest sum of money any woman dared to spend on a man. The fact that this vixen," Sebastian looked at me in fake adoration, "even had a vision about me being auctioned off for a date, is more than likely why I had to come clean and let everyone know she and I were dating." He challenged me with an arch of his eyebrow, and because of the friendly dining atmosphere and getting tiny glimpses of a different side of Sebastian, I may have found him attractive for a quarter of a second. "Well, it's kind of a bummer," Avery said. "I was hoping to meet both of you in the same room after Darcy spoke like you were the worst man she'd ever known." Avery laughed, referencing my drunken rants about the arrogant Sebastian Aster. "You were pretty brutal." Sebastian looked at me with humor and curiosity in his eyes. "Oh, so you went out of your way to make me appear the worst asshole on the planet, did you?" I shrugged while Jim eyed us in question. "What else was I supposed to do? I was surrounded by everyone asking what I thought about you. I wasn't going to give us away and risk your dad losing his shit on you for dating me. So that's where the whole idea to put your handsome ass up on that auction block came from. 2 birds, 1 stone. You make the business all the money you were spending, and no one thinks we're in love." "It's why I fell in love with you," he smirked. "Always so damn spontaneous and creative." "I know," I smiled in return. "Seriously, though," Jim interrupted Sebastian and me as we sat in a silent yet playful stare-off. "What made your dad go for the idea of you getting auctioned off like that? He is certainly not a man who puts his kids in a circus for money." I watched Sebastian, wanting the answer myself, and his face grew somber. "I think he was just worried about me," he said sincerely. "Since Melissa died and left me a widower with a baby daughter, who I still have no clue how to raise or be there for, I've admittedly been pretty checked out on everyone and everything." I sat in shock as Sebastian vocalized his darkness in a way that sounded more like a confession than an excuse. "I know we've already expressed our deepest condolences for your late wife, but truly, I can't imagine what you went through when you lost her," Jim said with a tone that resonated with Sebastian, keeping the man's reaction tame instead of turning dark as it had every time I'd talked to him about it. "I find it very understandable that you would find yourself in a very dark place after such a profound loss. We only met on a handful of occasions, but she was a lovely woman." "I appreciate that," Sebastian answered. For a man who didn't need anyone's sympathies for his wife's passing and his sad situation, he was open to Jim's. I wondered if that's what the poor, grumpy, and miserable man needed all along. Someone who didn't set him off when they mentioned his wife. It was apparent Sebastian was stuck in the anger stage of grieving, and whether anyone had offered him help with his grief, he hadn't gotten it yet. Or maybe up until now, he didn't want it. Jim was a good man, and I could see that he and Sebastian, being close in age and like-minded businessmen, were forming an unexpected bond. It was neat to see, and I found myself sitting there, happy that we'd come to dinner with Jim and Avery. For the first time since I'd met Sebastian Aster, I watched him show some politeness and decency. It was a good look on him, but who knew how long it would last?
Chapter 18. Sebastian. Darcy could have won an Oscar for her performance at dinner this evening. In fact, With those bullshitting skills, she should consider looking into a career as an actor. It would pay more than whatever she made with that crackerjack Juniper. I was most impressed by how she'd managed to turn her mood around from the woman caged in misery on the car ride here to the woman who seemed to adore me while she sat beautifully at my side, sipping on her wine, and delicately eating each course that was served tonight. "So, while the lovely ladies gossip about the love affair you and Darcy are enjoying," Jim said as he slid his hands into his pockets, standing at the back of the car where he waited for the ladies to finish in the bathroom, "give me the facts." He eyed me with the same look I'd give any other man I believed was lying. "Facts are, I'm in way over my head with her, but I had no other option than to follow my heart." "You expect me to fall for that line of shit?" Jim said with a smirk. If I gave myself away, Jim would eat me alive, so I held my own. This was the first candid dinner that Jim and I had shared, and as friends, I had to admit that I liked his integrity and had the utmost respect for him. I didn't want to lie to the man, but I also didn't want to offer up the truth, because I knew Jim Mitchell well enough to know that he would never let me hear the end of it. That, and since Darcy did so fantastic tonight, I'd hate to be the one to slip and blow our cover because then we'd both look bad, and I just couldn't do that to her. "I know it's sudden and, quite frankly, ridiculous," I said after searching for the right way to get Jim off my ass about this. "But it couldn't be helped. As someone who took a lot of shit for dating one of your employees, being questioned by everyone, you must understand. I'd known about Jim and Avery's situation for a long time. After all, it wasn't every day that a man with the reach and power Jim possessed got involved with an employee and ended up marrying her. It was one thing to have a passing torrid affair, but to marry the help? It made more than a few shockwaves in the social stratosphere. Well, I'm not questioning her status. I was wondering how Sebastian Aster had fallen for William Burke's daughter so quickly," he chuckled, humor radiating from his expression. "She wasn't in true form tonight for you to see the woman I fell for." I chuckled. "But trust me, when I say that I tried to resist, her charms just got the better of me." "I get it." Jim became more serious. "And I know it's not my place to say anything, but Darcy came through and helped me with that nutcase. Since then, she's become quite close with Avery and our kids. I just hope you know what you're doing. You're concerned about my parents' arrival, and I understand that," I said, knowing he didn't want Darcy hurt. "Trust me when I tell you they will go through me to speak to her. It will not be like what John allowed with his wife. That whole situation—" "No, not that," Jim interrupted me. "At first, I thought you both were bullshitting Avery and me. However, a couple of moments, like the concern she showed for you when you spoke briefly about your wife, made me think Darcy's heart might be in danger if you didn't share her feelings. As I said," he stated as I stood in silence, shocked that Jim had caught something I didn't. "It's not my place to intervene in anyone's relationship. I would just hate to see a vibrant and happy young woman like her get hurt." "I understand that," I said, a bit concerned myself before remembering there was nothing to worry about. Little did Jim know, Darcy fucking hated my ass, and I was only standing here in this tiny parking lot pretending to love her because of her devious idea to punish me for being an asshole since the moment I set foot in her parents' home. And I promise you I would not have bothered entering a relationship with her knowing I might hurt her. That was me being honest. Hell, maybe rule number 1 in all of this should have been no falling in love with each other at the risk of hearts being crushed. I knew I couldn't handle a heartbreak situation, and I was sure Darcy wouldn't either. Last I checked, even though we both had made enemies out of each other, we were still human. "Have you already set the ground rules with your parents before they arrive?" "My parents know better than to question me. However, I'm quite sure they'll be on the investigative prowl with Darcy and her parents, and I'm prepared to deal with that once they're here," I answered, thinking about how Darcy had caused more trouble than this charade was worth by alerting my parents to our relationship before I could. "Very good," Jim said, nodding and acknowledging the women as they approached. Jim reached out to shake my hand, and as we all bid our farewells, I used the opportunity to study Darcy for a moment. She was beautiful, and if I was honest, I enjoyed seeing this side of her, lively, friendly, and vivacious. It brought a smile to my face to see how attractive she was when she wasn't acting like the battle-axe wife I wouldn't marry in a million years. "You did well role-playing tonight," I said as we settled into the car, ready to leave. I selfishly hoped she'd stay in her warm and friendly mood if I paid her a compliment. "You did too," she answered, quickly transforming back into the Darcy I knew too well. "At least you don't have to worry about hurting her. Jim may have seen something in her, but it was because she was a good actress, not because she has feelings for you." Nothing could be farther from reality. When Jim mentioned his concerns about Darcy getting hurt, it raised a flag with this idea of fake dating. Sure, I could be a ruthless man, but that was in business. Playing around with a woman's heart, however, was unlike me. As ironclad as Darcy's feelings might be, I was sure they were no match for Margot Aster. If Darcy was upset about the changes I wanted to make to her home, just wait until she met my mother and heard about all the changes she'd like to make for Darcy. My mom would tear her apart, from the shade of white on her teeth to the way she held a glass. It wouldn't be nice, and I don't think Darcy understood how ruthless Margot Aster could be when she wanted to, especially when it came to women who were viewed as threats to her sons. Well, I struggled to think of something to say. Odd. This is not like me at all. "Well, what?" Darcy said with a small laugh, prompting me to smile at her. "Dear God, are you finally at a loss for words?" "I believe I am," I answered truthfully. "Well, tell me what caused this so I can do it again," she teased. "Perhaps it'll help us never to argue with each other?" "Nice try." I eyed her. "If you must know, I enjoyed myself tonight. Being on a personal level with Jim and his wife was lovely." "I noticed that," she said, her tone soft and warm and influencing my mind like a drug. "Perhaps you should spend more time with Jim. He seems to have a good effect on you." "Cute," I said, knowing she couldn't resist an opportunity to insult me. "Listen, I know you think I'm an asshole. It's all I do know about you," she interrupted me as she was known to do. "From the moment we first met, you have been nothing but an opinionated dick to me and my family." "True," I sighed. "But you and your family are planted right in the middle of the business I was sent out here to make successful." "We're not your business to change, though," she said. "Anyway, I was certain that once we got in the car, you would compliment me on my polite table manners." "And I did." I teased her with a quick smile before bringing my eyes back to the road. "I just figured your perfect etiquette and manners were part of the role you were playing." "Guess again, buddy," she said with a laugh, and I was thankful that didn't provoke the dark side of Darcy I'd only known until tonight. "I eat out with the wealthy all the time. I know how the game is played." "Like I said, role-playing," I chuckled. "Really?" She sighed, but she wasn't annoyed. She was playful and allowed this to move into a fun conversation. "You've seen me eat dinner at home, and I sure as hell don't talk with my mouth full of food or lick my fingers and put my feet on the table. So there wasn't a role for me to play at dinner tonight." "No," I answered. "However, I don't want to spoil our nice evening by pissing you off with my opinions." "Oh, God." I saw her roll her eyes in my peripheral vision. "What the hell do I do that's improper at the dinner table?" "You really want to know?" I questioned in a fun, mysterious way. "Yeah, I do." "Okay, then." I tried to think of something, because Darcy had never done anything offensive whenever I'd dined with her. "Ha! There's nothing," she said in a smart-ass way. "No, there is. I don't know how to say it without further insulting you. Trust me, I've become bulletproof after all the insults you've managed to throw my family's way." "The bites of food you take are too large," I said, scrambling for something. "Oh, get the fuck out of here. Too large? How in the hell did you come up with that conclusion?" "Well, I decided to keep it all playful and light. It's just rude and offensive." "How is taking a bite of food and eating it without smacking or choking considered rude and offensive?" "Simple. You're a beautiful woman, and I would be lying when I say that I don't appreciate looking at you from time to time." I smiled over at her, staring at me and waiting for the punchline. "I'm flattered. Glad I could appease your eyes," she joked. "And, well, while you're appeasing my eyes, you're also teasing a man who hasn't been laid in over a year by taking those large mouthfuls of food." I expected to have her cough out a laugh, but instead, she was her typical Darcy self and sighed in response. "Well, shit," she came immediately back. "If I'd known I was sexually torturing you by eating like Shrek at a barbecue, then I would have told Antonio to make hot dogs so I could really get you all worked up." I raised my eyebrows and shook my head. "I'd actually like to see that," I answered. "You deep-throating a hot dog might put us in really hot water." "I wouldn't deep-throat it," she said. "I would cut the thing into small pieces to ensure I didn't choke on it." Another reminder of why there is no significant other in your life. I chuckled, turning onto the winery's driveway. "Very funny, wise guy," she answered as I parked the car and reached for her hand before she got out. I meant what I said. I had a good time tonight. "I haven't felt so light in a very long time," I said earnestly, hoping she could sense that I'd enjoyed her company. "Me too," she kindly remarked. "Maybe this whole fake relationship thing might prove that you and I could be friends one day. Why don't you join me for a drink by the pool?" I honestly didn't want this feeling to end. She frowned. "I don't think that's a good idea," she answered. "Nothing more than a drink. Trust me, I do not plan to take advantage of this situation. Jim already vocalized his concern about you getting hurt by me." "What?" she said, rightfully confused. "What made him say that?" I smiled. "He's protective of you and untrusting of me and my family, of course." "Well, the Asters are known for being assholes," she smiled. "This is true," I confirmed. "However, I know I can't hurt you, because neither of us have feelings for each other that way. We are from two separate worlds," she confirmed that truth. "Absolutely. And so long as we are both aware of that, I see nothing wrong with you and me continuing to have a decent evening as friends." She pursed her lips in concentration. "Friends? Just friends. That's what makes it dangerous." She arched an eyebrow at me. "We start as friends, then God only knows where it goes. I'll join you only as your partner in crime, because that's the only reason we went out to dinner tonight and managed to somehow speak nicely to each other this entire ride home." I softly laughed in response. Well, having drinks at the pool can help with more ideas for our role-playing. "Look at you. You really want company tonight." "I actually do," I admitted. "I know I don't talk about my late wife a lot, and I tend to shut down when memories or reminders of losing her come to me. However, I didn't realize how lonely my life had become before tonight. Tonight brought out the side of me that feels alive again, and I guess I'm not quite ready to go back into the dark hole where I've been living." "All right, I'll join you," she smiled at me. "The last thing I want is for you to beg to sleep in bed with me, because you notice all the demons that follow you around everywhere are coming out at night when you're alone in your dark room." "Well, now that you brought it up, I might need to share your room like your father suggested." "Fucking hell, I forgot about that. Listen, maybe you can talk your parents into staying at a nice hotel? I'll think about it. Over drinks tonight." She was right about one thing. I didn't want to be alone with my demons or my thoughts. I loved this bright, much lighter feeling I was experiencing. It was like a breath of fresh air. And since things between Darcy and me would amount to nothing more than a good friendship between two people from two very different classes in society, what was the harm?
Chapter 19. Darcy. I took Sebastian up on his offer, mainly because we were getting along. If I were ever going to write an article about him, I would have to ease into wanting to be around him. If I hated the guy and his presence, my article would suck no matter what inside info he gave me out of this deal we found ourselves stuck in. Since I didn't want to lose out on the exposé of the century, I'd eventually need to spend time with him anyway. So it might as well be a lovely evening while he was still in an agreeable mood. A few glasses of tequila wouldn't hurt either.
"So, tell me why you got into writing,"
he said after we found a comfortable area by the pool and took a few sips of his fancy tequila in silence. I smiled at him, still enjoying the warmer side of the cold man I'd come to know. Simple. I love writing, and I love studying people.
"Studying people?"
He chuckled, taking another sip and reclining back on the patio sofa across from me where he sat.
"That's a very interesting way of looking at it."
"Well, it's true." I smiled at him. "I find the wealthy lifestyle very intriguing. It seems all of you, even though you are human, act like you're demigods forced to live amongst the rest of us." He rolled his eyes and propped an ankle over his knee.
"I guess I can see how someone like you would believe that."
"Someone like me?" I arched an eyebrow at him, thankful for my tequila buzz. If it weren't for that, I'm confident I would have shot right back at him for that remark. "You see, that's what I'm talking about. It's like you people look down at us. Your comment proves that."
"No,"
he simply stated.
"You've already put yourself in a position beneath me by categorizing me as someone who believes they're a god because I have been raised with money, and I know how to utilize the power it gives me."
I narrowed my eyes at him. "Exactly. You utilize that power to give yourselves a godlike complex. However, not all of you are like that. Some are powerful and savvy businessmen, but they don't carry themselves on that high of a pedestal."
"I imagine you're referring to your friend, Jim Mitchell?"
"That's exactly who I'm referring to, and some others in that circle." I studied him briefly but was loosened up on tequila, so I didn't overthink what I wanted to say. "You and Jim seemed to hit it off rather well tonight."
"Jim is a good guy," he said. "I admire him, and I always have. Though we have never been close friends, we are very similar in business. I respect that."
"That's not what I was talking about. I was just surprised by how— I don't know," I said.
"Are you referring to me not being an asshole to him like I have been with you at the mention of my wife?"
he asked, practically pulling the question out of my head. "Yes, actually, I was. I don't want to overstep or anything, but if you haven't been able to talk about all of that, your tragic loss, maybe it's something you should do."
"And you think that would help me be a nicer person to you?"
he teased, and I knew he was only reacting so casually because of the booze. "Not just me, but everyone around you. And no, you don't have to talk to me about it, that's not what I meant. I just saw that it almost seemed like a relief for you to have that moment. Maybe Jim's concern about your unfortunate situation was a catalyst to relieve some of your burden."
"You live in your head too much," he chuckled. "And by that, I mean you fabricate things that aren't exactly true. Perhaps that is why you have made me out to be El Diablo, the horrible man who stalks around this place looking to insult you at every turn."
"That isn't in my head, though," I said. That's exactly what you've done since you arrived here. And how would you know that I refer to you as El Diablo?
I've overheard you call me that to anyone who will listen. Antonio, your parents, and Inés.
Well, that's not creepy at all, I said, eyes wide and wondering if the man had hidden cameras around the place, because I know he wasn't around when I talked about him like that.
Your voice carries when you're pissed off, he answered my thoughts again for me. And you're quite adorable then, too. I think that may be half the reason I provoke you.
I'm glad that keeping me pissed off can entertain you. I laughed in disbelief.
It's not that it entertains me.
He grew more serious.
Or perhaps it does, I have no idea. However,
his eyes held mine as I watched him search for words to explain what was on his mind.
I will be honest when I say that I haven't felt this alive since my wife died last year. You've kept me on my toes, Darcel,
he said. Ah, for fuck's sake. Just when I almost thought you were handsome. I rolled my eyes. Hey, we got fake relationship rules, pal, and one of those rules is never to speak that name.
We're not in a fake relationship right now, so I can call you whatever I want,
he said with a cute smile. It was the same bashful smile I saw at dinner tonight when I grabbed his knee in a ticklish spot. His expression lightened at his nose, wrinkled somewhat in humor, and his lips twisted together in a way that showed he was trying not to laugh. It was a good look for him. Well, if you don't want to continue to drink out here alone, I would suggest you cease calling me that name.
Very well, but can I ask if there's a story behind it? The name? Is it a grandmother's name of yours or something?
You have met my parents, right?
Yes, and they are definitely what I would refer to as modern-day hippies, he said with a laugh. I mean no offense by that, either. They are just very easy-breezy and do not take life seriously at all.
They are not ruled by the craziness of the world. My dad only hangs on to the winery because he loves doing it. It makes him and my mom very happy. They aren't in it for the money, which is why you saw he was pretty much giving away the farm for free. He loves being a giver.
Well, that giving spirit was about to have everything taken from him,
he answered, still light-hearted and not with his usual dick tone.
I can tell he's very passionate about making wine and loves to watch others enjoy it. However, the business must run for him to continue to produce the wine he wishes to share. Once everything here is set and in order, I believe he will be happier than ever as he watches more clients taste and enjoy his wine. He's really an exceptional winemaker.
I like this side of you, I said bluntly. You should go out with Jim more often and constantly drink tequila.
I like feeling like this, he answered. I haven't felt this loosened up in quite some time. I don't think it was really dinner or the booze, he said, staring at his glass. Maybe you and your parents are just affecting me.
Ah, I chuckled. So our hippie ways have helped you soften up some?
I might even name my next child Darcel.
He laughed.
Seriously, where did the name come from?
Since you and I are getting along, and you seem a bit genuine about being nice for the first time since I've met you, I'll answer.
Go on,
he said, smiling as if I had some unique reason. My mom had named me after a monkey she'd adopted in Asia. Well, the reason for the name is far more embarrassing than the name itself. He licked his lips in humor, and I shouldn't have felt anything when he did, but I found the gesture highly attractive. My mom was living in Thailand after pretty much running away from home. I said, eyeing him and making sure he wasn't going to smart off. So, after meeting my folks, you can understand why both were considered black sheep in their families? Right, I wasn't going to ask about their families, but more so how your mother came up with the name. Why do you care so much? I asked, wanting off this topic. Because you hate it so very much. And frankly, I don't think I've ever met or heard of anyone with the name. Darcy, yes, quite common, but Darcel? No. Usually, people's personalities match their names, but you seem quite the opposite of your name. Because I don't see it as my name, I answered. What made your mother choose it? I inhaled deeply, knowing I would regret this, but unable to resist because of the handsome, lighter expression of the man sitting across from me. Everything was attractive about him right now. His humor, his intrigue with my stupid name, all of it. It was not a side of him I'd seen or believed could exist. I tipped back the last of the tequila, sighed, and stared at him. Our eyes locked and his were filled with humor. Allow me to pour you another glass, because part of me believes this story will never be told unless you are half drunk. That's the damn truth, I answered, holding my glass for him to pour more booze into it and more for him. Take a shot, and then just let it fly. He laughed. I did, feeling it go straight to my head, giving me the liquid courage to spit it out. If I tell you this and you laugh, oh, I'm quite confident I'm going to laugh because I'm already finding it humorous to watch these cute expressions play out on your face in fear of telling me. I strummed my fingers on the rim of my glass and tightened my lips in concentration. Fine. My mom named me after a monkey. She adopted it in Thailand and couldn't bring it back to the States when she had to move back home. Sebastian's reaction was not what I expected from a man known for being stiff and rigid. He'd spit his drink back into his glass and was wiping the moisture from his chin with the back of his hand, lost in the most joyous laugh I'd ever heard. I sat in silence, holding back a smile as Sebastian tried not to howl with laughter. But the harder he tried to contain himself, the harder he laughed. Tears streamed from the corner of his eyes as he tried to catch his breath, and I was shocked the man was so lost in humor. It's not that funny, I said, laughing at his reaction. No, he said, shaking his head and making a solid effort to silence his humor. It's not. He wiped the tears from his eyes and tried to compose himself. Oh my God. Wow, you're named after a fucking monkey? If you ever use this against me, ever. I paused, watching him laugh more and starting to regret telling him. I will cut your dick off. He gathered himself well enough to arch a sexy eyebrow at me. Oh, is that the excuse you need to finally do what you've wanted since you met me? Perhaps. I think you know me well enough by now to know that I'm always a step ahead of you to ensure you don't fuck with me. Your secret is safe with me, he said, and though he didn't laugh, I could see the effort not to was written all over his face. A monkey? Was your mom high or something? I stared at him with what I knew was a blank expression. That's what I assume. Then again, she had just delivered me, so I hope that she wasn't smoking anything while going into labor. Well, he smiled in a way that made my heart flutter, leaving me nervous that I'd just had that reaction to him. I've heard some women. Let's just leave the name where I want it, I said, stopping him from taking this conversation any further then it should have gone in the first place.
Where's that?
With the unwritten rule that's been upheld for my whole life, which is that no one calls me that name.
Fine.
He held both his hands up. I could tell the booze had him nice and loosened up, too.
We leave the name in Thailand with the monkey you were named after.
Cute, I said, feeling a bit more sober. It's bad enough I have the name, and it's even worse hearing you say it like that.
That you are the namesake of an orphaned monkey.
I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's change the subject, I said, taking control of the conversation. Let's talk about you. We've only discussed the most embarrassing details of me. It's your turn.
Okay, my turn,
he said, and I could almost see the wheels spinning behind his eyes.
Well, I'm not much of an open person, so there's that. And also,
he held up a finger to stop me from responding to his chicken shit way out of this.
I'm not going to give you all my little secrets before our agreement is handled and that auction is over.
Fine. So we talked about my name. Where'd you get your name? I asked, trying to come up with something to ask, but feeling foggy because of the tequila.
Well, it's not as entertaining as your origin story, he said, but I think it speaks for itself since I was named after my father, who was named after his father, who was named after his father. You know how it works.
I rolled my eyes. Of course I know that, I said. God, what must you think of me? You show up here and are completely put off by how my parents and I are, and I seal the deal on all of it by telling you I'm named after a monkey.
Well, if it helps, monkeys are cute, and I find you adorable, even when you're infuriated with me.
He grinned in a way that made me smile bashfully in response. I'll take that as a compliment, I answered. And you mentioned your daughter earlier. Wait, I stopped. Don't answer that. I'm sorry I brought her up. I understand that's very personal, and you don't need to talk about things like that by the girl named after a monkey. Unexpectedly, he stood up and walked over to where I sat. I rose too, not knowing what to think about the gesture.
It's perfectly fine to ask about her, but I'm not in a place where I feel comfortable talking about her at this time.
His eyes seemed to stare intently into my soul.
Perhaps if you and I could do without the drinks and become friends, I could be more open about those personal things. I think it's best to leave it at silly nonsense, such as who or what we were named after for now.
I sucked in a breath, feeling the power radiating from the man being projected onto me. Sebastian and I had never been close without me wanting to throat punch him, but this time I felt a delicious energy wash through me as I absorbed how beautiful the man was when he wasn't acting like a dick. I didn't bother to shove any feelings away because he would wake up tomorrow morning, the friendly spell he was under would be gone, and he'd be right back to irritate me. Instead of being captivated by him through this sensation I was experiencing, I chose to appreciate the moment. It was nice to put our weapons down and see this youthful and vibrant side of the man. I'm heading to bed, I said, smiling and breaking the trance I'd temporarily fallen under. Hopefully your mood will be as nice tomorrow as it was tonight.
I hope so too,
he answered. I glanced back at the man I'd left standing by the pool and staring after me as I walked away. He also seemed concerned that the kinder, lighter side of him would disappear with the final glances we stole from each other. It's too bad, too, because from what I could sense, he seemed to have quite a charming side. Maybe it was for the best. I couldn't imagine what would happen to my sanity if I actually fell for this man. God forbid. No way. I was smarter than that. I had a good, very happy life, and the last thing I needed was for it to be destroyed by a man who came from another world. His world was a place I didn't belong. He knew it, and I knew it. And that made Sebastian Aster the most dangerous man on the planet to me, if I was foolish enough to fall for his charms. So I took my wish back of wanting him happy and friendly tomorrow. I would rather him be such a bastard that his good looks were utterly unattractive to me, just like things had been since the day we met. Status quo.
Chapter 20. Sebastian. I had avoided returning my father's calls that came in the day after Darcy went out of her way to notify him about our relationship. Part of me was waiting for the call that the old man was in the hospital on life support after suffering a stroke or massive heart attack after Darcy's call. But no more calls came after that day. That meant my father and mother did what they always did when they didn't approve of our choices or behaviors. They avoided us and offered the silent treatment. I'd never been on the receiving end of their silence because I was the star child, or, as most therapists referred to it in toxic and dysfunctional families, the golden child. I'd worked hard to dismiss everything I wanted in life so I wouldn't be a burden to my parents, excelling in every way and making them proud of their eldest son. So, the phone call I was about to make was sure to be one of the most harrowing. It probably would have been wise to call Mark or John first, since my brothers had found ways of navigating these conversations of letting our parents down easily, but I didn't want to deal with them too. And since both of my brothers were alive and well, it wasn't going to kill me to get this conversation with my father out of the way. "Hello, Sebastian," my father said coldly, his tone filled with the disgust I knew he felt for me. "Yes, hello," I said, not knowing how to start this conversation. "Well, getting right to it. I'm told you've been made aware of my relationship. There is no other reason your mother and I would take time out of our busy schedules to visit in 3 days. That's why I'm calling. There's no reason for either of you to visit. It's a simple relationship, and I'm going to stop you right there," he said in a tone that silenced me immediately. "The very fact that you do not wish for us to visit is alarming in and of itself. If this were a simple relationship, then the simple-minded woman you've chosen to enter a relationship with would not have called us, and you wouldn't be trying to interfere with our attempt to find out what the hell is going on in Napa Valley." For some bizarre reason I could not explain, it irritated the shit out of me to listen to my dad insult Darcy. He didn't know her, and it was fucking rude, and typical of my family, of him to say such a demeaning thing about someone he'd never met. Granted, I didn't really know Darcy all that well either, but I wouldn't refer to her as simple-minded. "All I'm saying is that it's not worth a visit," I snapped. "There is nothing serious about the relationship that would warrant you and Mother coming here and attempting to scare her off of any hopes and dreams of being part of our family. I want to know what is going on with you, Sebastian. First, and understandably, you completely checked out on us after Melissa passed. I sent you there hoping it might put some wind in your sails again, giving you an opportunity to readjust and live again. The first chance you get, you wind up in a relationship instead of doing the job that Mr. Mitchell and I expect for that failing business. I'm doing just that. Being with Darcy has helped encourage the wind to fill my sails again. I imagined that you and Mother would be happy for me to walk amongst the living these days, not buried with my wife at Greenwood Cemetery. That you are revitalized is something your mother and I are pleased about, so do not twist my words to mock me. Stop pretending this situation is black and white," I said. "The simple fact that you want my girlfriend to fix the family name by writing an article says more about our family than it does about me dating her." "What is that supposed to mean?" "You know what it means." "Very well, then," he snarled. We wouldn't have to stoop to the levels of tabloids to clean up our name within our circle of friends if you and your brothers can manage your dicks around women you know better than to associate with. It is bad enough that you boys entertain these women as friends, but that's not enough for you ungrateful children. You won't be happy until you fucked them and brought the trash into our home." I immediately hung up the phone after that line of bullshit. My father never spoke to me in that manner. He was disgusted and repulsed by me, Darcy, and anyone else associated with this winery. I was shocked he hadn't backed out of the business deal with Mitchell at this point. I wondered if going through this fake relationship bullshit was worth it. I wasn't going to sit around and be verbally assaulted by my father, and I sure as fuck wasn't planning on being around while he was at the winery, sniffing around and insulting this place and family even more than I'd already done. I needed to leave, and I planned to take the woman who'd put a smile on my face last night, something that had given me the most peaceful sleep in far too long. I had to think of something quick. I could hire a private helicopter to take us out of the area for the week my parents would be here, but I couldn't leave Billy and Tina without first telling them not to take anything my parents said personally. I would press them to be themselves, because the more uncomfortable my parents were while they were here, the quicker they would leave. The winery would be okay while I was gone, too. I hadn't felt this light in years, and I wasn't going to have that ruined because my parents overreacted when it came to things their sons did outside of their wishes or control. I owed them no excuses, but I would let them know that Darcy and I were going away for the week, so they might as well not waste their time visiting. Hopefully it would end their trip before it started, but I highly doubted that would be the case. Instead of calling my father back, I chose to send a simple and direct text. "Sebastian, Darcy and I won't be here the week you and Mom plan to arrive. If we don't see you before the charity event, I hope your stay is to your liking." As expected, my dad didn't respond, so I jumped in the shower, cleared my head, and made plans for Darcy and me to be gone for the next week. I had a feeling she and I would do better on a more casual level with me throwing business to the side for a while, and doing what my father had hoped I would do when he sent me to live out here. I wouldn't leave if I thought this place needed my supervision, but I knew it would be fine. I needed to clear my head, and when Darcy was half agreeable, I enjoyed how I felt in her presence. Maybe I was just ready to get out of this dark place in my life. Regardless, something told me she was the answer. Unlike what my parents thought, I knew this wasn't a real relationship. We would just have fun like last night. Nothing weird. Maybe she could even learn enough about me for her article so I wouldn't have to waste my time sitting down with her and Juniper to answer mundane questions about myself. It was another win-win situation. After my shower, I waltzed into the kitchen in full role-play mode, ready to pop this surprise on my fake girlfriend. Just as I'd hoped, she was having breakfast with her mom. "Good morning, beautiful," I said, offering her a wink. She wore a simple V-neck t-shirt and khaki shorts, and I found her quite attractive with her hair pulled up in a messy bun. "Good morning, handsome," she said, her mood still pleasant as the night before. "You two have stolen my heart," Tina said wistfully. "Don't get too carried away, Mom," Darcy said, obviously containing the responses from her mother, who I knew would be extremely let down once she learned we weren't a couple anymore. "We're just dating. We're not even sharing the same room as you and Dad think. Well, you are free to do whatever you want. No judgment here." "I was hoping you'd offer me that permission." I smiled at Tina, because I have plans to steal my little Hope Diamond away for the coming week. "Hope Diamond?" Darcy said, more irritated with a new pet name than the fact I just announced she and I would be leaving together. "It's what you are to me." I sipped my freshly brewed cappuccino, something so rare and priceless that it belongs in a museum. "Right," she said, her voice almost at a whisper. "And while we're on the subject, I must beg you to pack your bags and prepare to leave with me for the week. The helicopter arrives at the landing pad in 3 hours, and our surprise trip awaits." What are you talking about? Darcy finally gave me the response I was expecting. I'm still waiting to hear back from my brother and his wife, but Jim and some other friends are excited to go on a fun little trip. Why are we leaving? Your parents will be here on Monday, and today is Saturday, so if we are gone for a solid week, they won't be here when we return. I smiled at her. Trust me, after my phone conversation with my father this morning, I'm sure you'll find numerous creative ways to thank me for this later. She arched a sexy eyebrow at me, knowing I was being a dipshit, but I assumed she knew it was best not to be subjected to my horribly rude parents. Won't they miss you both? Tina questioned. I suddenly felt terrible that I wasn't taking her with us. Unless you have ways of working your charms on stiff, ultra-wealthy people who cannot stand the presence of anyone beneath them, I recommend that you and Mr. Burke plan a fun week-long getaway with us. You both are invited. I couldn't help it. Tina and Billy, though highly insane with their free-loving way of looking at life, didn't need to be at the mercy of Margot and Sebastian Aster. Maybe if my parents arrived and only the chef were here to greet them, they'd leave. Was I avoiding and escaping my parents? Absolutely. But I didn't see it that way. I saw it as being smart and removing myself from toxicity that I had no desire to be around. I'd lived the last year of my life in darkness, and I wasn't in the mood to welcome back the slightest sight of it into my life. I'd gotten a sliver of sunlight and felt desperate to hang on to it. Well, if we can handle your moodiness, Tina finally dared to come clean with how I'd been making her feel, then we can handle theirs. I am sincerely sorry about my rudeness toward all of you, I said as I looked directly at Darcy. I hope you accept my deepest apologies. Darcy didn't shy away from our locked gaze. Instead, her eyes narrowed as if wondering who possessed me this morning. Mom? She looked at Tina. Maybe Sebastian's right. Maybe you and Dad should come with us. Not this time, honey. We won't interfere with your trip while you both are enjoying the company of good friends. Your father and I welcome any opportunity to share good and wholesome love with others. When people are nasty, it's usually because they're covering up the pain inside. I'll invite Margot to attend a couple of my wellness yoga sessions, and I know your father is excited to take Mr. Aster on tours of everything his son has been accomplishing. I should love to be a fly on the wall as you attempt to convince my mother to do yoga, I said with a laugh. Oh, honey, I'm sure she'll try to bat the idea away like an annoying fly, but once she sees how joyous I am in my womanhood and sexuality, I'm sure she'll want to know what the secret is. Darcy choked on her orange juice but recovered in a way that made me find her adorable, as I had been doing a lot lately. Mom, have you read any of the articles I write about the wealthy? Or are you just lying about it to make me feel good? Of course I have. And the one thing I noticed about every one of them is that those people love to find their spiritual side. You are a good soul to believe such a thing, I said sincerely. I looked at Darcy, smiling at me with her blue eyes lighting up in a way that made me feel soothed. And you are a saint for writing that in your articles when you and I are both keenly aware that is merely a front. Front or not, Tina said with a newfound sense of confidence, I have my hopes set high that when Margot Aster arrives, she will feel like she's at an exotic spa while our husbands handle business. I sucked in a breath. I'm truly a bit worried, Tina. I'm afraid my mother will not see this as anything other than a mission to get to the bottom of the place where she believes her son was brainwashed to go against his family's wishes. I will prove you wrong, and when you come back, she'll be begging for a wedding date. I exchanged glances with Darcy, who didn't seem as worried as I was about my mother raising hell for Tina, while I snatched Darcy away from Margot's ridicule. My mom has dealt with worse, Darcy said, probably reading my mind from the concerned expression on my face. However, I think the responsible thing for me to do is stay here, since I invited your parents to our home. I understand that, I answered, knowing Darcy started this entire mess, but in no mood to point fingers. Tina, I will have my pilot and the chopper on standby should you need to escape." Tina chuckled. From the way you both seemed so concerned about this, she looked from Darcy to me. "You might want to keep it on standby to rescue your mother." "True," I laughed. "You kids go and have a great time. I'm glad you're going to take some personal time away from the winery to focus on my daughter. It's beautiful when you show the woman you are falling for that she is worth more than money, if you know what I mean." "Thank you," I said. I was uneasy leaving the Burkes to deal with my parents, but I would make the best of this situation. My only concern now was how long Darcy and I would be able to get along before I started pissing her off again. Though I didn't think that would be a problem anymore. She seemed to be much calmer with my new demeanor, and I understood why. I wasn't being a horrible dick to her and everyone else, and it felt quite nice.
Chapter 21. Darcy. I had no idea what had gotten into Sebastian, but this new guy I'd been around since dinner last night was much more tolerable. I wasn't going all in and saying that I completely trusted this change, but he'd come out of the shell he'd been hiding in, and that interested me. Regardless, just because Sebastian was tolerable didn't mean I wanted to hightail it out of here and go on a vacation with the man. I'd just been on Jake Mitchell's luxurious yacht, so I didn't really want to leave for another extravagant vacation, mainly because it appeared he'd invited everyone along. That meant it wouldn't be a vacation at all. It would be a trip of constantly lying to my friends by faking a relationship with Sebastian. It was exhausting to even think about. "Hey," I said, following him and his smiles. Yes, smiles. And yes, he looked impossibly handsome while wearing them too. "Yes, ma'am," he said, with a hint of arrogance rather than his usual dickish tone that I'd grown accustomed to. "The only person around here who goes by ma'am is my mother when the cleaners are here, so please don't call me that." "I see the vacation is getting off to a lovely start," he teased, then turned and slid his hands into his pockets. "So, no calling you ma'am." I nodded. It's just as foreign to me as being called my full name. I smiled at him, seeing his eyes brighten, recalling my name's origin story. Shit. I shook my head and couldn't resist smiling at him in return. I won't lie. This softer, happier side of you, which emerged last night, is quite handsome. "I'll take that as a compliment," he said. "So what's up? I need to make a few calls before we leave for the airport." "Well, speaking of me not lying, I don't think it's a good idea that we take this trip with my friends. Granted, I'm not super close with all of them, but I'm close enough not to want to lie to them about us. It makes me feel shitty." "You know the drill," he said with an arched eyebrow. "We must make this believable." "Why not just make it believable to your parents and call it done?" "I'm in no mood to be in their presence," he answered with an unreadable expression. "And I know you will not be able to tolerate them either. You could barely tolerate my presence, and I was merely insulting you by requesting a change of decor. I wasn't insulting you in the worst ways imaginable, as both my parents will undoubtedly do after they arrive." "I can handle myself. We're not really a couple anyway. I can deal with any insults your parents throw my way." "Well, allow me to put it to you this way. I prefer you not to be subjected to it. I don't want to hear it or see it." "Let's call it what it is," I challenged him. "You're running away from them." "Fine," he shrugged. "I'll call it that, no problem. We leave in about 10 minutes. Pack for a very warm climate." I sighed and bit my bottom lip. "You're not budging on this. are you? Nope. And welcome to our fake relationship. He smirked, then spun on his heel and went through the breezeway to his renovated corner of the villa. I stood there watching him walk away, really trying to appreciate that I was getting a free vacation out of this. I decided to call Avery. She'd understand how badly this was going to suck for me. And she'd probably laugh. Shit. You can't call Avery. You're lying to her about loving this guy. Knowing I couldn't vent this out to anyone, I simply just walked up to my room to pack pretty much all the same clothes I'd just worn on Jake's yacht in order to be hauled off to some vacation destination. I can't believe this is happening, Avery said with a laugh. Shit, I'm so sad I can't be there. Right, I answered with an eye roll. I was torn about not having Avery and Ash come along on Sebastian's last-minute excursion to the tropics or wherever he was taking me. Part of me was relieved not to have to lie to them, but I also needed their support. Well, don't count all of us out just yet. Jim and I are working on a few things. Spencer and Nat are a great time, though. You just need to be warned, since you haven't met Natalia yet. Warned? I questioned with a laugh. I've met her, I just don't know her. That's what I meant. Meeting Nat is one thing, and knowing her is quite another. She's a blast, but she'll pull your ass right out of your comfort zone. The next thing you know, you'll be talking about orgasms and waxing, possibly in that order. Or, since it's Nat we're talking about, it might even be orgasms while waxing. Now I know how Spencer got pulled off the Billionaire Playboy market, I teased. I wanted to write an article about that guy after I heard stories about what a huge prick he was. Nat snatched his ass off the market without even trying. In fact, he was the last guy she ever wanted to date. She only hooked up with him again after... She paused. What? Never mind. It's her story to tell, so if you and Sebastian get bored or drunk, ask Nat and Spence to give you the wild details of their love story when you're in Mexico. From the way it sounds, we still might be able to go. We'll just be a little bit behind you guys. Jim's working on it because it's been too long since the gang's been together on a Mexican vacation. Mexico? I said, somewhat surprised. Oh, shit. Sebastian was making these plans to surprise you. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry I blew it. It's okay, I said with a laugh. Mexico, huh? That's cute. I wonder why he thought of Mexico. My family loved visiting Mexico, and we took trips often. We'd venture up and down the Mexican Riviera whenever we could. Sebastian wasn't doing this for me, was he? It couldn't be. He said your mom told him how much you loved it down there, so he wanted to take you. I'm so glad you told me this, I said truthfully. You might feel bad about letting a surprise slip, but I hate getting surprised, so you did me a favor. Well, the man is smitten with you, kiddo. She laughed. Okay, I gotta go. I'll keep you updated on our side, but Spence and Nat are good to go along, and I know you're gonna dig them. Okay, Ave, I said with a smile. Hopefully you guys can work something out, but if you can't, I get it. I was shocked by this news about an hour ago, and if I weren't a journalist who worked mostly from home, I wouldn't be going either. Before you go, she started, aren't his parents coming to visit? Yeah, in 2 days or so. Dear God, he's adorable, she said, and this time I rolled my eyes at her being caught up in Sebastian's charming side. He's keeping them away from you. Even though I'm the one who invited them? I laughed. I did that back when I hated him, by the way. I thought the whole hating him thing was a front to cover that you guys were in a relationship. Shit. Way to slip on the lying game. It was actually how we fell in love. We hated each other and somehow fell in love. I cringed, knowing how stupid that sounded. Enemies to lovers, she said with a laugh. My favorite kind of books. Okay, this is getting cheesy. I've seriously got to jam and pick up the kids. Okay, see ya. Now it was time to pack. For Mexico. I had mixed feelings about this, because I felt my walls coming down a little, knowing Sebastian did something nice for once. He had to have done some research before making this decision, and the fact that he did, also I would like the destination, put a hesitant smile on my face. At least now, knowing we were Mexico-bound, I had no problem getting excited about the trip. If anything could get me over my trepidation about a vacation with a man I'd loathed up until last night, it was beaches, endless sunshine, delicious food, and bottomless margaritas. Chapter 22. Darcy. Are you stoned or something? Or maybe you dropped acid last night at dinner and are still on that trip? I said, looking over at Sebastian. He finished typing a text and smiled over at me. I seriously thought this guy was on something, because he was all smiles and acting like a funny smartass, too. I appreciated having this guy around, but I had no idea why this guy was around or how he got here. Yes, I just dropped some more before we boarded the plane. Why do you ask? Well, I don't know. I played dumb, looking around the cabin of the jet. We're on a commercial flight, and last I recall, the Asters, especially their chosen son, don't fly commercial. You fly private. So? I studied his more serious, yet still youthful and handsome expression. So, I held on to the word. Why are we flying commercial? Don't get me wrong, I have no problem flying like a normal person, so that's not it. I just want to know what is happening with you, because flying in coach isn't something a person like you would ever do. I had an epiphany last night, he said, looking around the plane's cabin like he'd never seen people travel this way. I suddenly understood he probably only booked these seats because it would humiliate his parents. I realized that we only have a few short years on this planet, and I want to spend those years with you, sweetheart. He smiled, and I rolled my eyes. Yeah, okay. We're escaping to Mexico because I never plan to be found again. I love you, and you've bewitched me, body and soul. Before I could question how ridiculous he was acting, his lips were on mine. I would have instantly jerked away, but I was paralyzed with shock as his hand gently caressed my neck and his thumb ran along my jawline. My mouth responded by falling open, but he didn't take the opportunity to do what my hormones wanted after my brain shut off, which was to accept this man's kiss fully. He merely nipped at my bottom lip, pulled back, and met my dazed eyes with his vibrant gaze. I just want to get away with you. I've never felt love for anyone the way I feel it for you. You've been a constant during the darkest times of my life, and this is just a tiny way of thanking you for loving me the same way in return. I frowned, staring at him. He was sitting next to the window, and I was in the middle seat, with my back facing the audience I knew he'd just created. I pulled myself together, only able to smirk in response to this man who'd taken my breath and my brains away with that kiss. Of course, he was playing a role, and when I turned around and saw a handful of teenagers and young adults with their phone cameras on us, most likely recording him, I understood why he'd upped the ante. He wanted this to go viral, and all those busybodies were the answer to Sebastian's prayers. I still don't know how this happened. I tried to play it off, not knowing how to respond because my mind was still back on how perfect his lips felt when they were pressed against mine. Damn, I was so fucked if I couldn't pull my shit together. But you didn't answer my question. Stop acting so modest. He grinned. You mentioned the day we met that I needed to tame down all the extravagance or you'd never date me. Huh? I let it slip out. Well, that's true. I gave him an unapologetic look. But that's not what I meant when— Stop, he said, brushing the tip of my nose with his finger, annoying me with his fake lovey-dovey shit. Cameras are watching, and I don't want them to catch us quarreling. Quarreling? I turned back to the people watching and videoing this bizarre exchange between Sebastian and me. Would you guys mind not recording us? I begged with my eyes. This is why he likes to fly private, and if I want to keep my fiancé on the type of flights I'm used to, it's probably best we don't invade his privacy. Fiancé? Sebastian and our audience responded simultaneously. Oh, fuck. This is your fault, I mouthed to him. If we'd flown private, then— I turned back to the people who weren't listening to me because all they heard was fiancé. We wouldn't have just revealed our big secret. I knew I had the cringiest smile, but I just wanted to bury my face in my hands and hide. Why couldn't we have taken the damn private plane? So we only had to fake this relationship when we were prepared? Why didn't I anticipate that he would book a regular flight just to seal the deal that he was off the fucking market? I swear, this man and his bullshit. How are we going to walk back this newest lie? He said, putting his arm around me, bringing my ear to his mouth, sending shivers down my body with his warm breath. I wanted to jerk away from him, but I couldn't. Good question. And now we're on our way to paradise, he answered, cutting me off because the fan club was still fully immersed in our charade. I'm excited about that, I said, feeling utterly uncomfortable and eager to get the show on the fucking road so these weirdos would point their phones somewhere else. We switched our phones to airplane mode while preparing to taxi down the runway and take off, and all I could do was close my eyes and try to figure out how we would get out of this newest lie. Why the fuck did that come out of my mouth? Where did it even come from? I was mortified that it slipped, knowing that Sebastian would probably question me about it too. Once we were at cruising altitude, I opened my phone, put it on Wi-Fi, and tried to forget everything that had transpired before takeoff. I never had any issues flying commercially, but I'd give anything to be in his family jet so that I could privately talk with Sebastian and work this thing out before his fan club destroyed my life with breaking news that Sebastian was engaged to the daughter of a local Napa Valley vineyard owner. I exhaled, removing all thoughts about Sebastian, who was typing away on his laptop to my left, and the elderly woman sitting to my right. Ding! Avery. Engaged? Why didn't you tell us? I had no idea this was why Sebastian invited everyone to Mexico. I stared at the text, knowing we'd only been at cruising altitude for about 30 minutes. There was no fucking way the little shits across the aisle got their videos uploaded and seen that fucking fast. I didn't even know how to respond to Avery. This whirlwind of shit had just escalated to unimaginable heights. Of course, it would appear as though Sebastian had invited everyone to Mexico to celebrate a surprise engagement. I dared to glance at Sebastian. He was intently focused on his laptop screen, and I wondered if he was typing so rapidly because he was putting out fires that I'd started by speaking without thinking. My eyes drifted to his screen, and I sighed in relief when I saw he was working on some graphs and numbers that most likely had to do with business at the winery. I sat silently, still not responding to Avery, because I had no idea how to get out of this. Should I bite the bullet and tell everyone I wished I was engaged to this man? No, that would make your relationship look like the joke you already know it is, I thought while biting my thumbnail, concentrating. Ding! Private number. Well, where should we buy your ring? Can't have you engaged to me without one. I glanced over at Sebastian and saw the amused expression on his face. I knew that once he found out this engagement had gone viral, the lighter side of him that I'd been enjoying would be history. Instead of talking to him, since all eyes were on him anyway, I texted him back. Darcy, how did you get my number? Private number. Your father? Darcy. Oh, well, I'm not sure why you want to get a ring. Private number. Because everyone in the world has blown up my phone asking about our engagement. It's on social media. Everyone in the social media-verse has seen you saying the words, my fiancé. I felt my blood pressure spike and my face flush red in panic. I glanced over at Sebastian. He was still having fun with this while I was trying to figure out how we would break off our fake engagement once these silly little lies ended after the charity event that I should have never recommended. I quickly added Sebastian's name to his contact info so I wouldn't accidentally open the next random text from a nosy private number and think it was him. If this situation could worsen, that would be how it would happen. Darcy, I'm so sorry about this, but we need to get out of it somehow. Sebastian, too late. The words came out of your mouth. It's all over social media, cupcake. Darcy, remember our rules. No pet names are allowed. Sebastian, that rule was for when we were fake dating. We're engaged now, so I can call you whatever I want. Darcy, this is funny to you? Sebastian, well, if I get angry, our vacation in Mexico will suck as badly as if we were at your house with my parents. So, I'm reining in my irritation that the world thinks we're getting married and focusing on the fact that no one will expect me to be on that auction block. Darcy, we need to get out of this lie. We have to figure something out. Sebastian, relax. I'm the only one who will have to deal with hell about it, and I'm not bothered by it. Once we end our fake relationship, all this bullshit goes away. People like me get dumped all the time for being assholes, and it usually happens during the engagement anyway. It'll just be more believable. He had a point. Countless people in his circle broke off engagements. His brother Mark blew his whole wedding in Monaco to hell when he skipped the event midway and took off to some tropical island, leaving his future bride crying in her dressing room with hundreds in attendance. It was more common for the crowd that Sebastian rolled in to break an engagement than for them to see it through and marry. I smiled in relief. Sebastian, I need to put a ring on it, though. So, before we meet Spencer and Nat, we need to find a place for me to purchase one. Darcy, we're flying to Mexico. Where do you think you're going to buy a ring quickly? Sebastian, I guess there's always the beach. I hear they've got some tremendous nickel-plated adjustable bands at reasonable prices. They even walk around and offer them to you while you're laying out, getting a tan. Darcy, well, you're adamant about flying coach, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you want to save money. Sebastian, Hilarious, but do not worry. I'm sure Riviera Nayarit won't let me down when it comes to the perfect ring. No nickel-plated beauties for you.
Darcy. Well, thanks. I'm not picky, but I prefer rings that don't make my skin turn green. A few $1,000s for a ring should get you off the hook.
Sebastian. Of course, as if this whole charade isn't costing enough already.
I glanced over at him just to be sure that his dark side hadn't returned, and was pleasantly surprised to see a sexy smirk on his face. When he turned to smile at me, the fucking guy made my heart flutter again. I didn't want to spend a week in Mexico with Sebastian being the asshole I knew him to be, but I was beginning to feel torn about that now too. It was scaring me that my body was absently reacting to the nicer side of him so noticeably. If he were a dick, there would be no chance I would find him attractive, like I'd been doing since last night. But he wasn't behaving that way, and that was starting to seem like it might be a problem.
Chapter 23. Sebastian. Losing my shit on Darcy for announcing that I was her fiancé to all the weirdos filming us on our exhausting commercial flight wouldn't get me anywhere. I was shocked the word would even cross her mind where I was concerned, but her mortified reaction diffused the bomb that had nearly exploded inside me, and I couldn't manage to react to her in any way but nicely. Something about this made me enjoy the charade much more than I would if it were actually real. Something that surprised me most was how I felt after impulsively kissing her. I might have been faking everything else, but my reaction was quite real in the sense that it had awakened something inside of me that had been dormant for many years, even when my wife was alive. I had to dismiss the electric current that shot through me, which was easy to do once I tapped into reality. It was just a simple kiss I initiated because I saw phones were recording. It was a means to an end. My lips being on another woman's had only elicited this reaction because I'd been alone for too long. Putting that into focus was all it took to dismiss my hormonal reaction, something I didn't want in my way or affecting my senses when it came to Darcy Burke. The bizarre part was that even though I shook the feelings off, my body seemed to crave those sensations again. Fortunately, my mind knew what my body didn't, which was that Darcy was the wrong woman to have those feelings for. I was battling these strange waves of emotions, which only added to the challenge of landing in a foreign country without having the luxury of my flight crew to handle the hassle that came along with going through customs at the airport. I watched Darcy effortlessly go through the tedium of baggage claims and passport control as if she did this every day. She was totally unaffected, but I was ready to shove everyone out of our way and demand the customs officer to hurry up, because I had places to be. Luckily, I was able to restrain myself, but barely. I'd booked the St. Regis Hotel in Punta Mita, and I couldn't wait to arrive so I could take a fucking nap. After returning countless texts and emails about my private life, thanks to social media, I began working on a new financial budgeting system for the winery. I'd done all those things to keep my mind off the stupid kiss I never should have stolen, but it was exhausting nonetheless. Once loaded in the private van I'd hired to take us to the hotel, the faint smell of strawberries and coconut smacked my olfactory senses, giving my brain the green light to think about the softness of that berry gloss-flavored kiss again. I blinked a few times and pinched the bridge of my nose in growing frustration. "Headache already, darling?" Darcy said, taking full privilege of using pet names again now that we were engaged. If you only knew, I thought, bringing my eyes to meet her sky-blue ones that seemed to brighten all of Mexico. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't pull it together. Hunting for the perfect ring has forced my eyes to cross. I smirked at her, knowing the driver wasn't about to gossip about my personal life if he wanted to keep his job. "Well, we could call off the engagement," she shrugged, eyeing the driver as if he were rude enough to add his input. He said nothing but brought his eyes to inspect us in the back seat through his rearview mirror. Why would I call off an engagement with the love of my life? Because maybe it's not meant to be. Last I checked, things like rings and stuff should come naturally when you're in a relationship. If it's not working out, maybe that's a sign. That's just it, I said, reaching over to play with her hair since our driver was taking too much of an interest in us. Everything has come naturally from the moment I met you. The ring is just something to represent how I fell in love with you and how I plan to love you for the rest of my life. Darcy's eyes were dazed, which amused me further, leading me to run my hands over her shoulders and follow the goosebumps I'd created down the back of her arms. Here I was, trying to fuck with her, but I had a feeling I was about to fuck myself over again. "Honey," she said, pulling abruptly away from me. "You know I'm ticklish there." She moved a seat over and chuckled. "And unless you want me to jump your handsome ass in this van right now, I suggest you stop turning me on." Our humored eyes danced in beautiful harmony, so much so that I nearly forgot to pick up a ring before we arrived at the hotel. I'd found a shop online that looked like it might serve my needs, and I hoped it would, because otherwise I'd have a problem. There was no way Spencer or Natalia would believe we were engaged if she didn't have a ring, so I redirected the driver to the shop and prayed for a miracle. As suspected, my prayers didn't make it past the roof of the car. The boutique, while charming in its offering of various basic gemstones mounted on sterling silver, had nothing that would pass for a ring that any fiancé of mine might wear. Darcy and I walked out of the shop and stood on the sidewalk, wondering what to do next. Darcy seemed unbothered, perfectly willing to wear a gaudy turquoise number as if that would serve our purpose. But I had to devise a plan. Fortunately, we weren't in earshot of anyone, so I could drop the facade and speak candidly. "Okay, you need to head to the hotel. I've reserved a nice villa, and I know you'll appreciate it, so go straight to the room once you arrive. Go and enjoy all the luxurious amenities that being engaged to an Aster affords you, but please do me a favor. Don't answer texts or calls until I arrive with the ring. I know enough about Spencer's wife to say that she will see through all our bullshit if we're not careful. She's pretty much why I'm determined to get you a ring before we meet up with them. Already worried about what others think, I see? Funny. I rolled my eyes. But it's not that. I've heard stories upon stories about Nat from my brother and sister-in-law Mickey, and I'm sure this will blow up if you don't have a ring. Jesus Christ, why did I have to open my big mouth? Darcy scolded herself. Regardless, you've created the perfect opportunity to enjoy that villa all by yourself before you're stuck in it with me for the next week. Wait, she grew irritated. You booked us one room? I smiled. It would seem very strange to people to know we're going to stay in separate rooms, waiting to have sex until we're married, if you know what I mean. She sighed with a slight growl this time. I would have done just fine with your parents at the estate, you know. Now this? You're bitching about it now, but once you walk into the room, you'll take back those words. Will I? She said dryly. Fine, I'll go to the hotel. But what will you do? You're going to be wandering aimlessly, hitting the shops and getting mugged while looking for a ring that's probably in there. She pointed to the entrance of the store we just walked out of. There are plenty of rings to choose from. Let's just get something and go. Afraid for my safety? I teased. No, I'm convinced you could use an ass-kicking, she said. I just think you're making a bigger deal about this than it really is. Listen, I'm actually having a great time with all this ridiculousness, I said with a laugh. I would like this ring to be a fun memory piece for you to remember me by when this is all over with. Whether or not we remain friends, at least the ring will serve as a reminder of you and me. Who knew you had a sentimental side, she said, tilting her head in amused confusion. Why else would I have remained in a marriage for as long as I did before my wife passed? Interestingly, I wasn't haunted by bringing that to Darcy's attention. I was okay with it, not upset like usual whenever I felt I'd betrayed Melissa by speaking about her to someone who didn't know her. "Wow," Darcy said, her eyes studying mine. "Mexico is good for you." She smiled, then stepped in the direction of where the driver waited in the van across the street. "You've never spoken so lightly of her. Perhaps you're healing a little bit. Being closer to the sun might be helping you." "How could that possibly help? It's hot as fuck right now. I should be irritated." "The sun brings life," she smiled. "So maybe it's bringing you back to life." I frowned, then watched her prance off to the van as if she'd proved some yoga hippie point of her mother's to me. I wanted to get angry about her suggesting anything about me and my personal life or emotional state, but I couldn't. Shit. Maybe she was right. Little did she know how dead I truly was up until very recently. And perhaps that's why I was enjoying this charade of ours so much. As silly as it was breathing energy into me again. And I could think of no one I'd rather play these nonsensical games with than the woman who would have jumped at the chance to stab me last week. She was fun, and I liked that. I needed that.
Chapter 24. Darcy. I wasn't going to press Sebastian to join me on my arrival to the hotel, mainly because I needed a break from the man's presence. The only reason I thought it was best he just forgot about grabbing a damn engagement ring was because he'd seemed lost in Mexico since we got off the plane. All of it was obnoxious. I watched him act like he knew exactly what he was doing, but I could tell he wasn't used to being an average human when it came to international travel. He was typically babied by butlers, assistants, and his flight crew, but not this time. I tried not to notice how lost he appeared, but it was hard. Don't even get me started on baggage claim. The guy had ordered the baggage to be picked up by another driver and brought to our hotel room so he wouldn't have to stand around that stupid conveyor belt with 200 other impatient travelers, waiting 30 minutes for luggage to start whizzing by while people crowded around to grab their bags laboriously off the belt, creating a chaotic pileup. That was commercial travel at its finest. I guess I shouldn't complain about it, though, because I was delighted not to have to stand amid that humid clusterfuck for once. All that aside, I had to admit that I was concerned that major headline news would be made today when Sebastian Aster went missing in Mexico. I had no idea why this ring was such a big idea. He said it was because Natalia Monroe would be able to read right through us without a ring to seal the deal, but that had to be a line of bullshit. My mind stayed on this merry-go-round of thoughts until the room's personal butler welcomed me after the van pulled in front of the hotel. I walked through the entrance of the St. Regis Resort, noticing how everything was focused on the luxuries that only a hotel like the St. Regis could and would offer. I was offered a margarita and asked for a time frame for when I should expect my fiancé, Mr. Aster, to arrive before being whisked off to a beautiful and luxurious suite. It was breathtaking, and when I entered the massive suite, I should have noticed the sprawling views of the ocean that spanned the entire horizon beyond the infinity pool. I also should have been extremely impressed that this room sat on beachfront property, complete with a private outdoor shower terrace. However, all that slipped my mind as the most prominent amenity couldn't be found anywhere. ¿Dónde está el otro dormitorio? I asked the butler Ricardo where the second bedroom was, because it certainly wasn't in my line of sight. Perdóname, pero el señor Aster solicitó la villa de un dormitorio. He requested a one-bedroom villa? I repeated his sentence to myself in English out of shock. I was speechless, trying to find the right words in Spanish to convey my concern and struggling because the only words coming to mind were curse words. Pinche cabrón.
I can speak English if you prefer, señorita, Ricardo said considerately.
Fantastic, thank you, I said, flustered, knowing Antonio would be laughing his ass off if he could see this. He always told me I liked the Spanish curse words too much, and it turned out he was right. Since you're our butler, do you know why he requested a one-bedroom suite? Why would I fucking ask this man that question? Ricardo was the perfect gentleman, trying to remain that way with no help from my questions about why a billionaire would book a one-bedroom suite with a young blonde in a cute little summer dress. I'm pretty sure Ricardo had all kinds of reasons why Sebastian had booked only one bedroom. I just couldn't understand why Sebastian had done this. No one would know if we slept in separate bedrooms inside our suite. Booking one bed was utterly pointless when it came to keeping up the ruse.
I am sure Mr. Aster will be happy to inform you of the reasons he chose this room, Ricardo said.
I nodded and walked on to the terrace, feeling the heat of the afternoon sun wash over me. I glanced down at the private pool, and since the temperature was hot as hell, the same as my temper, I wanted to dive into the enticing indigo water and cool off. That's what I needed, to cool off and get my head straight. I turned back to Ricardo. Could I please have a margarita or 10? I laughed. Mr. Aster and I were in a horrible fight on our flight here, and I'm just really not in the mood to have to share the same bed with the man. Actually, I said softly, I have an idea. Is there any way I can change our villa to a 2-bedroom suite? I smiled, seeing his confusion. While it was lovely to be greeted by you, I usually like to check into a hotel myself and ask for upgrades. I realize my request now is a downgrade, but it's one I would prefer.
I'm sorry, señorita. This is our last villa at the hotel. If suites are available, although they are very nice, they do not include my services.
I grinned. As much as I would very much appreciate your services, especially the margaritas, I need my fiancé to be kept humbly in his place. He knows I'm intimidated by his wealth and family legacy, and having you spoil me rotten would be too much. He needs to understand how I truly live. I watched him shuffle his thoughts, seemingly very concerned about the wrath he'd face for downgrading Mr. Aster's love nest at my request.
I understand, señorita.
He nodded. I will ensure you are tipped for the week as you would have been if you were serving Mr. Aster and me. Now, where is the closest room with 2 beds?
Right this way.
Close to 30 minutes and a shower later, I walked onto the balcony of the 2-bed suite I was able to secure. It was nothing overly fancy, but I was more comfortable in it. It reminded me of the rooms I used to book in college when my friends and I would book a trip for spring break. I felt more like myself and needed some normalcy to get my head back on straight. The commercial flight would have been enough to keep me grounded had I not felt like I was traveling with Idris Elba next to me on the plane.
Gracias,
I heard Sebastian's voice. I couldn't help but sigh in annoyance, needing this time on the balcony overlooking the ocean to gather my thoughts and think about how we would pull off this week of ridiculous lies.
Hey, Cupcake,
he said, his voice cute, calm, and not what I expected after he found out he'd lost the butler for his fancy villa. That damn name, I said, sipping the coffee I'd made myself in the room. Can you just please call me something else?
At the rate your sneaky little ass is changing rooms on me, I prefer calling you Darcel,
he said, rightfully annoyed. I watched as he walked around the terrace to grab a chair opposite where I sat.
Now, how do you plan to remain comfortable in this room with me?
Easy. You sleep on one bed and I'll sleep on the other.
I wasn't planning on us sharing that king-sized bed in the large villa I purposefully booked.
He smiled, almost as if this joke was backfiring on me, as the Billionaire bachelor auction had. What then?
The sofa folds out into a bed, and I was planning on using that.
He smirked.
It seems you almost thought of everything.
Shit, I said, annoyed at myself. That was a gorgeous room, too.
I know,
he said, chuckling.
I guess my newly engaged bride-to-be is fearful I might take advantage of the bed she could have been snoring happily ever after in.
Well, what was I supposed to think?
I have no idea. I thought I'd made it clear that there was to be no romance involved in our little deception.
His forehead wrinkled in humor, and his brown irises, which were naturally dark and cold, looked like the color of smoky quartz. They dazzled in their warmth, and I couldn't resist smiling. You did, but what was I supposed to think with a one-bedroom suite? Especially when I know that when rich folks like yourself come here, they aren't found in these common rooms. You all have those private villas to ensure your privacy, so no one knows you're staying here.
That's the point, exactly,
he said, standing up, sweat beading on his forehead from the weather. Sure, it was hot on the balcony, but even hotter if you're wearing a button-down shirt. Holy shit, he's taking it off. Oh, so you're just going to strip right here with the excuse that it's hot and there's no pool? He pulled the shirt off, revealing his tight white undershirt and biceps, which were way larger than I expected, and not something I thought a man like him would have. His t-shirt paled against the dark tint of his tanned skin, and his sleeves looked like they might rip if he flexed his arm. That's not even mentioning how the dampness of his sweaty body made the shirt tighten against his abs. The man was in perfect muscular shape, and I was starting to wish we had that villa, so I could watch him swim laps in the pool without his shirt on. Jesus H. Christ, this man was a glorious sight to behold.
Of all the rooms you could switch us to, you picked the one with the hot afternoon sun, eh? I thought you hung with the rich and famous, and knew a thing or two about which rooms to book.
They usually book the room for me. I smiled. Sort of like you did, but without trying to share the room with me. I don't typically feel the need to change my room, so forgive me for choosing the one with the hot afternoon sun.
Well, I'm sure you're pissed you changed rooms without calling me first. And now,
he looked around.
Look at our little vacation room. It's all quite adorable.
Why didn't you book your own private villa? The one you requested isn't very secluded.
I need people like those inconsiderate passengers on the plane to invade my privacy, he said. I chose that villa because it's upgraded and nice while keeping us around the general population.
Why? So people can video us in our room while you're sleeping on the sofa? He chuckled.
No, we can't fight while on a lovely vacation in Mexico, and most certainly not while we are newly engaged. It was to ensure everyone knows I'm spoken for, and by you. There is no way now that I'll be a part of that auction.
See, that's cheating. You're ensuring that you don't go up for auction before I get my story. I raised my eyebrows at him in reprimand. And now that I think about it, it looks like I won't be breaking any news about your private life before anyone else. You let those kids do it.
No, he said without apology. They haven't broken anything personal, aside from the fact that I'm engaged to you. I probably helped you and Juniper gain popularity by allowing that to happen today.
Yay for me. I rolled my eyes, ready to ditch my coffee for tequila. I would have rather gained popularity by doing a good write-up about you.
Well, that's up to you. I'm just trying to put you on the map is all.
Subject change, I said, not wanting to discuss how the man ensured he got out of this alive regardless of where I landed in our little deal. Did you find a ring? I was sure you'd get mugged or lost back there after seeing you look so out of your element at the airport.
I did, he said, exhaling and ignoring my insult. So here you are.
He pulled a black box out of the leather bag he brought out here with him.
I managed to secure what is known as a Mexican fire opal. After researching what the particular opal represented, I thought it was perfectly fitting for you.
Wow, I said, my hand covering my heart as he opened the box, revealing what looked like a 3 to 4 carat cushion-cut stone set in what looked to be white gold. The gemstone's fiery color resembled the beauty of an exquisite sunset's red and orange hues. It was a genuinely gorgeous piece of jewelry. It's stunning. I looked at him and smiled. I'm impressed you pulled this off.
And here you thought I couldn't. I don't only shop at Harry Winston, you know. I'm creative, too. Now let's see, he said, sliding it on my ring finger. Damn, it's a little loose. He concentrated on my ring finger, moving the stone around as if that would tighten it somehow. Well, we could just say we're waiting for the jeweler to fit it for you.
Or we could say it was so beautiful that I didn't want to take it off after you put it on my hand. I laughed. This really is gorgeous.
The fire opal is associated with passion, creativity, and vitality.
He glanced up from what he was reading aloud on his phone.
Its intense color is thought to ignite the spirit and inspire enthusiasm.
Well, looks like you and Google have it all figured out, I said, trying to play down how adorable this moment really was. This guy, who I'd been referring to as the devil until a few days ago, was showing a side of himself that made me secretly wonder if he were the sweetest man I'd ever known. Only my mom would think of getting me a unique gemstone representing what she thought about me, not El Diablo. Never would I have imagined that he was capable of being so charming, especially with someone of my status.
I could go on, he said with excitement. I think you'll like the part where it matches the sunsets from our room.
I highly doubt we'll survive this balcony during the hot sunset hours. I chuckled. And now I feel bad for changing the room because it is quite sweet of you to choose this ring, knowing the real history between us.
I told you.
He smiled, standing up.
You've only met the business side of me, and you and your family were planted right in the middle of that business. Now you'll see a better side to me that I believe you will find more agreeable.
I could definitely get used to this side of you. I smiled. I wanted to hug him in appreciation, but I realized that this gift was just part of a lie, because he didn't want to be found out by Natalia and Spencer once we met with them later.
Well, good,
he said, "because I might want to share that damn king-sized bed with you once we return to the original room I booked. Ricardo will be here to snatch our luggage, and I think you'll enjoy comparing the sunset colors to the colors of that gemstone before we meet Natalia and Spencer for dinner tonight." "You are a very spoiled man," I said, standing up. "Frankly, my sweet little sprinkle-top cupcake, I don't give a fuck," he said. "I'm not staying in a room so cramped that if I fart it'll blow you off the balcony." I couldn't help but laugh. The room wasn't small by any stretch, but nothing but the best would do for an Aster. I wasn't going to put up a fight about moving rooms again, though. As long as I got the bed, I was good to go, and since the afternoon sun had taken its toll on me, I was ready for a margarita and a dip in that refreshing pool.
Chapter 25. Sebastian. I wish I could say I was shocked that Darcy had transferred us into a smaller room, but I wasn't. In fact, when I arrived at the hotel to ensure that everything was to my liking and found she had downgraded the room, I laughed. The woman was relentless in her pursuit to put me in my place at every turn, and I almost allowed the downgrade. However, I did want her to be comfortable and have a little fun on this trip. I knew it would be exhausting for us to role-play this fake relationship role in front of our peers, but it was necessary. Dinner reservations were for 15 minutes ago, and I'm quite confident that Spencer and especially Natalia do not like to be kept waiting, I said, calling for Darcy while she finished up in the bedroom. "Not my fault you took all the time in the shower," she said in her defense. "Where are we going anyway?" "Meet a Mary," I answered after texting Spencer to let him know we were behind schedule. "Meet a Mary?" Darcy repeated in question, walking out of her room and looking so stunning that my mind went blank. I had to blink a couple of times to compose myself. "Get your jaw off the floor, chump," she teased as she caught me gawking at her beauty. "I dressed like this because I assumed we'd be five-star dining while we're here." The red dress reminded me of a professional salsa dancer, the flowing fabric moving elegantly with every step she took. The top was fitted to accentuate her curves, while the plunging neckline made me wish I'd purchased a ruby necklace to complement the dazzling way she stole every sense of decency from my mind. Her stiletto heels matched the ruby color of her dress, her blonde hair polished and glowing against the brilliance of the dress. Had I known you were going to dress so nice, I would have opted for a suit in a different restaurant, I admitted as she did a cute twirl. "You look radiant." "Thanks," she answered, "but I think I'm overdressed for the occasion." I smiled. "You're dressed perfectly as my fiancé," I stated. "However, we're not going to a five-star restaurant tonight." "Well, I'd like to say that I'm shocked to find out I could have gotten away with a simple sundress and flip-flops for dinner, but I'm not. You're going out of your way to bring your usual taste of the high life down a notch, right? First the commercial flight, then this room, and now a casual dinner?" "This is true. Of course, just when I believed this room was beneath me, you proved me wrong." I winked. "We really need to get going. Natalia and Spencer have been waiting for nearly 20 minutes now." "Okay." She sighed but had a confused look. "It seems glaringly obvious to me now that I should have asked this question before getting ready. But what is the atmosphere of the place where we are eating?" "It's a place on the beach. You were craving fish tacos with your margarita earlier, and Ricardo recommended the perfect casual dining atmosphere for that." "A place on the beach?" she questioned in confusion. "Yes. Meet a Mary boat bar and—" "I'm changing," she said, quickly cutting me off. "I'll meet you there." Before I could respond, she disappeared into the room. "Darcy, we need to go. I'm a punctual person, and this is very unlike me." "Well, you're engaged now, honey," she said, "and it's time you get used to a woman making you late again." I smiled. I was happy that the mention of my late wife in this instance didn't upset me, even though not having that reaction was odd because I was so used to it. Melissa was never late to anything, I teased, knowing the comparison wouldn't hurt Darcy's feelings since we weren't really in a relationship. So I am unaccustomed to this new way of being in a relationship with a woman. Well, many women tend to run late, and it's almost always because of wardrobe issues. You looked beautiful, and there was no issue with how you were dressed, I said, talking to her through the closed door of her room. No, that is not the thing. The thing is that I was overdressed, and we would have looked like idiots once your social media fan group started recording us at dinner. There's no way she could have pieced together that I'd intentionally chosen this place on the beach so I could remain in the limelight. It'll be dark. No one can see us, I said, trying to get her mind off my ulterior motives. So let's go. This is a 5-star Mexican resort. There will be lights and music and people everywhere. You will be recorded with me, and I'm not going down in history as the idiot fiancé who is overdressed and trying to fit in with you and the Monroes. I rolled my eyes. My God, you worry about the silliest things, I said as she opened the door, leaving me standing there with my mouth agape as soon as I saw her again. Eyes on mine, she said with a knowing smirk. The twins are not for your enjoyment. Twins? I said, confused. My breasts, she said, clasping on one of her earrings. I know they look good in this halter top, but I don't need to know that you know they look good. Well, it's hard not to notice, I answered, exhaling, entirely taken by the woman's beauty. Her black halter top had a deep V-line cut that gave perfect definition to her cleavage, and she wore white wide-leg pants that framed her tight ass better than the jean skirts I'd seen her wearing at her parents' house. She grabbed her black purse and smiled at me, her vibrant blue eyes dancing in humor. Well, are we going to hang around here all night? Or do you want to stop being rude and go meet Spencer and Natalia? You're right. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, I said, shaking my head. You look ravishing. Now you're lying to me. She eyed me. I swear to God, I have no problem going back in that room and changing again. Since when did you, of all people, give a shit about my opinion? Since I am being blasted on social media as your fiancé, she stated. Have you even read the comments? Comments about what? About us being engaged, she said. The comments on the videos that were uploaded? I tightened my lips, so I didn't smile at how adorable Darcy looked when I realized she was insecure about what others thought of her in this situation. I suppose everyone had weak moments, and she was very valid in hers. It wasn't every day that someone was made suddenly famous because of who they were dating. I understood where her trepidation came from, and I knew it was wrong and childish to find it humorous. Still, I couldn't help adoring her reaction, mainly because I didn't think she would be insecure about anything. I didn't read them, because I don't allow keyboard warriors and people who don't know me to take up space in my head or have that kind of control over save your psychological bullshit for someone who isn't your fiancé on social media, where the venomous snakes have hatched and come for her. Are you concerned about other people's opinions of you? I questioned, wondering if I needed to shield her from the public eye. I don't want you hurt in any of this. Too late for that, she said, pulling her arm from mine. Let's just say that the world will once again rejoice when you go back on the market as an eligible bachelor. For now, they hate me because you're not. Well, mostly children are on those sites. That's what you think. Social media is the lifeline for everyone with a smartphone these days. I understand, I said sincerely. And we don't have to go to dinner tonight. I didn't consider the possibility of people forming nasty comments about you. It's just annoying, she said grumpily, because if they knew the truth, specifically about you, they'd feel sorry for me. I looked at her with concern, ignoring what she implied about her true feelings about me. I was more concerned with what the people were saying about her. How many comments are there? And how many views of these uploaded videos? Hundreds of thousands of likes and views. It's the #1 watched reel on social media. As for the comments, I have no idea, because I forced myself to stop looking once I realized the vast majority of them are focused on hating me and feeling bad you lost your wife, only to be stuck with me. The one comment I remember most is the one that said, "This isn't surprising. He's been living in a cave for the last year, so when he comes out into the light, his eyes are still adjusting, and he can't see how nasty this chick really is." Super sweet stuff. What the fuck? I get it. People get nasty when they're jealous and mean when someone poses a threat to them. But what I don't understand is how the fuck I'm a threat to them. Unless, of course, these are all the women in your crowd on the East Coast. I shook my head, feeling remorse. I didn't realize any of that would be taken and used to attack you. I am truly sorry, and I will have the videos taken down. As if, she sighed. Hey, I know you have a shitload of money, but you can't take videos off the internet like that, Grandpa. She laughed and then shrugged her shoulders. Fuck it, eh? It's fine. I just need to be on top of my game when we're in the public eye, especially if you are going to plan our outings with the intention of being seen. It's only fair. I completely understand, I answered. Go change back into your pretty red dress. I'll cancel our reservations on the beach and make one for dinner at the Carolina, and then I'll inform Spencer and Natalia that there is a change of plans. And risk looking like I'm too good to eat on the beach? She started to laugh. No, let's worry about keeping our friends happy. Just keep me ahead of the game when you plan our outings, and all will be fine. I just don't want to give anyone fuel for the fires they're lighting all over the place. I understand I will never make anyone happy when it comes to you, but I at least want to feel confident while I'm pissing all of them off. Do you hate me for this? I only asked because I knew the woman despised me already, but this was another level. She was being attacked on my behalf by people I didn't even know, which was only adding insult to the injuries I'd inflicted since I met her. No, I don't hate you for this, she answered. I hate myself for looking at the comments and caring about what anonymous people think about me. I don't know how celebrities and public figures do it. I would never want to leave my home. Well, they're trained to appreciate the bad press. I shrugged. However, negativity is negativity, and whether you make money off the bad press or not, foul comments are painful, even if they aren't true. And you would know a thing or two about that? She arched an eyebrow at me. Not at all, I smirked. I'm only upset that you allowed those miserable individuals into your headspace. You look much too beautiful tonight to have anyone dull your sparkle. Well, thank you for that. Her cheeks blushed as she cleared her throat and stood tall and confidently with her shoulders back. Now, let's go to the beach. And here's the couple of the year, Spencer said, standing to greet us as we arrived at the boat bar. How are you doing, Seb? He questioned, then looked to Darcy, reaching for her hand to politely greet her. And you're still as gorgeous as the last time I saw you on Jake's yacht, Darcy. Not much has changed in a couple of weeks, thankfully, Darcy laughed. Well, I don't know about that. Spencer eyed me again. A lot has changed, I reckon, especially since I thought you'd be a miserable, lonely bastard for the rest of your life. That much has certainly changed. I chuckled, greeting Natalia as she rose, hugged Darcy, and then placed her hand in mine for a delicate handshake. Well, we flipped the script on everyone, didn't we? I said with a grin. Sorry we're late, Darcy said as we sat in the chairs across from them. After my ass got handed to me in the comments section of this man's social media video debut, I got a little insecure when I found out we'd be eating in full view of everyone's phone cameras. Don't tell me you give a damn what those assholes say, Natalia said frankly, which was the only way she ever spoke. I certainly don't give a shit what people have to say, and they're almost always stating facts about me. She laughed and looked at Spencer, who gazed at her like she was his pride and joy. Yes, darling, Everyone knows what a gold digger you are, he chuckled. Fortunately, I knew Spence and Nat well enough to know that Spencer's statement wasn't true. However, in their circles, it was known that Nat had married Spencer for his money. After all, he came from old money like my family, and she was just a real estate agent from California. It didn't matter that she dealt in luxury properties for the rich and famous and that she was a self-made multimillionaire because of it. To them, she was the help. Spencer had notoriously turned down many invitations to important galas and events, ones that some people waited a lifetime to receive and ones that no one dared to refuse, strictly because the committee members didn't pay his wife the respect she deserved. It was tantamount to social suicide for the average upstart, but when you had old money like Spencer Monroe, people turned a blind eye to keep the status quo. Spencer and Natalia made a statement by being the black sheep of upper-class society, and I admired them for it. "You know that's the only reason I married you," she answered him, then looked at Darcy. "Seriously, honey, don't pay any attention to it. In fact, given your line of work, I would think you knew better." "Yeah, you'd think," Darcy said while I ordered a round of margaritas for the table. "It just caught me off guard. I just worry naturally because even when I publish my articles, I try to be kind about the people I'm writing about." "Let me give you some advice," Natalia said, taking a sip of the margarita she'd been drinking when we arrived. "You will be eaten like a guppy fish if you want to play kind in this evil and opinionated world, especially if you're dating this one," she said, pointing at me. "So do not think that because you do nice things for people, they will do nice things in return. Karma loves to take a bite out of everyone's ass, but sometimes that process is too slow. Sometimes you must stay ahead of what karma takes too long to set straight." "That's one way of looking at it." Darcy smiled. It was nice to see Darcy loosen up, but everyone around Natalia Monroe was always loose. The woman had a charisma that instantly drew people in, and I was glad she was here. I felt extremely protective of Darcy, and I was beginning to realize that protectiveness had started even before the social media videos. It started with me planning this trip to keep Darcy away from my parents. I thought it would end there and this would just be a fun getaway, but it only seemed to build. I didn't want to see her get hurt at all, and the more I thought about the comments she'd mentioned, the angrier I became that they were made. She was a good person. Her family was kind and warm, and I had to wonder what was getting into me these days, because this was the first time I genuinely felt this way. All I knew was that I liked this version of myself and didn't want to lose these feelings.
Chapter 26. Darcy. "So, when are you going to come clean and tell me the truth about you and Sebastian?" Natalia questioned. The men had stayed back at the bar to talk business, since Spencer was Jim Mitchell's VP, and there was no better place to catch up on business than while you're on vacation in Mexico. I answered, enjoying my slight buzz from all the margaritas at dinner. "You know what I'm talking about." Nat shifted in the beach lounge chair she'd taken next to me as we watched the full moon lending its light to create a gorgeous sparkle on the ocean. "Well, truth is, I never imagined I'd date the guy, much less be engaged to him. So there's that," I answered her. "Well, I agree there," she returned with a laugh. "I never imagined it either. In fact, I never imagined him wanting anything to do with anybody out here on the West Coast, especially a woman beneath his status," she teased. I couldn't fault Natalia for asking the questions I knew everyone was wondering. I'd been expecting the barrage of inquiries since I agreed to the trip. Hell, the fact that Avery and I hadn't even had a minute to discuss this outside of Sebastian's presence was probably why Nat was asking. "Did Avery send you with a list of questions?" I thought I'd just come out and ask. She and I didn't have time to talk about it before I went viral on a plane to Mexico. She chuckled. No, I haven't talked to her too much since the yacht. That little cookie is one busy mama. Parenting is no joke, let me tell you. Between parenting and constantly being on the go with work, I told my husband that if he rejected Sebastian's invitation for a free trip to Mexico, I would reject him for the freebies he gets every night from the marital bed, if you know what I mean. I grinned, seeing her daring expression as she hinted about their sex life. I had no idea that Sebastian paid for everyone's trip. No? She questioned, but I could tell she was fishing for information. Nope, I said, acting like there was nothing wrong about not knowing that Sebastian would be so obvious and desperate to fly everyone down here just to avoid being auctioned off. God, that man had more money than brains. Well, that's definitely why I could believe you both were engaged, if it were true. What? I questioned her with a laugh. Why wouldn't you believe it were true? Because, honey, I know the look of a man who hasn't been laid and needs to be laid. And I can tell you that Sebastian Aster hasn't been laid in 2 years, minimum. 2 years? I laughed. Well, his wife has only been gone for a year, not 2. I met his wife before, and not to speak ill of the dead, but that man got cut off from the watering hole at least a year before she passed, she said with a shrug. She was a smart woman who knew how to put a man like him in his place. Sadly, he's a stubborn, inflexible asshole, and when you combine his stubbornness with hers, you're in for a Sahara-level dry spell. It's written all over him. Good God, I said, glancing around, hoping desperately that Sebastian didn't hear any of this girl talk. Look at you, she smiled. Worried about something? Fucking hell. How and why was I up against a woman who was relentless as hell in trying to get the truth out of me? Don't play coy with me, honey. I mean this as no insult to you, but Sebastian Aster would never dip down from his high and mighty social status to date a woman who, in his mind, didn't compliment the powerful man he believes himself to be. I can't imagine why I would take that as an insult. I laughed, knowing her intentions were good. It's not one. If the man did have the balls to match his brains, he would date you, and yes, immediately snatch you off the market before someone else did by proposing marriage. But he doesn't, obviously, she said, reclining as if she were soaking up the moonlight. He worries about power, money, and status, hence the reason his wife could weaponize sex and get away with him not cheating on her for the entire year that she cut him off. Shit, that's pretty horrible. Well, they were a horrible couple, Nat said in a matter-of-fact tone. Seriously, she was as wicked as I'm sure you believe he is. Was she a fly on the walls of my parents' estate for the last few weeks? I thought, shocked Nat was talking to me as if it were a given that Sebastian and I hated each other. Word gets around like wildfire in those upper circles, and I have a lot of East Coast friends who love filling me in on all the gossip about their enemies. Trust me, the Asters hold themselves so high above everyone else that their enemies are abundant. Not that any of them would ever let on. They're too afraid of them to speak out of turn. Sebastian the Third is quite the motherfucker. I laughed, probably louder than I should have. You're right about that much, I said, but we probably shouldn't talk about his late wife. I knew Nat was coming from an honest place, but a weird part of me felt like Melissa was listening. I had enough trouble with people stirring up shit in the physical world. I damn sure didn't need anyone fucking with me from beyond the grave. Fair enough, Nat answered. Why don't we get the truth out of the way then? That way I don't have to watch you both act so ridiculous all week long. You're both shitty actors, by the way. She chuckled. So, tell me why you're doing it. Oh my God, I said, rubbing my forehead and wondering if we'd slipped somehow. I can't believe this. Believe what? Honey, it takes a lot to fool me. I'm sure Spencer bought into your bullshit enough that I'll have to stomach his remarks later about how happy he is for Sebastian when you and I both know that man is not happy. True, I finally admitted. Okay, listen, I said, knowing this wasn't good, but I wasn't the one who invited everyone to Mexico for a vacation. Sebastian was. He was 100% confident that we could pull this off, and somehow Nat saw right through it like a human lie detector. He and I have an arrangement, and our fake relationship is part of that. How in the hell did you manage to make a deal with the devil? She questioned. Funny, that's what I call him too. I chuckled. I know. You had a bit of holy fire in your eyes when you spoke about him on Jake's yacht. And I don't blame you, because Sebastian Aster is a world-renowned dick. That is also why he's a vital asset to his family's fortune. His parents are going to destroy you for coming along and interfering with him, you know, like making him nice and things of that nature, she said with a laugh. For the record, even though the relationship between you two is fake, I watched both of your mannerisms as you walked up to the table tonight. I noticed that he seems a lot lighter in your presence. Do you know what I mean? He's typically such a heavy, foreboding guy, but he wasn't his usual pensive and broody self. The reason we're doing this is because of my bold move to get him back for being a raging asshole and constantly insulting my parents, their home, and me while he's been here. I thought it would have been hilarious to watch him get a taste of his medicine and get auctioned off to the people he is accustomed to lording over. That's why I loved the idea when you mentioned it on the boat. She softly laughed. So, let me guess, after he found out your plan, he made you an offer you couldn't refuse. Well, I didn't just bend over and take his first offer, or threat, I said with an eye roll. The deal is that I help him pull off this fake relationship to stop from being auctioned off, and then he'll give me a story to write about him. After that, we end it. No one gets hurt because we aren't attracted to each other. We're just doing this business deal, and once the event is over, we go back to our lives as usual. I have to say, I went on, barely catching my breath while Natalia listened. I'm relieved that I can talk to you about it because I've been having the hardest time lying to everyone I care about. But that's part of the deal. Your secret is safe with me, sweetie, she reassured me. However, you must be extremely careful getting close to him like this. I am, trust me. I want nothing to do with him outside of this. You say that now, but sometimes the heart will go after what it wants, leaving your brilliant mind in the dust. The second your heart takes over, you're fucked. And with that man, you'll be a shattered mess on the ground, and we may never put Humpty Dumpty's pieces together again. I'm very well aware that falling in love with him is a nightmare scenario because he's more about finding happiness in money than love. Exactly. But remember, your mind is still in the driver's seat, so keep it there. I will. And whatever you do, no sex, she advised. You think I'm going to let that man charm me into bed? You'd be shocked by how married men can act when they realize the woman they are fucking around with has feelings for them. Suddenly they're devoted husbands who will never leave their wives. Sebastian will treat you the same. The moment he feels you have expectations of him is the moment he sobers up and wants nothing to do with you. That happens after you are intimate. He's lonely and has been stuck in grief for over a year now, so he's capable of anything. Hence the reason he pulled this fake relationship idea out of his ass and dragged me into it? Exactly. The Sebastian I know wouldn't operate like that. Strong words and hostile threats would have been thrown around until you pulled back that auction idea, but for some reason he's decided to play silly games. She sat up. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for fun and games with a hint of danger, wildly casual sex, and all that other good stuff. But he's on another level, and I'm afraid these games will get one or both of you hurt. I hear you. I tried to get out of it more than once, I said. Just be careful. I'll be here to listen to you bitch about all the annoyances this will most likely bring you, especially when Jake and Jim get here in 2 days. Then you get to deal with all those jackasses as well. God love them. Oh, they're coming? Well, Ash and Avery wanted it to be a surprise, but I think we're all worn out on cute little surprises. She chuckled. At least you have someone to vent to if you wish. Just remember what I said and be careful. There are so many good men available for you to choose from. That's just the thing. I'm not looking to get into a relationship, and that's the damn truth. Don't kid yourself, sweetie. She smirked. Everyone wants to be in a relationship, but it's got to be with the right person. People give up on love because finding a good person is challenging sometimes, but that doesn't mean you should put yourself on a shelf. And sure, this is all easy for me to say now. Before Spencer came along, I was rock solid in wanting never to get married. Now look at me. The relief of being able to unburden myself and confide in a friend came when I needed it most. And who better to talk to about this situation than Nat? She had made her way through all the upper-class circles, and she could see through bullshit immediately. Having a strong, intelligent woman on my side was what I needed to keep my head on straight, and I was determined to do just that.
Chapter 27. Sebastian. "Hey," I heard Darcy whisper, forcing my eyes to open. "Are you okay?" I instantly sat up from where I'd been sleeping on the sofa. The moon peered into the room, but it was muted when Darcy switched on the end-table lamp to investigate something I'd seemingly done to awaken her. As I tried to gather my senses, I realized I was drenched in sweat. "Did I wake you?" I asked. "I'm sorry, but I'm fine. Apparently I'm just premenopausal, and the hot flashes are starting in." I tried to laugh off the awkward position I found myself in on our first night sharing this room. How fucking embarrassing. "Last I checked, menopause doesn't make you holler for people in your sleep," she said with a smile. Something was off. I could see Darcy's sympathetic expression, filled with concern. "Was I calling for you?" I asked, wondering what had happened because I couldn't remember my dream if I'd even had one at all. However, if history were any indicator, I was most likely having that wretched recurring nightmare about the day Melissa died. "No," she smiled sweetly at me. "You were repeatedly calling out for your wife. I didn't want to disturb you, but after a while, I thought I should, because it sounded more and more like you were having a nightmare." Jesus, I sighed, rubbing my hands over my face, mortified and pissed that I didn't consider the possibility of this happening in my sleep. "I'm truly sorry about that. I used to have these bad dreams every night, and then they stopped happening as much. It seems they were waiting until I shared a room with you to reemerge." "It's nothing to apologize for," she answered, kneeling alongside the sofa where she'd woken me up. "I disagree." I smiled at her, groggy and needing to jump in the shower to rinse all the sweat off my body. I swear that, until she died, I never talked in my sleep. In fact, Melissa always teased me for my ability to lay my head on my pillow, fall asleep, and not move a muscle all night. Half the time, She didn't know if I was still alive or not. I turned and placed my feet on the ground, keeping the sheet and blanket over my lap since I was wearing only my boxers and didn't want to give Darcy any more entertainment than she'd already had tonight. I think I've just turned into some weird person who talks in their sleep now. It's normal, and you're not weird, she said. It's a trauma response, and it's your subconscious way of getting through it. As you heal and more time passes, you'll return to your usual sleep patterns. I smiled at her. Did you learn this in one of your mom's yoga sessions? Yoga psychology. She chuckled and stood up. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were good. I'm going to head back to bed. Sorry I woke you, I answered, and as I watched her walking away, I suddenly felt uneasy about being alone. I'm going to get in the shower, I informed her. I can use the outdoor one if you think the other will keep you up. No, you're fine, she said. So long as you don't sing in the shower. It's what gets me through the trauma. I chuckled and gathered my things to shower, hoping it would wash away my uneasy feelings. After my shower, I decided a hot cup of tea sounded like a brilliant idea, so I headed to the kitchenette, filled the kettle with water, and placed it on the stove to boil. As I was preparing my cup and tea bag, the kettle began to whistle loudly, and even though I turned off the burner, it wouldn't stop. As I began to panic, afraid of waking up Darcy for the second time with my bullshit, I heard her voice from behind me. Really, dude? Shit. Fuck. I'm sorry. I turned off the burner, but it won't stop whistling. I stopped talking when Darcy walked over, grabbed the kettle, and set it on the opposite burner. Well, shit. Would you look at that? I said, laughing even though I knew I shouldn't. I'm sorry. You're saying that a lot tonight. She eyed me with tired eyes. I think your best side comes during vampire hours when the humans are trying to sleep. How did you get the damn thing to shut up? I asked. She had no makeup on, her hair was a mess, and those breasts were peering at me through her white see-through camisole top. I needed to quickly pull my attention away from her, because I found her irresistibly gorgeous. I turned off the burner. It's an electric cooktop, and the burners take a while to cool down on these ceramic glass stoves, she said. Have you ever cooked anything? I mean, you could have called for the room's butler. I wasn't going to bother Ricardo to make me a cup of tea, I said, placing a sugar cube in my cup and pouring water over my tea bag. I didn't want to wake him. Well, at least Ricardo gets to sleep through the night, she laughed. And since I won't be able to go back to sleep this second go-around, you might as well pour me a cup of tea, too, she said, walking around the counter and sitting on a bar stool. Take mine, I said, searching for another mug and tea bag. It's green tea, I said, as if I knew this would help her sleep. I was making it in the hope that it would settle my nerves and I'd fall back asleep. Oh, well, green tea usually has caffeine, so that won't make you sleepy. You need chamomile or some other herbal tea, she offered, handing me the mug back. Oh, I said, looking at the box of various tea bags where I'd found the green tea. Let me see. She walked over to the box and started flipping through its offerings. Right here. She pulled out a bag that said chamomile. How much water do you have left in the pot? I filled it up, I answered. There should be enough. I bet you've never done anything in the kitchen except make espressos, have you? I honestly haven't, and that's a bit painful for a man like me to admit, I answered. I feel like an idiot right now. Well, the thing about normal people is that no matter how smart or on top of the world we are, there's always something to learn. It's good to see that you're normal, she said, handing me a mug of freshly poured tea. It needs to steep for a minute before you drink it. I know how to drink tea, I said with a roll of my eyes. Care to join me on the patio? I would love the company. I offered a friendly smile after I noticed she was walking back to her room. I was just going to turn on an old Spanish flick on the television. I figured that would put me to sleep. Are you sure? I had no idea why I was nearly begging for her company like a child, but I just felt a bit unnerved and wanted to be around her. If we go out on the terrace, we'll most likely wake up the guests next door, arguing over something stupid like we always do. I promise I won't argue with you. I could tell she was concerned about going outside with me, but I wasn't sure why. She and I had been getting along fine, no fighting or bickering, and I thought it was quite nice to be in her company since we'd arrived here. Hell, I'd been enjoying being in her company since we had dinner with Jim and Avery. A lot of it was me, though. I felt much less dark in thought since we started this whole role-playing of the fake relationship, and that had to be because I was doing something entirely out of the norm. It served me well to behave in such a silly way because it was something I had never done. My whole life I'd had too much pressure on me to perform at the highest level, never taking a moment to slow down or behave frivolously like my brothers, and getting a taste of that now was refreshing. I liked how it made me feel, and I liked how it affected Darcy. It showed me a different side of her, one that was adorable instead of combative. It was just something different, and I knew that was fueling this turn for the better in my mood, which had been horrible and dark for the last year. It might have been 2 a.m, but I felt awake and filled with life, even though I was tired from not sleeping well. "Fine, I'll join you," she said. "But once I get tired, I will rudely leave you and insist that if you can't sleep for the rest of the night, you stay outside and let me sleep in peace." "Deal," I said, and then led the way to the glass doors that opened to the beautifully lit patio and pool area. "This is perfect." "It is beautiful," she answered, taking a lounge chair to my right. "Look at that moon," she said, looking out where the orange moon sat just beyond the ocean's horizon. I smiled. "My wife was obsessed with the moon, no matter what phase it was in," I said. "She would find this particular moon fascinating, I'm sure." It really was beautiful, and as the memory of my wife flooded back to me, I felt like I wanted to share a little about Melissa with Darcy. My emotions felt raw and wide open right now, and because I was appreciative of Darcy joining me, I figured it wouldn't hurt to be a little vulnerable.
Chapter 28. Darcy. I took a sip of tea, not too upset by the events that had occurred since Sebastian woke me during his dream, saying Melissa's name over and over with agony in his voice. It was heartbreaking, and as much as I didn't want to wake him up, it had reached a point where I couldn't bear to hear his anguish anymore. His inability to use a tea kettle was a much more annoying wake-up call than his dream, but ultimately I felt more pity for him than upset. I never would have imagined the rigid man had a weak or soft spot, but the wee morning hours showed me a different side. "So I think it's obvious you're still getting through the hard parts of grieving your wife's loss, but I think it's good and very healthy that you're willing to talk about her, especially with me." I finally spoke after watching him studiously pull his tea bag in and out of his mug. "It's not just you. I don't like speaking of her passing to anyone. It's as if I mentally just shut down." "A very understandable defense mechanism," I answered, completely relaxed and prepared at any moment for him to shut down again. "Well, if I'd allowed you to meet my parents, you'd understand why I'm not in touch with my emotions. I'm just not the kind of guy who talks about things like that." "Well, you don't have to," I reassured him. "You get no pressure from me. We can discuss anything else, like dinner tonight with Spence and Nat, or the delicious fish tacos." The fish tacos were certainly impressive. He smiled at me. "But it's healthy to talk it out. You know that, right? Just to get the poison from all the pain and any negative emotions you're feeling about her loss out of your system. I say this only because if you do ever want to start dating again, you need to have a more agreeable personality, or you're just plain fucked." He chuckled. "The women I'd be dating don't give a shit about my personality. They care about my wallet, not me." "That's horribly sad," I admitted. "Almost as sad as you considering dating someone like that, knowing that's how they are." "Dating?" He looked over at me with a funny smile. "I married the woman who wrote the handbook on how to date for money and status." My eyes widened. "How long were you two in a loveless marriage, then? Because trust me, there is no love when money takes precedence." "You mean to tell me you wouldn't love me for my money? You'd love me for me?" He raised his eyebrows as if he couldn't believe anyone would do such a thing. I laughed, taking another sip of tea and shaking my head. "To keep facts straight, I wouldn't date you for your money or you for you." "Well, that sucks." "What, being rejected?" I grinned at his sad little boy expression. "If it helps, you're just not my type. Like we agreed a while ago, we're from two separate worlds, and if those worlds ever collided, I'd imagine it would make a nuclear bomb look like a firecracker." He chuckled. "Very true." "I just can't understand how you could be happy in a relationship with someone who doesn't love you. Who gives a shit about money? It comes and goes." "Well, it's fairly permanent in my family." He shrugged and laughed. He had a point. His family fortune had survived world wars, civil wars, and revolutions near and far, and it showed no signs of decreasing within the next millennium. "Well, being with someone just for money sounds awful to me," I said, even though he probably couldn't understand where I was coming from. "In Melissa's defense, I didn't truly love her for her either in the beginning. Don't get me wrong, she was an extremely attractive woman and very agreeable in the public eye. But she also came from an excellent family, and that was the thing that mattered." "What eventually drew you to her, if you don't mind my asking? I don't want you to shut down, so tell me now if you're uncomfortable." "I'm fine." He sat back in his chair and crossed his ankles, resting his tea in his lap. "What drew me to her?" I watched as he studied his tea for answers, as if I'd asked the most complicated question on the planet. "It's hard to say, I guess," he said before a humorous grin crossed his face. "Have you ever heard about old couples who talk about being in love with their spouses of 60 years or so?" "Oh, like those cute articles on social media?" "I'm not on social media," he answered, perplexed. "Right, well, there are these stories about the answers to lifelong love and how the elderly couples hung on to it over the years. The men talk about how they loved it when their wife entered a room, dazzling everyone with her smile and lighting the place up, making everyone feel at home. Stuff like that." "Melissa never entered any room with a dazzling smile, lit it up, or made everyone there feel at home." "Well, okay," I laughed. "How long were you married?" 5, almost 6 years, he said. "And before you remark, our love would have stood the test of time." "I guess she must have been a good cook then, because what you're telling me is that Melissa would walk into a room and shut the place down with her ice-cold, bitchy behavior." "She didn't cook at all," he said. "One time we came home early from vacation. and the house staff weren't due to arrive until the next day, so I asked if she wanted to cook dinner or dine out. And let me guess, she didn't know how to cook and nearly burned the place down. No, she did know how to cook. She just preferred not to, he said. Anyway, she was so angry that I even suggested she cook that we slept in separate rooms until I bought her a yacht to apologize. What the living hell? I asked, recalling what Nat said about the woman earlier tonight when she warned me not to do things like I was doing right now, forming bonds and shit that would only lead to heartbreak later. But here I was. That's the most pretentious shit I've ever heard. That was my wife, he said with a roll of his eyes. She knew how to get what she wanted from me. I have a hard time seeing anyone get away with something like that with you. Sounds like a pretty fucked up, loving marriage. Before I say more, he said, becoming serious, making me feel bad for insulting his dead wife. She seemed like the devil's mistress, but he was the devil, so I guess it was the perfect marriage. I must insist. Anything spoken about Melissa be off the record. I don't wish for anything to be written about her. Trust me, from the way you're already starting about her, I wouldn't be surprised if she returned from the grave to haunt me. He chuckled. She'd haunt my ass, too. Were you afraid of her? Hell no, he said. I was annoyed a lot, though, especially when she hired a private investigator to follow me around and ensure I wasn't doing anything untoward. What the fuck? I couldn't hide the look of disgust on my face. Surely no one would put up with that shit. I don't even know what to say about that. She did that when she was withholding sex, so she must have been worried I'd get it elsewhere, which is something I'd never do. Okay, that sounds like excusing horrible behavior, I said, surprised there was any justification for her actions in his mind. Maybe it is, he said. I let a lot of things go once she got pregnant. I thought things would change in her behavior, becoming a new mother. But it became evident that our daughter was just another step to take for us to seem like we had a perfect marriage. I don't even know what to say, I answered. Everything I heard was so foreign and opposite to my opinion of how relationships should be. I was only intrigued because of the shock factor this story was producing. Good God, Nat wasn't lying at all. I assume she hired the private investigator to follow me around because if she ever wanted out of the marriage, all she had to do was catch me cheating on her to be awarded a large sum of money. And if it were my fault, no one would frown upon her for divorcing me. I didn't want to say what I was genuinely thinking, which was, how the hell are you sad that a woman like that is gone? How are you grieving and not rejoicing? But I knew it was best to keep my mouth clamped shut. That didn't mean I couldn't think it, though. To say I was appalled to hear any of this would be an understatement. Was there anything that you, loved about her? I only ask because I can tell you're having a difficult time in the grieving process, as any husband rightfully would. But I am starting to wonder why you're having such a difficult time after hearing the things you've said. Aren't you the psychologist? He teased. I'm not trying to be, I answered. I just see that the lights seemed to have come on in your life again, and the angry devil who stormed the winery halls with his rude opinions has left the building. Usually, people who behave that way hate themselves or their relationship or are grieving. In your case, it might be all the above. He offered me that bashful smile from the other night, and I felt my stomach do a tiny flip in response. Yes, I did love her. She was my wife. I know she was your wife, but What did you love about her, aside from her being your wife?"
"I loved her brilliant mind," he said, staring at the moon. "I loved how she was charitable and lent her time to many different programs for the underprivileged. She put a lot of effort into planning events and fundraisers for retirement homes, counseling for veterans, orphaned children, and schools desperate for funding for books and such. After she passed, they even named a school after her."
"That's very amazing," I answered truthfully. "That's what you loved about her, though? And I mean love. Like if you lost everything, material possessions, statuses, money, and all of that, and you had nothing but the dirt beneath your feet and jobs that barely covered the rent, what would keep you together during those hard times?"
"Holy fuck," he laughed at me. "I don't even think I love myself that much to stick around if my entire world imploded in that manner."
"Well, many people go through it, but they survive it because they have each other and they rebuild." He sucked in a breath and concentrated.
"I loved her eyes,"
he finally said, then looked at me.
"They were green, not piercing like your blue eyes, but sometimes they'd dazzle in a way that—"
"That's a physical trait. What did you love about this woman to want to marry her, buy her a yacht when she had a meltdown, and insist on starting a family to elevate your social status? There had to be something."
"I loved that she never interrupted me while I was talking," he said, giving me a shitty grin. "So there's something."
"That's definitely something," I answered.
"I know it doesn't seem like a loving relationship to you, but it was in its own way. I miss her every day, and I feel very guilty at times that I didn't take the final call she made to me moments before she passed away. I was too busy in a meeting, and nothing was more important than my work. Not even my wife's dying wish to talk to me."
I saw the pain and darkness wash over him, like an invisible 1,000-pound blanket of guilt was laid across his back, and I knew this was haunting him. It was probably the main reason he was stuck in grief, not allowing himself a moment of happiness. "You blame yourself?"
"No. Well, maybe. I'm not sure," he said softly.
I was glad he hadn't shut down again. The subject matter was getting heavy, and his not bolting was a good sign.
"Even though I don't recall the dream I was having when you woke me up, the sensations and the mood of sudden loneliness I've experienced since waking up are typical of my recurring nightmare. That dream is just a loop of the day Melissa was killed, and I'm watching myself make all the wrong decisions as I did on that day, and I can do nothing to change any of it."
This is going to sound like easy advice, even though you're probably not going to take it that way. But you need to try to forgive yourself. You'll be stuck in this guilt for the rest of your life if you don't. You must try to move forward.
"I feel that I am."
Filling your mind with a crazy distraction like being in a fake relationship with me and then throwing ourselves to the wolves to lie to everyone about it is not moving on. It's not healing or helping you to come to terms with things either.
"You are correct. That is easier said than done. I don't do well with letting myself off the hook. Melissa deserves better than for her selfish husband to find happiness again when he couldn't be bothered to grant her a moment on her deathbed."
Forgive me if this sounds harsh, but from what you've casually mentioned about her, I wonder if she wanted you to find happiness even when she was alive, I said. I didn't want to bash the woman, but it seemed he was putting her on a pedestal just because he felt guilty, which is what people tended to do when they wanted to punish themselves. You have a lot of emotional baggage to start going through, shedding layers of bullshit before you'll find any form of happiness. But you owe it to yourself to find that. I owe it to my daughter, he said. Her too, but you can't take care of someone else if you haven't taken care of yourself. If you're not happy, your daughter will not be happy. I know that, he said. His tone was edgy, so I felt it was best to stop psychoanalyzing the man I hardly knew. It was easy to see he had no idea what real love was. All he knew was the life he was born into. I wasn't a psychologist, to be sure, but I was more convinced than ever that this poor guy could really use one. Years of living a life of wealth and privilege had skewed his perception of reality. He lived in a world where money was the only thing that mattered, and it wasn't because he was a horrible person by nature, but because he'd had no examples to the contrary. Until now. He'd brought me on this trip to get away from his parents, and now I would show him how the other half lived. Tomorrow, we were going to see if he could get a glimpse of happiness without endless luxuries and deep pockets filled with cash to throw around. I'm heading to bed, I said. I was tired and wanted to sleep before dragging him all over town like an average tourist, shopping and eating street food, something an Aster would never do. You should too. I have plans for us tomorrow, and they consist of you leaving your wallet at home. Oh, he smiled up at me. You'll see. With a sassy smile, I left him sipping his tea and appreciating the beauty of the moon as I started making my plans for tomorrow. I was excited to spend time in Mexico my way, not his fancy resort way.
Chapter 29. Sebastian. I still think it is kind of rude to leave Spencer and Natalia behind, I said to Darcy, sitting in the back seat of the car she'd requested to bring us somewhere away from the security of the resort. They'll be fine. And we're in love, remember? I understand. But how are they to know we're in love if we hide from them? Here. Smile, lover, she said, turning her phone to take a photo of us. I did, and she laughed. Her mood was surprisingly peppy after being kept awake most of the night. You look like you're holding in a fart, she chuckled. Try again. Now smile. I am smiling, I said, mimicking her tone. She pulled her phone down and turned to face me. That is not a smile. Your lips are barely open, and your teeth are clamped together like you're trying to keep the dentist from drilling a cavity. I laughed. Try again. She turned, positioned the camera, and again I smiled. Oh my gosh, she said in annoyance. That's not a smile. That's a painful expression. That is me smiling, I said truthfully. Didn't your mother teach you how to smile? She asked, dropping the phone. Since you have been fortunate enough never to have met my mother, you wouldn't know that Margot Aster didn't raise her boys to smile on command. If you can't figure out how to smile on command, she mocked my tone in some low voice, then how do you plan on ever finding another wife in the future? If I wanted another wife, I wouldn't need to worry about my smile. My money will bring the women, not my smile, I teased with an arch of my eyebrow. With a smile like that, I guess it's a good thing you've got money then, she teased, raising her eyebrows smugly. But since we're living in my world today, you'll have to learn how to smile whether you're happy or not. Today, you will learn how to derive joy from the simple things in life. I do not need a lesson in joy or happiness, I said. I'm pleasantly content with my life the way it is. As a matter of fact, I fear that life might get cut short by going to a shopping street outside the safety of the resort without any bodyguards. Bodyguards? She said with wide eyes. Indeed. It's quite the norm where I come from, and I'm shocked that's news to you, given the people you write about. I understand, but I haven't seen any bodyguards in your family's usual entourage since you came to California. That was at my request. I didn't need the additional bullshit of a personal security detail watching my every damn move. I just wanted to handle the business and get home. I bet your parents hate themselves for not sending a spy along, now that they probably know you're engaged. Not hearing a word from them since that video was uploaded allows me to know I'm all but kicked out of my family by this point. I chuckled. Well, you'll be fine. I used to run around this little place all the time. I used to surf here when I was a teenager, and my parents lived in Mexico. Wild child, I said, finding it intriguing that Darcy lived such a carefree life and seemed virtually fearless in everything. Nothing wild about it. This was my home, but just like any other place, there are dangers if you go to the wrong places. I know the places to avoid so you don't get your sweet little ass kidnapped. We are truly from two separate worlds, I said, cocking my head to the side to study her. She'd had an excited expression since I agreed to go along on this outing. You don't say, she sighed with wide, humored eyes. I do say. I find it amusing that having a security detail with us while we're in the streets today would make me comfortable, but make you uncomfortable. That's 1,000% true, she confirmed. Now, smile for the picture, champ. Think of something funny so your smile looks genuine and not like a reaction to sitting on razor wire. Why are we taking the picture? Social media again? Will that help you smile? Knowing it will be uploaded to social media to keep you off the block? Cute way of saying auction block, I said. Smile, damn it, she said. I'm sending this to Nat and Spence so they know we're in love without having to be in their presence to prove it. God, the chore, I said. It wasn't a chore on the plane when you were quoting Pride and Prejudice, talking about how I was bewitching you, body and soul, she laughed. It's because I was in control and planning the whole thing, I answered. Well, you will do this for me, even though I know you don't want to, she said with a flirty grin that made my desire to kiss her like I did on the plane come flooding back. Turn around and pull the camera up, I said, needing her and her attractive expressions to leave my lustful eyes. I'll think of my parents finding out about my engagement and the horror show that must have been for them. Holy shit, that's a sexy smile, she said, instantly snapping the picture before catching the eye roll I offered when she made the comment.